Today, we have a very special guest on the channel. D-Nice is one of the best TV calibrators in the world. And he is right now working on calibrating the Samsung S95D.
With over 2 billion monthly users,
Get this out of the way. Get this sound out of the way. Okay. So he's right now working on calibrating Luke's Samsung S95D after peeling off the matte coating. Okay. So this is so important to know. Okay, from a professional TV calibrator's perspective, do you get better picture quality if you do this? What are the downsides? What is his take? I want to hear, I am really interested to hear what is, the professional opinion of someone like D-Nice. So since I started this YouTube channel talking about changing settings on the TV, going to the forums, everywhere I go, I see D-Nice. Everyone says, okay, D-Nice, he's like the best TV calibrator. So, I mean, it's always difficult to know for certain. I mean, this person is the best in the world at something. But he's up there, okay? Regardless. So I really want to know what is his take. So we're waiting right now for Luke to join. Again, they are working right now live. D-Nice is calibrating, or already finished calibrating, a Pioneer Kuro plasma TV that Luke has, and he's gonna be calibrating the S95D. Luke has a 55-inch and 65-inch. I'm not sure if he's gonna do both, but that's what's going on right now. So while we're waiting for Luke to join, I'm gonna answer your questions, read the comments, and also I'm gonna share with you more pictures. Look, I get it. This is something that many people are afraid of doing. And it's not for everyone. Some people like to pay for warranty, and definitely there is a warranty concern. If you do this to your TV, it's understandable. Now the thing is, Samsung 1 year warranty, it's not like the best thing in the world. So I don't really care that much. So my point is, I'm never going to, I don't want to say never, but I don't want to be like, you have to do this, and if you don't do it, you're missing out. That's not the point. You do it if you want. It's up to you. You pay for the TV. It's your choice. But I do want to know for sure, for certain, if you peel off the matte finish of your TV, do you get better results? Would you like it more? Is it gonna look better, more clear, brighter? Will the colors change? How about the magenta tint of these TVs? I wanna know that. Okay, so this is very, very interesting to me. And I still have the Pioneer Elite Pro 151FD. Yes, I do. And the thing is that the calibration of that TV is so messed up in so many ways. And I'm gonna ask D-Nice about that too. He calibrated a similar model, a very, very similar panel. So again, the purpose, I've been promoting this. Okay, I've been promoting a lot. Once, the thing is, I was not interested at all on the Samsung S95F. I was not interested at all on the Samsung S95D. Why? The matte finish. Mainly because of that. But on top of that, you have the One Connect box, the sound on the S95C was kind of broken. You got a lot of buzzing on the back. So it's just too many downsides. But now with the 50 series GPUs, one of the biggest issues I had with the One Connect box was that I was not able to use DLDSR. And now we can. With the 50 series GPUs, you can use DLDSR even when DSC is enabled on the display. So I think I should be able to use it now, even with the One Connect box. So that opens the possibility for me. But still, matte finish, I was never gonna buy a matte finish TV from Samsung. But when I saw the video from Brian Text Therapy, shout out to him. Thank you very much for making that video. And he was showing how Luke was peeling off his S95D. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited about it. And I knew right there and then, I have to get one of these Samsung TVs with a matte finish to peel it off. Because for me, and I'm disclosing my my bias, let's say. That's the bias that I have. For me, I want to send Samsung a message. Okay? Matte finish has no place on a high-end TV. It just doesn't belong. That's my opinion. So my message, by buying the TV and peeling it off and recording it and showing the difference, is for Samsung to say, hey, just don't do this. Okay, it's just bad. It's a bad choice. Nobody likes it. And, you know, we'll be willing to void a warranty or risk breaking the TV just to get rid of it. That's how obnoxious that matte finish is, in my opinion. So that is my bias, okay? And also, on top of that, I asked the community for support to help me buy the S95F. Why? Because the S95F was not on my plans. Okay, I just purchased S90D, S90C, 65-inch, and the 5090. Okay, it was not on my plans because I was not gonna buy a matte finish TV from Samsung. But the community wants me to buy the TV, to peel it off, and to show the difference. So that's why we're here. Okay, so I'm disclosing with you. That's my bias. That's why I am, pushing for this idea, because I believe in it. Now I might be wrong because I haven't seen it in front of me. I have not seen it with my own eyes. So that's why I am very interested to know the facts from a professional TV calibrator who has calibrated many of these Samsung TVs. What are the numbers? Okay, because scientists or engineers like to say, without the numbers, the proof, the evidence, you are just another guy with an opinion. Okay, so basically, if he thinks this is gonna give you a better picture quality and here are the numbers, there's no discussion about it. Okay, there's no opinion about it. It's just facts. Now, if you want to do it or not, that's up to you. But I just want to know if you actually get better picture quality. Now, if he doesn't like it, hey, I'm not going to take down the stream or anything. If he says this does not give you better picture quality, you're gonna have an issue if you do that. Okay, that's his opinion. And I promise you, I will disclose that when I do it. I'm gonna say, hey, from a professional TV calibrator, we spoke with D Nice, who is one of the best in the business. This was his opinion. I'm gonna tell you whatever he says, I will tell you that as a, let's say, as a disclosure before I do what I'm gonna do. I'm still gonna do it. I'm still gonna buy the S95F and I will peel it off because I truly believe it's gonna be amazing. Okay, but if he doesn't like it, I will tell you, and I will have that as a disclosure. So full transparency is my point. So AG Slayer is saying that he will be here in a moment. That Dwayne, so that's his name. That's D-Nice's D-Nice name, Dwayne. He's setting up the S95D right now. So he's coming. Now, while we're waiting for it, I'm gonna read the comments, and let me. I want to share with you all the amount of pictures and emails that I have received from people peeling off. But again, this is like anecdotal evidence. That's why I want to know the numbers. Okay, I want to know the opinion of a professional. But the anecdotal evidence that I have here, no one has said, I peel off my monitor with a matte finish, my QD OLED monitor with a matte finish, or my TV, and I don't like it. I ruined the display. Only one person had an incident. He said he peeled it off. It was awesome while it lasted, but unfortunately he dropped the TV. So he broke it. So there's a risk of doing it. That's for sure. You can break the TV just manipulating it. So unfortunately that happened to one person. And he was even happy about it. He was not like, oh man, I ruined the TV. He was happy. He was like, man, it was awesome. While it lasted, it was just amazing. So every single person who has reached out to me, sent me emails with pictures and with their testimony, I'm gonna show you. I will show you some of those emails and some of the pictures. So let me pull that up here. And I think this is very important because when you see so many people doing it, and like everyone is blown away, like no one has said anything short of this is amazing, what a difference, I am blown away. That's the comments that I've been getting. So let me show you the evidence that I have. Okay, this is anecdotal evidence, but I think it is still very, very relevant, very important. Let me also find it. So these are the pictures. Let me also find the emails right here. Where it is? Okay, right here it is. Let's go. So I'm gonna show you this. Let me tell you, this is like this is like gospel for the anti-glare community here. So let's check this out. I mean, I can start, for example, these are different emails that I've been getting. So let me max out this. Okay. Look, someone says, it is done. It's unreal. Picture quality is breathtaking. Ariel, oh my God, it is incredible. I am stunned. Best image I've ever seen on any monitor on TV. This is unreal, man. I know I have the same deep blacks as W OLED. It is like crazy bright now. Just what I wanted. And you can keep reading the emails. It's just like that. Okay, let me get myself out of the way. I'm gonna let you, have a good shot so you can read these emails as a testimony. Okay, this is gospel, anti-glare gospel right here. So you can read. These are different emails. People give me updates. Hey, I've been using it for a while, so it's not like a hype. Like you just do it, or you're hype about it. Like people have been following up. Hey, after more trying it more, you can read this. And it's oops. This is another. Oh wait. Okay, here it is. So I show you these ones. Show you this one to the left. Now to the right. You can see this. So someone did it on his G60SD monitor. Also, someone said that in his country of Sweden, the warranty was not going to be voided. Like he spoke with the support or with the engineer, I don't remember. It's probably one of these emails. Oh, it's this one. Here, Ariel, you mean about warranty? If you're talking about that, I don't have proof. So because I asked him proof, hey, you're saying that, can you give me proof? So he says that He spoke with someone. Yeah, well, he said, like, I cannot say that's gonna be everywhere. It's just in my country of Sweden. So someone said that in his country was not gonna be a problem with the warranty. But of course, I would say it's gonna void your warranty for sure, just to be on the safe side. Okay, let's check this one. I don't know if it is sending in 4K, but in real life it's crystal clear. That was just a picture he was sharing. I'm also gonna send a video, so people also send me videos too. There's another one. Here you go. My friend is literally a mirror now. There's also a picture of my PC running a 4090. But you can see how cheap and pathetic that film is. Now, when it comes to the mirror comments, because some people think, well, that's a bad thing. You don't want to have a mirror, you want to have a TV, right? It's not a mirror in a bad way. If you have an iPhone, that's a mirror. So that's basically the same mirror comment. I mean, your iPhone, my Samsung S93 Ultra screen looks like a mirror. It's a perfect mirror, and that's not a bad thing. It is what you need for perfect clarity. So incredible, all I can say. I wish I had kept the matte coating, but I already threw it in the trash. Because he said that because he wanted to show me pictures. He didn't send me pictures of the matte finish. So let me find the pictures now. So look, this is an ultra wide monitor. Let me show you this. This was an ultra wide QD OLED monitor. So look at this. You can see the matte finish. He's peeling it off. Look at the difference, man. Look at this and this. This is like nasty, you know, opaque, dirty. Look how thick that matte finish is on the monitors. It seems like the matte finish is even more aggressive. So we got more pictures. So let me read the comments and then we'll see more pictures about it. Look at this shot right here. This is a super ultra wide QD OLED monitor. Look at this. Look at how thick that thing is. Big difference. Okay, so let me read some of the comments. So any possible reason why my LG OLED turned super saturated and greenish in HDR mode? Oh wait, I think I got a, let me see if I got AG Slayer joining. Let's see. Yeah, I have him. Hey, can you hear me, Luke? Can you hear me? So I think we have Luke joining now. Let's see if he's setting up the camera. Maybe he's reading the chat. So let me. Oh, I have to add myself too. Okay, can you hear me now, Luke?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Ariel. How you doing?
Okay, doing good,
see
man.
Can you see the screen okay?
Yeah, let me set it up full screen so people can see it. Okay, here it is.
I don't know. Can you see it okay now?
Yeah, I can see it well. Yeah, let me.
Okay, cool.
Let me pop you.
So, so here's the deal.
Wait. Let me ask people if they can hear you well. Let me have you on screen. Okay, here it is. Here's Luke. There we have D-Nice. Okay, let me know. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can someone in the chat say if they can hear well, Luke, if the volume is right? Can you hear Luke? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Okay, they can hear you well. Let's go. Yeah, go ahead, Luke. What were you gonna say?
Hey, what I was gonna say is that we were doing D-Nice did the 77 and that had like 711 hours on it. This 55 only has like a couple hours on it, and so they do deviate a little bit over time. I guess you were saying that after about 100 hours, you get a little bit brighter.
They'll get brighter, and at the same time, they will shift in the actual color and grayscale.
Okay.
I'm going to do a prelim calibration on this one and then come back and
Yeah.
tweak it.
Yeah. So he's going to come back. I got 2 CRT Sony XBRs that he's going to do after they're RGB modded at the end of this month. I want to get SCART added to them. But so what he's doing right now, he's running a pixel refresh because it has not been done yet, right?
I'm sure it has not.
More than likely.
More than
Yeah.
likely, yeah.
So that does change things too, right? The first time it does that.
Cleans it up.
Okay.
Especially on the low end.
Okay.
So it's just great to have it.
Okay.
So,
Nice. So while we're waiting for that to happen, and he's gonna show us how a calibration works. Dwayne, do you want to just tell him like what tools you have here? Because I know a lot of these people are familiar with Cecil and Vincent, what they use.
Yeah.
And you have a little bit different.
Okay,
equipment.
look, well, before you go there, look, just to, as an introduction to D Nice, I think he, many people in the AV community know him, but it would be great if he can maybe introduce himself. His calibration services, what he does. How can people reach out for calibration for him, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. So yeah, my name is actually Dwayne D Nice Davis. I've been calibrating for at this point, going on 17 years now. I am a video color engineer. I do calibrations anywhere from regular consumers with TVs like this to post-production in Hollywood and any of the freelancer colorists around the country. I also do consulting work for display manufacturers like Samsung. Other than that, I'm just an enthusiast like everyone else. I love video. I love calibrating, and when it comes to what I do here, my reward is hearing the wow from my clients after the calibration. Like I've already heard his a couple of times with the Pioneer and the 77 Samsung over there, but it's just fun doing this for me. So I'm happy to be on your stream today. I know you guys have a lot of questions, so I'm
Oh, absolutely. Well, let me ask you, how can people reach out to you? Do you have an
Sure,
email
yes.
so I can drop it in the chat?
Yeah, so if you're interested in calibration services, please reach out to hello@av-fi.com. That's the best way to get in contact with me. So
So it's AV hyphen. So what is, I don't know what the hyphen, I forgot what the hyphen.
Dash.
The dash. Okay. So check if I got this right. hello@av-hyphen.com. So it's hyphen.com.
no, AV-FI. So Alpha Victor hyphen Foxtrot India.com.
Okay, let me make sure I get this right. So it's hello@av. So then hyphen, then I.
FI.
Oh,
So,
FI.
yeah, like Fidelity. FI.
Okay. .com. Oh, I got it. I think. So that's how you can reach out to D Nice for calibration. So you calibrate all over the U.S. Do you have like a?
Yes.
But do you have like a range of states where you go, or anywhere you?
I will go anywhere that it's actually feasible for me to go. So I've traveled all 48 lower states for calibration.
You've been on 48.
Or the lower 48. I haven't done Alaska yet, and I haven't done Hawaii yet.
Okay, so 2 more, and you've been to all 50.
Two more calibration wise now.
What? That's
Yeah.
bonkers. I've only known one person in my life that's done all 50.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Sounds good. Well, let me ask you. So you already finished the 77-inch S95D calibration?
Yes.
Okay. Can you share? And look, I'm not gonna put you on the spot. And hey, do you recommend people to do this? So that's up to people if they want to do it or not.
Oh man, you're the fun.
So I'm not gonna put you on the spot. But what I want to know is picture quality. Is it better if you remove the anti-glare. So let's of course, if you calibrate the TV, it's gonna be more accurate, so that's gonna be better. So we're gonna get there, but before we just talk about the calibration, if someone just peels off the TV, is the calibration, the factory calibration, does it get completely messed up and now everything looks blown out, the colors look wrong, or will people like it because it's gonna look brighter, or is it more colorful? Like, what is your take? Picture quality, does it get better or worse if someone decides to do this?
If they remove the AR coating, it does not destroy the colors. It does not make the image brighter. It will impact the factory calibration because, of course, the factory calibration was done with that actual filter applied to the actual substrate. So there will be a shift in the calibration. Yes, that we measure that. That's there. However, it can still be calibrated. There's no issues calibrating it with that actual AR coating removed at all. Now it will become a mirror, literally. So you will have no reflection control, and at the same time, you have to be very careful as far as the environment that you place it in, because you can't put direct sunlight on it because there's no AR coating on it anymore. So there's no UV protection in a sense. But I mean, overall, I mean, I'm looking at this 55 right here in front of a Z8H, right? LCD. And the 55 is much more mirror-like compared to the LCD in the rear. And the LCD does have a glossy AR coating on it. But I mean,
So-
it is almost like a chrome type finish to me. Like, it's shiny, really shiny on the 55 here, and the same on the 77.
So would you say that looks like an iPhone screen?
Oh no. This is much more shiny.
It is shinier than a glossy iPhone screen or Samsung S23 Ultra, something like that.
Correct. Yes, and both of course the phones are going to have a coating on it also. So yeah, you don't get that coating. It's not the same. It doesn't have a tint on it. There's no like magenta or reddish tint or purplish tint. That doesn't exist with that actual stripping of the filter off of it.
Yeah, it looks black.
Is that a good thing that you don't have the magenta tint?
That's an interesting question. For me, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the only time I'm going to truly see something like that in my use case in my home is if the TV's off. That's when I would see the tint. But if content is playing on my TVs, I don't see any color of the filter because I'm not paying attention to it. But I can understand if someone who has I guess, a particular, I guess OCD is what I would call it, to, you know, the color of the screen. I can see where having that magenta removed would be, you know, an improvement in their actual experience. But for me, it doesn't bother me at all. So, again, what I'm looking at here just looks black. It's just shiny, chromy black. Like, I can completely see, you know, outside here. Like, it's a straight up mirror.
Okay, so let me ask you, the change that happens when it comes to the factory calibration after removing it, would you say that comes from that magenta tint being removed? Is it a color hue shift? Like, what is the biggest change that happens when it comes to the calibration?
It's the removal of the actual filter itself, because the calibration at the factory was done with the filter in place. So it's almost like, I guess you can say, comparing colors to having glasses that have the what is that, the dimming feature?
Blue blockings?
Not the blue blocking, the one that basically dims the frames in it. You know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
no, I know. My dad's got it.
Basically, calibrating through sunglasses compared to calibrating without, just regular glasses. You're going to have that tint interplay with colors and the calibration itself. So the calibration itself from the factory is going to shift. It's measurable, but is it visually different? I'm going to probably say no, based on what I saw in the measurements itself. I don't see where anyone can say that it either significantly worsens or significantly improves the actual picture quality by removing the actual filter. I can't measurably see that happen.
So you
I
don't so you don't see brightness difference either.
no,
No.
no brightness difference. Now, what they're probably seeing is again the mirror-like finish with the actual filter removed. So light coming off of it, plus the light coming from the room itself, bouncing off the screen and hitting your eyes. That's probably what they're seeing from what I can see here. But I mean, from a measurement perspective, it does not make the actual panel itself brighter.
Okay. Because
Yep.
so then it is a placebo effect then, because I have a lot of people email me, sending me emails with pictures that they did it on their monitors, and they are like, wow, now it is brighter, and you know, and it looks so much more vibrant, and the colors. Is that because of they perceive a higher contrast, like better blacks after
It's
removing it?
I would have to be in the actual environment to understand what they're seeing for myself, but I can tell you in the environment that I am here now,
So worse.
with over $25,000 in sensors right now, looking that's on this screen right here, I can tell you that there is no measurable improvement in brightness. And visually, the only thing that I see here, just by looking at the screen with my own eyes, is it's a chrome mirror-like finish, but it's basically black compared to the matte finish from the factory filter on it. So in that sense, I can see where they can say, yes, it's going to be blacker because the matte finishes, it's dispersing the light from the room lighting environment itself. But other than that, I don't understand what anyone is talking about in regards to that.
Okay. So what if we are in a completely dark room? Have you seen it or
No, not yet. It's not dark acres yet.
Here.
Yeah, well,
because
it won't be dark here probably for another hour.
okay.
So yeah, I won't be able to review it in a completely pitch black room. But I can say this: in a pitch black room, if you have any light in the room, it is going to reflect off the screen. That's just going to happen. So other than that, if you can control all lighting in the room itself, will this look different compared to having the matte finish on it? No, it will not. Not at all. But as soon as you put light somewhere in the room, it's going to reflect off the screen. So that is where I can see where you're going to see a degradation in contrast because you're having light pinpoint on the actual screen bouncing off and hitting you in your eyes.
And let me ask you, how did I see? I don't remember where I saw this. A measurable difference between in the contrast between the matte finish of the S95F this year versus the S95D. Like they were saying now with the S95F, the contrast is a little bit better because of the improved anti-glare. Is that invalid or it depends on
There's
the
no
lighting
anti-glare.
conditions?
There's no anti-glare.
No.
once
I
you-
mean, no.
Yeah.
My point is
Mhm.
the anti-glare is definitely impacting the contrast if someone can measure a difference between the S95D anti-glare and the S95F
It seemed like
anti-glare.
that's a different. They did a little bit different filter this year versus last year. The matte, the two mattes are different a
Uh,
little bit.
well, who measured what and with what?
I don't remember.
think
I
it's
think it
a
was
two-D
HDTV
structure.
test. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was his video where I saw
Yeah,
that comparison.
Yeah, that's showing it.
So, okay. So we're speaking of the F and the D series with the matte finish on it,
Yeah,
correct?
with the matte finish, he was saying, okay, here's an improvement. The contrast is better.
Yes, yes, there is an improvement with the F series matte finish because they redesigned it a little bit to actually handle light in a different manner compared to the D series. So yes, the contrast in a room, if you measure it off screen, will be actually improved on the S95F compared to the D. But in a dark room, no. But if you have light in the room, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, because I've always shared my opinion is if you're gonna get a QD OLED, it's because you're gonna be in a completely dark room. Otherwise, the QD OLED looks terrible in my opinion because of the ambient light. It just raises the blacks and makes the screen. You lose the contrast. That's what I've been sharing. So I would never say peel it off to be on a room with lights. I would say don't even get a QD OLED if you're gonna do that.
Well, for me, it's going to be per use case. As I was speaking to Luca earlier about this, in my home, I can see the benefits of me having the matte finish based on where light is coming and interacting with the actual front of the screen itself. So depending on a individual's lighting sources and the locations of where that light is coming in and targeting the screen itself, that's going to actually dictate how much of a detriment or improvement a matte screen will be. So, and another factor in my home is like I can actually see where I currently have a Sony QD OLED with a glossy screen where a matte screen will be beneficial because it's on a wall and it's in my bedroom and I have lamps adjacent to me, of course, that's, in front of the actual TV. So, and I can see the lamps and I can also see artwork that's on my wall above my bed in the actual screen itself. With a matte finish, I would not be able to see that stuff. I don't personally watch TV and critique TV in a bright room with light in it because light contaminates video images. And the best way to watch video is to manage your actual lighting in your room itself. The more light you have in it, the more off the colors are going to be. And it's going to vary throughout the day. But in general, I can see both ways. Just for me, though, I have a use case for both glossy and matte. My primary display right now is the G5 right now, but I plan on getting an S95F definitely for my bedroom. I'm not sure about the great room at this point, but it is a candidate also for the great room based on the lighting points in my actual great room.
So you would get the S95F because it has the matte finish because you think it's going to perform better in that room where you're
Yes.
going to have it. Okay.
Correct. Exactly. Yes. And
And if
again, that's going to change per person, and that's fine.
so,
There's
let
no
me
right or
ask
wrong
you,
with that. Hmm.
if you were going to have the S95F in a cave in a completely dark room, would you peel off the anti-glare or would you keep it?
No, I would keep it. I would keep it simply because in a completely dark room, there is no visual difference between a matte screen and a glossy screen. And I noticed because I've already done these tests many times with the S95D along with the A95L and the G4. I did all those tests last year. I didn't see a difference in a completely dark room.
Well, one difference that I see between
Mhm.
my QD OLED monitor, I have a 360 1440p QD OLED monitor
Uh-huh.
from MSI, and
Yep.
my S90D is that the monitor looks glossier than the S90D. The S90D has a little bit of anti-glare, and I can clearly see that the monitor, and this is a downside, the monitor because it's glossier. If I have a bright object on the screen, the
Hmm.
nearby pixels glow a little bit more than on the TV. And I noticed that this layer helps a little bit to reduce that glowing effect. It's like QD OLED lighting itself up those nearby pixels. So, and I also saw that as a benefit of the improved anti-glare, that you get less of that. So I think maybe Samsung, what is looking for is to reduce that problem that QD OLED has because of the scatter plate and the blue pass through. You know, everything lights up. So maybe they are doing this aggressive matte finish, trying to improve that aspect. So what I'm saying is, on my experience, I do see a difference because I am using a high contrast theme on Windows. I don't see it on gaming. I don't see it when I'm playing games. But if I'm using a high contrast theme on Windows, so I have everything is black. All the backgrounds are black against bright text or the windows. So I see how the entire screen just lights up. If I compare that with my LG C1, it's the C1, even in a black room, those black backgrounds are a lot more black and a lot darker to me.
Yeah, correct. But when you're trying to compare it to the WRGB OLEDs, that's going to be a technology difference between top and bottom emission. That's number one. They handle ambient light completely different. So what you were saying as far as the light coming in and exciting the actual, what is actually doing and exciting the quantum dots in the actual QD OLEDs panel, that's true. It can and it will do that. So AR coatings can improve that actual effect, but overall, that's where, you know, really evaluating this stuff in a dark room, that really tells all the tales of that, because that eliminates that problem. But you know, in a bright room, again, I totally get where you're coming from with that. But for what I have and what I have at home and all of my testing that I do there, it's kind of like it depends on what I'm doing as far as which coating is best. I personally right now have found the shortfalling towards the G5's current AR coating, where it does have the capability of dimming the image in a brighter room because of how it rejects light out, the ambient light. I'm actually still doing comparison with that with the G4, and the G4 in a ambient room, you can see shadow detail much better, and both are perfectly calibrated. It just has better shadow detail compared to the G5, but as soon as it's lights out in the evening time, it's dead on, perfect between both of them. There's one to one match. So
yeah, I see when I point a light to this QD OLED, the shadows get raised, but you lose the contrast a little bit too, right?
yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're going to lose contrast when you shine the light on, even on what I'm doing right here, simply because it's starting to excite the quantum dots in here. So yeah, it's black right here, but as soon as you do this, what does it look like? Gray, right? Same thing. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. You know,
So
whereas with the Sony behind it, it's blacker, right? Yeah, see, like right there, at that angle right there. The Sony is definitely.
I think the Sony has a wide viewing angle.
Well, it does, but I'm looking at it dead on right here. If you're looking at it right here,
oh, it's definitely
it's
more wide.
right. But right here, now it's the exact opposite. Yeah.
So how would you compare in a dark room the G5 coating with doing this, removing the anti-glare, to this QD OLED?
As far as what? As far as contrast, color?
Yeah, contrast, the clarity of the display. By the way, would you say there's a clarity, like this and these coatings have like some like graininess a little bit? Would you say the clarity gets better, or you would have to see it like side by side, closer?
I would always evaluate it side by side. However, I've seen enough of these units to say that each unit is somewhat unique based on quality control and how they apply these films to it. So you will find where they may be one unit or a batch of units that look grainier compared to another batch, and that's just batch quality control shifts, as I call them. Overall, though, I don't really, I don't see the G5 having a better image than the S95F.
No,
And
I'm
oh,
saying the clarity of having the anti-glare or removing it. Like
oh,
if you would
yeah,
see it.
the clarity. Yeah, sorry about that. The clarity itself, I don't see it. I don't see how you can have a clearer image unless you have light hitting the screen that's with the original AR on this, diffusing the actual light on the screen where you can lose clarity that way. But if you're in a light control room where there's no light, AR filter versus non-AR filter versus what the LGs have on it, there should be no clarity difference whatsoever.
Unless there's like an issue with the quality control, like you were saying
Correct,
that you
exactly.
might have. Okay.
Unless there's a manufacturing issue with how they apply their filters, which I have seen. Yes, that does exist.
Okay. So now to the question, G5 versus peeling this off when it comes to the contrast, the clarity on a dark room. Because I see a difference with my LG C1. It's
Hmm.
not even close, in my opinion. If these QD OLEDs look the same when it comes to how black it looks, even on a dark room, I much rather have that. The C1 looks so black in comparison. When I have my high contrast theme on Windows, it's just a lot black. So with the QD OLED, the window itself, just the vessel of the window, lights up the entire screen. It's very small, but I can see it.
So when you have a window center screen right here, the surrounding area is what I'm looking at here, where it's gray. You see this right here compared to right here. I can understand that, yes. But again, that's what you're seeing is the light coming off the screen, bouncing off objects in your room, and then bouncing back to the screen itself.
So
That's
you
what that's what you're actually seeing. So any display that has an AR filter that can reject that light is going to look blacker.
okay? So internally, you don't think the if a pixel would light up the nearby pixel internally, so without considering that the light goes out and it can
It's
go
like
back in, like internally it doesn't go.
You're speaking of the internal light contamination. That should not really be happening at that level in a QD OLED.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to basically, there's no light spillage between subpixels.
Okay.
Not
So
at that
let me
level.
Okay, so let me read some questions from people, and we're gonna get to what you do with your equipment, your experience with these, and other questions that I have, of course. Your take. I mean, let's do this. Give me your take: G5 versus S95F, QD OLED in general, and I will be reading the comments and see what we get from here.
I've already asked him that, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
So if we're speaking same model year, the same results you got last year are pretty much the same results you're going to have this year. Overall, quantum dot is still the superior technology. Yes, the G5 is a significant improvement compared to its predecessor when it comes to light improvement. And I'm not speaking of just white light, I'm speaking of color light. So it does have more saturation and it has more color luminance, but it's still not at the level of QD OLED. And yes, I can find content where I can see the difference. That is quite easy for me to find. And I can actually, bring the G5 to its knees in color saturation. That still does exist. So if I had to choose and I was looking at the same exact size, if technology to technology, but it had the same identical features, it would be a no-brainer for me to still choose quantum dot OLED over WRGB OLED at this point.
So even if the brightness of the G5 is far superior to, let's say, the S90D QD OLED, would you so I'm not saying I'm not asking you
moving the goalpost.
so I'm not asking you to say, of course, oh, QD OLED will be superior no matter what. I understand, brightness matters and all of that, but you personally, would you choose, it doesn't mean it's factually superior, but would you choose an S90D QD OLED over the G5? So he's thinking about it. For me, that's enough.
I'm thinking about it because I have to ask this question. The S90D had 2 different flavors of the actual OLED modules in it. So which one are we talking about?
So you're asking the first batch that was like up to 2000
The
nits
Gen 2
higher
panel,
full
or you're
screen.
thinking of the one with the Gen 3?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Gen 3, the one that people can get now. It's like 1500 nits, 200 nits full screen brightness.
From what I've seen so far, if you're a brightness junkie, I can. No, well, let me just say, for me, that's a tough choice. Because even today, in all honesty, I would take my G4 or the G5, but it's for other reasons, not what others online have been talking about. It's for some stuff that I've been evaluating and I've identified. But for an S90D in this, with a G5, same price, same size, I'll probably take for what I watch, I would probably take the G5 in this one case.
But that was a hard choice.
It is a hard choice because from what I've been actually evaluating and looking at, when it comes to the marketing and people doing the reviews online, they're looking at stuff that's unique, that doesn't 100% translate over to regular content. And when I speak of regular content, I'm speaking of stuff that you watch in streaming and or what you see on 4K UHD Blu-ray disc movie wise, not your reference montage stuff from like Spears of Munson, not your Jennifer Gala stuff on YouTube, not that stuff. That's a very niche type product lineup or visual eye candy is what I call it. When you're looking at regular content, the differences between a G5 and or S90D in this case is going to be dependent really on what you're watching. Netflix and stuff like that, you're probably not going to see a significant difference simply because of how stuff on Netflix, Hulu, and all of that stuff is mastered. You would have to branch out into some of these 4,000 nit or greater than 1,000 nit pieces of content. Then you would see differences in the improvement in APL between a G5 and an S90D. But color-wise, the color itself should be pretty much identical between an S90D and a G5 when it comes to color luminance, because a G5 after calibration is only going to get, 1,200 nits of color that's pure without the white subpixel?
That's what I was gonna ask you. So if you open a color clipping test pattern or a full screen yellow 10,000 nits HDR, I think they're gonna be very close, right? Maybe the G5 a little bit brighter.
It's going to be a little bit brighter. It may be a little bit brighter on the G5, but it's not going to be this night and day difference. Not at all, because the quantum dot OLED can do colors without that white subpixel at the same level as what LG is doing with the help of the white subpixel.
Yeah, so here's what I think happens. Obviously, we as human beings, initially we see a brighter TV, oh, that's better. Like just right away. You don't need to evaluate anything else. So for most people, the first impression will be like, wow, brighter, better. But for that argument, we would all buy mini LED TVs, right? I mean, they have higher full screen brightness, so it will be a no-brainer. But when you start evaluating other aspects of picture quality, contrast, your perfect blacks, your per pixel control, and all of that, that's when we realize. My point is, brightness is not everything. Plasma TVs look amazing, and they are very dim in comparison. They still, in my opinion, I have a Kuro too, by the way. I have a.
Oh, yeah, we're Curl lovers here. So
You gotta get him to come calibrate your Pioneer, because I gotta tell you, the stuff he does is crazy. It's crazy.
That would be awesome. So the thing is, what I was amazed with QD OLED, and let me tell you, I thought I'm gonna buy a QD OLED. I'm not gonna like it. I will return it, get my money back, because I thought the race blacks, it was gonna be a deal breaker, because I love the way my LG C1 looks, so black. So I thought I was gonna hate QD OLED, because I watched QD OLED on the store, and for me that looked terrible with under lighting conditions. It looks washed out. The contrast is not the same. Right. But when I take it home to my cave and turn off the lights, and I see full screen colors, the uniformity of bright colors is just stellar, absolutely amazing. Yes. Then I see the gradation of colors. I see it on games, the sky, you have color banding that I used to see on my LG C1. Now it's just smooth. It looks so much better. And if I open a test pattern, it's like my C1 looks like it's broken in comparison. The gradation of colors is amazing with QD OLED. And then I open these color clipping test patterns, and in comparison, my C1 looks like it's monochrome. And I get it. It's a very old TV. G5 is going to be better. But the technology itself, you start to see where the shortcomings are. And then the other thing is, if I look at a white screen on my LG C1 now, it looks so nasty. Not only because of the uniformity of the brightness, but the color of the white changes completely. Like one part looks more yellow, more magenta, more like it's a mess. And not only that,
yes,
my C1 is not a bright TV. It's like 150 nits full screen, like 800 nits peak. That brightness is more bothersome to my eyes, and maybe this is my personal experience. Maybe other people don't experience that, and I would like to hear your opinion on that. But I can be watching this QD OLED all day long. It doesn't bother my eyes. On my LG C1, I used to like blue light killer settings, so I go and messed up the white balance to reduce the blue lights, and I used to like to do that. On this QD OLED, I don't have to do that. I can be looking at this all day long. It doesn't bother me. So that's why for me to recommend anything that is not QD OLED to people, it's like, no way. But I can definitely see how the G5 is an amazing TV.
Yeah, well, I can say, yes, the G5 is an amazing TV. Uniformity issues, again, I can see where year over year LG has made significant improvements in uniformity. For instance, with the 83 G5 that I currently have, full field white is the cleanest full field white I have personally ever seen on an LG OLED. I've never seen it this clean. The low end uniformity is equal to my G4. And my G4 for me was only slightly better than the G2 that I had, but the G3 was complete crap. Like it was horrible. I personally hated the G3 series. But when it comes to quantum dot, it really depends on the batch, the factory calibration that they're doing, and in all honesty, time of year. As I've said over the years, when it comes to these displays, for some unusual reason, the manufacturers pay more attention to quality of their product lineup in the beginning of a model year and at the very end of the model year. Anytime in between those two time frames, it is a panel lottery. you can get a great panel one time, and then the next one is like, I got to take this back. It's just horrendous.
Yeah.
It's just bad. Now, when it comes to like I guess quantization errors and all of that, that's all in processing. You could make those errors equal or better on a WRGB OLED with the right processor attached to it, compared to what, the likes of Sony and Samsung Electronics are doing with the quantum dot. So that's not really, for me, that's not really the actual technology. That's more so the processing end of it.
But
And
let me
what you,
ask you, for
huh?
gaming, is that processing still working?
For gaming, yes, it's still working.
Oh, so
Because
you're saying
yeah,
it's not like natively degradation
that-
of colors is better. Like there's some processing going on to improve that.
well, there's always processing. When I'm speaking of the processing, I'm speaking of how the data comes out of the actual subpixels themselves. So that is a process. What I'm saying is how much bit depth is allocated at lower luminance levels. This is a this has always been the gotcha of any manufacturer. If a display is 10 bits, those 10 bits are probably allocated for data with a luminance value greater than 5 nits or whatever. But as you go
Oh,
below 5 nits, you're not getting 10-bit true data anymore output. It starts to go down, and that's when you start introducing dither to try to fool the eye into thinking that I'm getting the same amount of bit depth when you're really not. It can actually dip down. I've seen some things dip down to as low as, in a 10-bit panel world, down to about 4 bits, which is horrendous in actual
wow.
artifacts and stuff like that. Like, so that's what I'm saying. That's more processing and what's allocated to that.
So let me
And,
ask you.
hold up, before I say that, case in point would be, this is the current Achilles heel to micro LED walls that everyone is starting to gravitate towards, because the prices are now becoming out of the stratosphere into a more reasonable amount, even though they're still very high, but they're still dropping in price. Watch some low bit rate scenes, well, not low bit rate, low luminance scenes on those things, and see how much noise and nonsense is going on those actual units. You would never buy one, but you don't ever see anyone talk about that.
No, no one. Yeah. So let me ask you, if I open a test pattern, one of these, test patterns that show you 10 bits, 8 bits comparison, near black on these TVs, would I be able to tell if it's not 10 bits with a test pattern?
Well, that's what one of those the quantization test patterns that like Vincent, I use the same things. Classy uses them. Any advanced calibrator has those test patterns. If you use that, it's on Spears and Munsell. Also, if you use that actual pattern and you see blockiness and stuff like that, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, so that processing doesn't mean like there's a processor with a load, thinking about it. It's something like natively. It's like allocated to
It's
that
what
stimulus.
it's the processing allocated to producing the image itself. So it's literally how the panel produces an image.
So it's not
And
something will cost input lag. It's just the
no. I mean, yes, it's going to cost input lag. That's why we don't have zero input lag on any TV, because it's still being processed. But it's not going to make, say for instance, if a panel is measuring 4 milliseconds in game mode, it's not going to add 10 or 20 milliseconds to that. No, that's not the process I'm speaking of. I'm speaking of how the actual video data is translated from the source to the screen itself, and how many bits are allocated to the luminance data itself.
So let me ask you: is that the reason why the vertical banding near black flips if you flip the monitor, because I have a QD OLED monitor right here that I flip vertically, okay? So when I have the monitor in a regular, 60 by 9, like horizontally, the vertical bands would be like this. When I flip it, the vertical bands are like this. So then I'm like, how is this happening? If the issue with the uniformity is in the panel itself, like it's a defect, it should still be going to the same place, but it seems like it is associated with the way the panel is drawing the frames.
The image is being displayed, yes.
Yeah, so it's left to right, top to bottom. So if you flip it, then the vertical bands, they go the other way. So it's that's the reason why then.
Weird.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
it's
That is
how
very interesting.
it's how the image is painted on the screen.
We were talking about that earlier. So, like in theory, they could eradicate the vertical banding, or at least eliminate it a lot, right?
You can eradicate anything if you really want to, with the right amount of money thrown at it.
And you were saying Sony's definitely calibrate from the factory better, right? Than the lower.
Overall, yes,
Yeah.
yes, but again, it's the overall picture that I've seen over the years is quality control and calibration is better in the beginning of a model year and the very end of the model year, regardless of brand.
So now here's what happened to me. I went through 6 Samsung QD OLED TVs to end up with 2. And I really dislike to return anything. Like, I've never done it before with any product. Okay, it's never happened to me before.
Right.
But I was very unlucky with the panel lottery and issues with dead pixels and, broken audio, a bunch of things. So I was surprised to see when I got the S90C 65-inch first generation QD OLED, the uniformity was so good. And I was like, man, I didn't get the 2000 nits panel, which sucks. It seems like we lost the video. Maybe your battery went out. Let me check. I think we lost connection. Well, I can read the comments while we wait for them to come back. You guys lost the battery? Okay.
No, somebody was calling me.
Oh, someone was calling. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me get this in full
Yeah,
screen.
no, I understood what you were saying. You had to go through 6 panels to get 2 good panels that you wanted to keep. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, that goes all back to quality control. And for me, it goes back to the first generation, well, really the first and somewhat the second generation of QD OLED. Those are the better panels. I mean, for uniformity, to this day, they're clean top to bottom. Whereas,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, whereas now with your Gen 3s and stuff like that, they've degraded the actual uniformity to barely above what WRGB OLED is doing.
Wow.
But in all honesty, all of this could be eliminated via factory calibration. They have the tools to do it. They just don't have the time resources. They're really only allocated a few seconds per TV on the assembly line to do a calibration properly. So to do the uniformity correctly, that takes additional time that I guess they don't want to allocate.
But wait, you're saying that the uniformity has to do with the calibration of the panel. So does that mean that they have more fine to like more granularity on the calibration to calibrate sections of the screen, so that we don't have controls on the service menu? You don't have controls to do that. So they don't give you those settings that they have when they create the TVs.
Correct. For instance,
why don't they offer the settings if they are there already?
You let me know when you find out that answer, because I've been asking that question for a few years now. There is a panel uniformity. There's panel uniformity code inside LG firmware that is disabled in consumer products. If that panel uniformity code was enabled into a feature where calibrators can go in, take measurements of, basically 4x4 across the screen, and then, have software to adjust it, you can have perfect uniformity, or much better uniformity than what we currently have out of the box.
But that is so wrong. Like, just imagine how much better your calibration services would be if you can tell the client, hey, if I calibrate your TV, your uniformity is going to improve massively.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can do that with certain projector clientele that I have based on the projector that they have, because those actual controls do exist on those projectors. I can literally calibrate out uniformity issues.
Wow, that is unbelievable. So I wonder what would cost them because if they have the settings to do it at the factory, it's not that they have to do an extra thing to allow you to have
Time.
those settings.
It's well, from the factory, I understand why they don't put that much effort into it at the factory. It's a time issue. Although you can create sensor jigs that can measure multiple points of the screen at once and do that calibration in a few fractions of a second if they really wanted to. But that's, I mean, that's money. You know, like I said, with anything, you throw enough money at it, you can fix it. They don't want to throw the money at it.
But let me ask you, because there is a lot of talented people out there that can break these TVs and like install the firmware from the ground up and completely change the software. If the ability to do that is there on the TV, someone can figure out a way to tap into it, to reveal those settings, to allow control for that and create an app on the PC or something that allows you to do that. Don't you think that would be possible?
I've seen LG firmware be decompiled before, so I would have to say yes.
Yeah, with LG, I think people figured out a way to install the entire software of one TV in another TV. Like, for example, you install a C1 and a C2 or something, and people tried to see if that was gonna work to enable the BFI, and it doesn't work because the hardware is necessary for that. So even if you have the C1 software, it doesn't work. By the way, what is your take on flickering technologies to improve motion, something like what the LG C1 has? And let me give you my take first. I think it's absolutely amazing, and the biggest problem is they do not calibrate the display when you use that feature from the factory, so nobody likes it. It is inevitable that you're gonna lose brightness, but they could at least make sure the TV is not crushing blacks and the gamma doesn't look completely wrong. So that's why people don't like it. So the technology is dead. They killed the technology, and I think it was amazing. They should have improved it instead of killing it. But what is your take on that situation?
Well, the BFI on OLEDs in general, the main issue was the brightness. It pretty much reduced brightness by no less than 40%. So when it came to that in itself, from a marketing perspective and regular average person, they're not going to like it. The feature of it I liked, but you won't see a resurgence in that actual feature until you start really seeing probably 240 hertz TVs out there. And the reason is for the duty cycle of how the black frame insertion works. Once we get to 240 hertz and above, you can have much better black frame insertion without the light loss.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean the C1 had the feature and they killed it
Well, no, they
all
killed
the
it.
wrong
Well,
reasons.
the feature would still exist. It's in my G4. I didn't look for it in my G5
No,
yet.
I
but
mean at 120. Like on the C1, it works at 60, 100,
oh yeah,
and 120.
right. You're speaking of that. You're speaking of the additional going from 60 hertz to 120.
No,
They
from 120, 120 FPS, you enable the feature and it looks like a 360
yeah,
monitor almost.
yes.
One scans.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're speaking of. They had to remove that to deal with the other boogaboo, which is the overshoot.
What? I'm
The
sorry,
overshoot.
didn't.
The white
So
subtext overshooting. You know, the overshoot problem. You know what I'm thinking of?
so they removed the feature
it was incompatible with what they implemented to mitigate overshoot.
Oh, but I mean that's yeah. But they couldn't
So,
figure out a way to fix
well, they
that,
haven't
or
yet. Well, that's what I'm saying. They haven't yet.
Coming back, the road scan ain't coming back.
It's not coming back until we get to 240.
yeah.
So,
But the 240 is if they do black frame insertion, that's not good. Because what the C1 does is not black frame insertion. It's like a rolling scan, similar to what CRTs used to
it's
do.
still black frame insertion. Is just how it's being done.
Yeah, it's just like that CRTV
Yeah.
that Mark came up with.
Yeah. It's still technically black frame insertion. It's just rolling. It's not the entire screen per frame. It's like a scrolling bar basically.
Yes,
I know exactly what you're speaking of. But yeah, it doesn't play nice with the other anomalies that people feel are more detriment to picture quality.
But they could disable that processing or whatever when you turn that on, and that's it. That would be an easy.
No, they couldn't do that.
No.
Yeah, no.
Well, one of the reasons why I want to go to CES or have the chance to speak with an LG engineer or something, it's just to ask them why they to ask them for that feature to come back, because the G5 would be absolutely amazing for that feature. It's so much brighter, and if it works at 165, it will be even better.
Oh no, I
C1
get it.
can do.
I get it. I totally understand that. But just don't expect it to come back until we go above 240 hertz. It's just not happening.
Okay. Well, it seems like I'm the only one pushing for it. I'll keep trying.
No, you're not. No, I know people that want it back, but if you had, it's more than a thing. You pick the red pill or the blue pill. Red pill is you're gonna have overshoot. Blue pill is you can have, the rolling black frame insertion at 120 hertz, but you'll have the overshoot. Which one are you gonna pick? Red pill or blue pill?
No, I'm going with a better motion all day. I mean, I would buy the G5 if it had that feature, even when it doesn't have the same picture quality of with QD OLED. It would be a no-brainer. So, yeah. So let's get into if you have something you want to share with people, with your calibration methodology, your equipment, like anything you want to share with people, you're open to do, and I will read the comments and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, if anyone's interested in calibration, I say, do a deep dive in it. Just know it's going to cost you money and time, to do it right. These 2 meters, like I was saying earlier, this is over 25K in just the meters themselves. This is a CR300 meter, and this is a Klein K10A color meter. Compared to like what Classy, who's a good friend of mine, and also Vincent used, this is the big brother of their meter. So it actually it has more resolution, and it's more important with this resolution for certain display technologies. For like a QD OLED and stuff like that, what they have is fine. But when you start dibbing and dabbling into RGB laser projectors and stuff like that, then you're starting to say, okay, I need to have something like this.
But let me ask you one thing about that. So I am
Sure.
okay, and I understand very high price for equipment and for hardware. I am okay with that. Like, I would like to learn how to calibrate because I'm passionate about this hobby, and I would not mind to. Of course, I'm not gonna spend that level of money because I am not a professional. I would not earn a living by calibrating, but I would like to buy, let's say, something decent that is useful. Let's say $2,000 equipment or something like that to get started to learn. But what I am not okay with is to pay thousands of dollars for the software. In my opinion, that's a scam. It makes no sense. So is there an alternative? What is your take on that? Why is the software so ridiculously expensive? Or if you agree with that, maybe you think it's not. It's okay.
the software itself, you have, I mean, the great thing about the software side of calibration, you have many options. There are free pieces of software that work, that are good enough for if you're just calibrating your home TV, you know, it's fine. That would be the HFCR software. I think there's another freeware one, and also Lightspace. I mean, that's Lightspace. Light Illusion has their Color Space Zero software. Great software, doesn't cost you anything. When you start wanting to do have certain features and do certain things, then you have to, you know, open up your wallet and pay for it. But Calman itself is probably the culprit of what people are kind of frustrated with when it comes to pricing and what they do. I don't really have any personal say in that because I own the software. I have to pay my maintenance fees yearly, but I will say this, depending on what I'm doing, I'm fine with using Color Space because Color Space itself is a better program for what I do for certain items that I do on the regular, like, you know, creating 3D LUTs.
And that's
Or,
free.
yeah, hands down, there's nothing better than Color Space in creating 3D LUTs. Calman cannot compete in that realm, not even close. But Calman, compared to Color Space, is much more, I guess, it has a shorter learning curve compared to Color Space. Color Space is very robust. You can do a lot of stuff in that thing, but you know, depending on which software license you have, it's going to cost you a couple of $100 or a couple of $1,000. Whereas with Calman, it's the same thing. It's going to cost you a couple of $100 or a couple of $1,000 plus an annual fee. It just depends on what you want to do. So, in like I said, in general, if you just want to calibrate your own personal TV, Color Space Zero or HFCR are going to be your go-tos that I would recommend because both of them are free, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so so that answers my question. That's very good to know.
Yeah.
So now the other thing is what I'm trying to call out here right now with with you, and I'm sorry if you don't you know feel good about that part. Let me know if you're uncomfortable. But I want to call out here Sony reference monitor, for example. I understand, you know, you have uncompromised, or that's the goal at least. That's very expensive. I get it. But then you spend your $30,000 on the reference monitor and you want to use a feature and you have to pay another $1,000. It's like you buy a car and to use the heated seats, you have to pay a monthly subscription or something like that. I mean, the car is mine already. So in this space is what I'm trying to call out of calibration. I see that there are some fishy things that I'm like, this is like a scam. It doesn't make any sense. You have to pay this level of money for a reference monitor, then you have to pay for the features, then you have to pay $5,000 for software to calibrate. So you get my point. So what can you share about that, if any?
I'll put it to you like this. You look at it in the sense of economy of scale. So with the Sony BVM reference monitor, which is going to be at this point, the 310 is still the most widely used in Hollywood. The 3110 is the new kid on the block. So with those two monitors, yes, if you wanted an additional feature to do something on it that doesn't come out of the box, yes, it's going to cost you a couple of $1,000s to do that.
Oh, sorry, the feature is there out of the box. They let you use it for a trial period, and
Right,
then they
for the
end
trial
the
period.
period, and you have to pay for it.
Correct. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. If you want to continue to use it, yes, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay that amount simply because they're not selling millions of units of those actual displays. They're selling a few thousands of units. So from a business perspective, you want to stay profitable, right? Can you be profitable by solely spending or solely selling a few thousand of those monitors, even at 30K or 35K? What can you really do? you know, you have to find other avenues to make money on top of that of said product lineup. You won't ever see something like that happen on the consumer TV side because it would not make any sense. They're making plenty of money off of that side, but for that professional side with with those specific units, I understand it. Would I pay it? That's a whole different story. But I'm just saying I understand why stuff like that happens. So you have to start looking at it in that in the economy of scale. They don't have enough, they're not selling enough product to make those feature sets a cheaper upsell or upcharge compared to what they're doing now. That's why that is the way that it is.
Makes sense. That's the way it is. But I mean, if I pay $30,000 and then I have to keep, I feel like you're milking me as a customer. And I get it. They need to get their money somehow, but that feels very wrong. So those stuff is what makes me a little bit, you know, against that feel. So I'm just calling out the negative, the dark side of that world of calibration and reference and all of that. But let's talk about the good things. Why would you recommend someone to calibrate their TV? What is the value of calibration? Let me give you my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, and you'll give me a better explanation. So I think, let's say I'm going to share a mod. Let's say I'm a content creator. I'm gonna share a mod, or I will create a video or something. Will you turn on the lights there so we can see?
Yeah.
So if I'm going to share content with people, I definitely need to have, you know, as close to a calibrated display as possible. So when I share my creation, people are going to see closer to what I created if their displays are also calibrated. So from that perspective, I understand the value of calibrating. And also I understand if the display has a catastrophic problem, like it's crushing blacks, you cannot see shadows, and so then you just watching regular content, that's gonna be bad. But on the other hand, playing PC games, and I have all the settings and controls to change the picture on HDR. So let's say it's crushing blacks, I can just increase the shadow details. It looks too dark, I just increase the midtones or whatever. So if I have full control as a user, I think I would be okay without having the TV perfectly calibrated. And my point here is, where I want to get to is, I want to get the S95F, I want to go to the service menu and max out the brightness. And I am aware if I do that, then the OTF tracking is not going to be as good. You might, you know, it's going to under track the OTF, or the roll off is going to start earlier, and you're actually making it darker than out of the box. It might be worse. But if I have all the controls, I want to see those 4,000 nits. I think is a better choice for me. What is your take on all of that? And just share the value of calibration.
So that's a lot to unpack here. So let me start with your desire to go into the service menu of a Samsung to mess with, I'm going to assume you're speaking of the Ana-Peak setting.
Yeah, no, that now the Ana-Peak doesn't work
so,
for the S95F, the new one.
Let me specifically explain that one. No one has a 4,000 nit TV. Let's make that very crystal clear. This is one of the things that I despise about manufacturers and our industry, talking about light output and things like that, and describing the brightness of an actual TV based off of a 10% window, which does not translate very well at all to, that's a 10% window on a screen. That doesn't translate into real images very well. It doesn't even translate into specular highlights. For you to appreciate the brightness of SDR and get more brightness out of it, you need to have a doubling at least of the brightness at an APL, or should I say a window pattern level of 25% of the screen and higher. Anything below that, you're not, and you have it side by side to another unit, you would have to pause the actual image in most cases and actually critique the image to actually see true differences in that brightness level. And even then, you may not see it. So let's kick out the 4000 nits because that's kind of irrelevant while I'm messing with the anti-peak. I would leave anti-peak alone.
Sorry,
And
before you continue, can you turn on a light there, Luke, so people can
yeah,
see?
yeah. Let me go back and put it to full screen. Is that a little
Okay,
better?
that'll be better. Yeah, that'll be better. Yeah.
Okay. So leave anti-peak alone. Just don't mess with that. That's worthless because it will reduce the APL of an HDR image. So that it means basically it's going to suck the brightness out of an HDR image instead of what you're trying to do is to brighten that actual image. You're not going to do that with mess with the anti-peak. So leave that alone. In regards to calibration and why someone should do it, if we as enthusiasts respect and appreciate video art, from my perspective, I would like to see it per how the eyes of the content creators saw it, or get as close as possible to how they saw it so that I can experience their video image mood that they're trying to portray in their actual content. So color palettes that they choose or brightness levels that they choose, they're creating a mood to the actual image to draw you into it. If your display is not calibrated, you're not going to experience it in the manner that they wanted you, or what I should say, what they are trying to have you experiencing it. And that goes along with HDR, the brightness levels. Like, Mad Max, you know, is one of a piece of content I use all the time to demonstrate the experience of what those content creators with that HDR were trying to have someone experience, which to this date, we cannot experience it yet because we don't have displays that can actually produce that image correctly at those nit levels. So the infamous scene that I always use is when they're going into the sandstorm. Those lightning bolts in that sandstorm, they go up to 4,000 nits. You're not going to see that on any of these current TVs at all. You may see it maybe on one of those TCL Hisense 110, 115-inch screens, but I don't even think they can do it properly. I have to measure it again. Even on the Sony BVM HX310, I mean, not 310, 3110, you're not getting the full experience of it. But imagine when we actually truly have a real 4,000 nit screen, in which for me, a real 4,000 nit screen is something that can do full screen like this, 4,000 nits. That's a real 4,000 nit screen, okay? Imagine when we have something that can do something like that and we can experience being inside that sandstorm with those lightning bolts and causing our eyes to actually squint because they're so bright. That's the experience that they want you to have with that HDR piece of content. And it's the same thing with colors and everything else. Shadow details, all of that stuff matter. Out of the box, you don't get that because manufacturers don't have the time to properly calibrate an actual display on the factory floor. They can get it close or they can get it closer to where it needs to be, but it will never get you where you need to be to truly experience it. And if you're one of those individuals who like to change the settings and create your own art, there's nothing wrong with that. Just know that you will never ever see that actual piece of content the way that the creators wanted you to experience it. I look at it in an analogy of someone who has a family recipe for creating spaghetti and they have, specific ingredients that you put in and use. And, this is, your grandmother's spaghetti recipe or something like that. So say for instance, you gave someone that actual recipe and it required that you have, sausage and beef for meatballs and stuff, but they substitute that sausage and meat for tofu. And they call it they got that recipe from that's your grandmother's spaghetti recipe, and someone tasted it and it tastes horrible. Is that the experience that you're gonna actually stand by?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that point.
Yeah. So that's the same thing about those who want to not calibrate their display and or those who like to adjust settings on their own. It's fine, but again, you're not experiencing what the content creator wanted you to experience simply because those content creators mastered this stuff on displays that were calibrated, that were properly set up to make them completely neutral. They had a neutral palette so that they can go in and crush blacks if they wanted to, or overhype, midtones or oversaturate colors. It's their playground. And they're doing specific things to create an actual visual experience that you will never see on an uncalibrated display. It's just not possible.
I see. Well, let me ask you. So, but coming from a gaming perspective, because I can definitely see that when we're talking
Yep.
about a Hollywood movie, everything is handcrafted. You're supposed to get the experience that they created. But with gaming, sometimes the game doesn't even support HDR, and we have to use a mod and then change this and that. So at the end, I feel like I am the creator of the HDR experience on the game because it didn't even support HDR to begin with. So what I was thinking is I get the ABL limitations. Actually, I am more excited about getting the S95F because it's 400 nits full screen and over 1100 nits in a 25% window. I think that's amazing. A 25% window, that's like a quarter of the screen. You go over 1,000 nits there. I think that's
Correct.
great.
That's 25% APL. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You need to start looking and wanting brightness increases 25% and up, not 10% and below,
Yes.
or 25% or 24% and below. That doesn't mean anything in the content that we watch. It's
Yes.
irrelevant.
And
It
I
doesn't.
also understand if I have a daytime scene, I mean, all the power is going for the APL. So if you try to push more highlights on the small window, you're lowering the APL of the scene. I totally get that. The
Yeah.
thing is, sometimes with games, let's say you're playing like a horror game, you're going to have pure darkness with some small highlights. That's where you're going to see those 4,000 nits probably. So I
Yeah.
do understand the limitations, and what I want is I want to get a like a feeling, like looking into the future. Okay, I'm looking at 4,000 nits right now. I'm excited about it, but I understand the limitations, and I know it's gonna look darker than even out of the box in many cases. I totally get that. Now the thing is, it's gonna look darker. No, probably not darker than my S90D, I guess, because it's so much brighter in comparison. So I feel like I will get an upgrade regardless if I do that. But of course, I would prefer if it was perfect EO3F tracking, no ABL. That's ideal. I don't think there's a discussion about that. And another thing, I would say to sell your calibration services, I want to give you an advice as someone who is not a professional, like an outsider. I will give you an advice. From what I see on the internet, there's a lot of misconceptions that a calibrated image means it's gonna be dead, lifeless. It's not gonna be colorful. It's gonna be dimmer
Yes.
than what I
Yes.
want. And I think that's absolutely wrong.
It's wrong.
Like flat out wrong. Because what people don't understand is that HDR is an absolute, and you will
Correct.
see if your display is calibrated, you have all the capabilities of the display right there. The content just needs to call for it. If the content is bright and colorful, that's what you're gonna see. So
Right.
what happens is that people go on Netflix, they watch a movie that's like 300 nits, and they're like, oh, accuracy sucks. I don't want that. I want my brighter TV, and then they have to juice up the settings. So it is a hard reality to face that we can buy TVs that are so much better than the majority. So it seems like some of these content creators, or for some reason, they create HDR content that is very conservatively graded, and it doesn't look impressive. And people want to see that impressive. Um,
Well,
you know,
that's preconception on what something should look like. HDR, which most people still skip completely over. HDR was never designed for non-light control rooms. It's not designed for it whatsoever because it's absolute. It's up to 4,000 nits in brightness for certain content, or up to 1,000 nits, et cetera, et cetera. There's no such thing as it's 4,000 nit content. No, it's up to 4,000 nits or up to 1,000 nits. You gotta put in the words up to. You can't skip those two words. They are important. But on top of that, it was never designed for bright rooms. And then when it comes to the desire for brightness, I'm still kind of scratching my head in the sense of, even when it comes to OLEDs, people complaining that OLEDs are dim and this and that. I'm like, well, what would you what are your expectations? Because as far as I know, our star, which is the sun, has not gotten 10 or 15 times brighter, where I require a display that does full blast 1,000 nits constant so that I can see something in the daytime. I don't know if that does that exist with you where you're at, because I can't see that here. So I don't get the fascination with brightness outside of the simple fact that most human beings are attracted to bright, shiny objects. That part I do know. But the whole concept of, constantly having brightness, or the desire to want brightness over any and everything, there's going to become a point where your actual retinas are going to start to sear, and your pupil is going to start to dilate because it's too bright, and you're going to be missing details anyway because it's just too damn bright. Then what you're going to do? Oh, then it's going to say, oh, well, I want a dimmer screen. You had that, you didn't want it. So we gave you something that's going to burn your eye sockets out. Now you're complaining about that. I don't get the brightness thing, but I
but let me
get where
ask
you.
you this. Let me
Well,
ask you. Okay.
before I forget, one more thing. When it comes to games, the great thing about games also is they're starting to adhere to the video standards. So unless you're speaking of older games, most modern games actually do adhere to the standards that we enforce in calibration.
Okay.
They are created that way now.
So, the thing is, would you agree with this? If you buy a more capable TV, and
Hmm.
now you are watching content that is not taking advantage of that TV, are you missing out? I think you are missing out. So my idea, and I understand what happens to people, is like, okay, I spend more money on this TV and I'm looking at the same crap. So I think if the content for HDR, if it is not designed to take advantage of the full capabilities of the display you purchase, you're missing out. And that's why I like gaming, because with gaming you can always get the full capabilities of your display all the time, no matter what, if that's what you're looking for. But
Well, you can do that with regular TVs and regular content if you change the settings.
yeah, if you set the settings, but if you get it accurate, not. That's the
Well,
difference.
in HDR, if
Yes,
you
on
set it
HDR.
up to be accurate, then you need. I mean, it's one of those things where you were just wrong, and what you thought was accurate. Well, your expectations were not correct. They were wrong, and people have a hard time admitting that they were wrong. That's one of the problems right there. So for me, when it comes to gaming or video, anything, your expectations have to be appropriate. And for you to have appropriate expectations, you have to have the education to understand, what should I be looking for? What should something look like? If you don't have that actual education, then the sky's the limit.
But my point is, for example, HDTV Test, when he showed the RGB mini LED from Sony in Sony headquarters, Sony decided to showcase a movie, I think it was Aladdin or something, that was like 300 nits HDR.
Mm-hmm.
So would you be okay with accepting, I want to watch this movie accurately on HDR, what the creators intended, and I don't care, it's 300 nits, that's what it is. Would you be okay accepting that? Or would you tell the creators, hey, I mean, we have a lot better TVs, you should grade your movie a lot higher so it looks better, because if it was brighter and more colorful, it would look better. So basically, Sony, to showcase their brand new super bright TV and colorful, they have to use vivid mode and just stop the settings of the TV. That doesn't make any sense.
If the content was created to be up to 300 nits, I don't see an issue with it. The same way I don't see an issue with any content that was created to be up to 1,000 nits, 2,000 nits, or 4,000 nits. That is the prerogative of said content creators. I've seen content that was mastered specifically for the what will be on the commercial side, the HDR 300 initiative. I've seen content like that. It looks fine. It actually forget fine. It looks wonderful. It's dependent on how the content was created. I don't care if my display can do in a small window 5,000 nits, but at the same time, if I measure a full screen 300 nits, I know automatically I'm not getting 3,000 nits. I'm not getting 300 nits. I'm going to get a variation of nits depending on what's on the screen. That doesn't bother me. That's not saying that I'm not utilizing the maximum of my screen. And then, case in point, today with stuff on Netflix in particular, the majority of the content on Netflix maxes out at 500, 600 nits. How many people are complaining about that?
Let me. Oh, I did, but I respect you respect the creators. Basically, I all the opposite. If I see 500 nit content, I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't like film grain. I don't like chromatic aberration, lens distortion, all the noises that they add sometimes, like intentionally. Like I want to see Avatar, a movie like Avatar. I want to see it clean, without noise. I want to see a very high frame rate. So I do not respect the creators when they don't deliver what I would consider to be a higher quality. But I see your perspective.
You create your own content then.
Good point.
You become a competitor.
Good point. so yeah, but I totally understand your stance on that. But let me share with you what I did on my TV for the family to watch Netflix, because when I opened Netflix, I was like, man, this is not impressive. I want to impress the family. Look, new TV, QD OLED, super colorful and bright. What I did was I maxed out Anapic on the service menu. Mm-hmm. Then I maxed out the EOTF tracking settings to under track the EOTF massively. And then I use contrast enhancer, active tone mapping, and I raise the shadow detail to the maximum because contrast enhancer crushes the shadows. So as a consequence, it looks
like your
washed out. Eh?
It's your creation. That's what it looks like. You created it.
yes, I created that. So but if I compare that with reference, it kind of washes out a little bit, but not a big deal. But it does look brighter. Like everything looks like I'm trying to push the TV to be as bright as it can be all the time for every single content, and it kind of works. Like I'm not clipping up to I think the clipping is like 2200 nits, so I'm sure I'm not gonna be clipping. But because it's the contrast enhancer is working, it's pushing as much brightness as possible. So what do you think about that? Well, that's like totally messed up. You would never.
No, you are actually clipping. You're just measuring certain points of the actual image. You're measuring certain squares. You're not measuring the full picture. If you start measuring in more detail, you're going to see clipping, because that's
it is clipping. It is clipping a little bit. That's why I say it's a little bit kind of washed out. Like I see it. It gets washed out a little bit. But I much rather have that to impress the family than 300 nits and like, oh, this doesn't look like. You get what I'm. And I think that's where most people are coming.
Do you like Avatar?
Well, I watched Avatar. The version that I watched didn't. That I watched wasn't looking very good. It was like a
Which
60
version did you
gigabyte
see?
version. I downloaded that from the internet. I didn't watch the
Oh yeah,
original
that doesn't count. I was gonna say
Blu-ray.
if you had the disc, look at the disc, and let's have a conversation afterwards. And I'm gonna ask you, do you like Avatar?
So what I didn't like from what I saw was that, for example, the black floor was full of film grain, and it was not my visual opinion. I use reshade plus MPV, so it's basically I can open on the player the HDR analysis tool, so I was able to see the picture, no? And the black floor was film grain. Then there was a space without information. Then the picture starts after that, so everything looked washed out and noisy, and the peak brightness was like very low, I think. So it was not a great version. Maybe the original would be better, but I
Yeah,
didn't like
that's
it.
what you downloaded from wherever. That's the cause of that. Yeah, you need to look at the actual disc
Okay.
itself, the 4K UHD disc. Take a look at that and let's have that conversation.
Okay. And what is your opinion on high frame rate for movies? I want to see it. My opinion is I
Oh,
want as high as possible, but what's your take on that?
I don't like high frame rate movies. It I don't like the look of it. I just don't like the look of it. It's it looks artificial to me. If I don't mind I don't mind the frame rate increasing so as long as it does not look artificial. And what we have high frame rate, so case in point would be like Gemini Man, the disc version at 60 frames per second. I don't like that. It looks artificial completely. I do not like that movie at all.
Hmm.
But if we get into a frame rate where it does not, again, it does not look artificial, I will try it. I have no problem trying something, but
Do you think maybe so? But what is that you don't like? The facial expression, like the like how believable people look with that high frame rate when they are acting, like they look kind of fake. The acting, is that what you don't like, or
the overall image itself looks artificial. It literally looks artificial to me. So it's almost it's as artificial as you taking an iPhone or something and using their filters to make you look like a cartoon. It looks cartoonish to me because it doesn't look correct. I'm all for replicating frames to reduce, you know,
the judder?
motion, judder, and all of that. All for that. But the current high frame rate that I've seen so far, in actual movies that was done by said directors, I personally don't like it. That's just not my cup of tea.
Okay.
I know other people like it. I don't have a problem with that. That's their cup of tea. But yeah, that's just not something that I am
But you're,
interested.
of course, you're open to wait and see if someone can do it well, and maybe
Yeah,
use it.
I'm open to see something better. I know it
Okay.
can be better, so I'm open to seeing something better.
And what about sports? Do you think it's okay the what we have with the sports, or would a higher frame rate would be better for that?
That would be dependent on the technology that you're watching said sports on.
Hmm.
Because
Because
okay, go
most
ahead.
people today are watching it on sample and hold technology, which is going to be your OLEDs, both quantum dot and WRGB, and or an LCD. Those are sample and hold technologies. But if you watch sports on a plasma TV, you should know they
Yeah,
look much better,
yeah,
right?
much better. Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
I
but
mean, yeah,
that's
plasma TV for low frame rate is as good as it gets, I think.
yeah, that's just display technology itself. So yeah,
Yeah, and and Blurbusters is already he
yeah,
already has a bunch of solutions and
correct. Yeah,
things to
I know.
improve, things that can be done. But in my opinion, especially for sports, I want to see as high of a frame rate as possible. And I think most of the TVs now are 120 hertz, and it is a big missed opportunity to not have 120 FPS sports because they
Right.
are going to look more true to life, and especially if you do like a pay-per-view or something, you get a 1080p 30. That's absolutely sucks, in my
Well,
opinion.
that's gonna. I mean, you can't, that's not in the broadcast spec as far as I know. And I don't know if it's an ATC 3.0 or not, but we already know how ATC 3.0 is going so far.
Well,
Um,
I would totally understand that if it's a limitation. I understand low frame rate and low quality as a limitation. I mean, this live
yeah,
stream
this,
right
this is,
now.
this is a broadcast limitation as of now as to why we don't have 120 frames per second sports. That is actually a limitation for broadcast itself and equipment. They don't have it available yet.
That's what I would like to see. Is my point. But
Yeah,
I
no,
really
I
appreciate.
want to see it myself. I want to see it myself. And, you know, that was one of the major things when it came to HDMI 2.1. That's pretty much the only real feature of 2.1, picture quality wise, that anyone that doesn't do PC gaming would benefit with 2.1. The 2.1 spec is a 120 hertz 4K capability for sports.
So look, I don't want to take too much more of your time. I really appreciate your insights. I mean, I still have a bunch of questions. We have a lot of questions in the chat. But before we finish the stream, can you give us like a what was the like a calibration report? What was the results when you calibrated the S95D? How it came out in comparison with others that you've done before? You know, any effects on the anti-glare on the calibration report itself? Something to.
No, the only thing that I mean, the brightness itself, I can pull that up right now. It's like 1,500 and something nits, which is about normal. Let me see here. 1552 was the light output at a 10% window white for the 77 S95D.
What? 1552? You said?
Yes.
Isn't it supposed to be like 1700?
Depends on the panel.
Oh.
I've seen some that does 15. I've seen a lot that do 15. I've seen a lot that done 17. It varies.
Okay.
But that was the measurement that I got for light output color wise. His 77 has the latest, greatest firmware on it. So it has the firmware that's very similar to the S95F series. So it's different than the prior firmware versions. This was really my first time actually measuring that actual firmware on one of these Samsungs. So I'm not too okay with the color measurements themselves. I don't that's not an issue. I mean, that's not because the AR filter was removed from his screen. That has nothing to do with it. That's all 100% with the firmware update that Samsung did.
So wait, you're saying that because I also saw HDTV test mentioning that the S95D calibration got better over time with the firmware. So there's actually a difference. So Samsung has changed the picture quality of the S95D with firmware. And can you also share if that has happened with other models, like other Samsung? We know the S95B debacle. Aside from that, have there been any other changes with firmware updates with Samsung?
There's always been firmware updates with Samsung. However, this one that's on his 77 S95D is basically like it's almost like with LG going from WebOS 24 to WebOS 25. The feature set changed. So for instance, when you're selecting the color, it's no longer you keep it in auto with BT's 2020. As long as BT 2020 is grayed out, you get the good color on the S95D. No, not with this one. For this, you have to make sure it's set to P3 and in normal. Whereas on the S95F, if I'm not mistaken, you want it to be in BT 2020 in normal and then reduce the color to 20. Different. So this is my first one, so I don't have anything at this point to actually compare it to, but
see.
I will be comparing it to my S95D later on when I get back home, when I update its software to the latest one. So I will check it when I do it at home and see how mine fares compared to what he's done here with
Okay,
his removed screen.
but to have it clear, that difference is the software change. You have like this kind of
It's
bug or
software.
whatever happened, but
It's
it's not
software
like
change.
firmware update change. Samsung is changing the brightness. So that's what I'm asking specifically.
Oh yeah, no. I haven't seen any significant drops in brightness with the latest version of Samsung firmware update. I haven't measured it, but again, this was the measurement that I got in his filmmaker mode, and it's the same brightness level that I got in his game mode. They're
So
all measured 1500 nits.
So to be clear, you do as far as you are aware, there has been no brightness changes after the S95B debacle. The rest of the Samsung QD OLED TVs, have you seen any nerf? Has you seen the brightness going down with after a firmware update? Intentionally, Samsung lowering the brightness and the capabilities of the
I
TV.
have not measured it myself. No, I have not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that anyone else that it has happened to someone else. I'm saying I have not measured it myself.
Okay. Good to know. And with the S95B situation, I, based on what I've seen, they did that to improve HDR accuracy, EOTF tracking. But if you wanted your 1500 nits, you just max out on a pick and you get it back. Is that a fair assessment, or what's going on there?
For what? An
The
S95.
S95B that they initially was 1500 nits out of the box. It was less accurate. Then they improved the accuracy and they lowered the brightness.
That was for a host of factors. Yeah, that was for a host of factors that I am not at liberty to discuss. What you just said is just one of many reasons why that happened.
Okay, let's leave it there then.
Yeah.
So let's leave it there then. Luke, you want to say anything before we finish the stream? I don't want to take too much more of your time. Did you have people in the chat
that had questions or anything?
I mean, we have a lot. I mean, I will be here. We have a lot of comments.
Doing away, you can do some
If I can calibrate his displays and answer the questions, I will do that. But I have to.
Yeah, I get it. Do your job. So let's go there and read some of the questions in the chat. Look, also, if you want to say something while I'm reading the comments, you have anything to
yeah,
add?
well, I just want to say that, you know, a couple of things real quickly. There's a couple people that were concerned that the color luminance would get impacted by the AR filter being removed.
It did not.
And it did not. So you know, if one's concerned that when you take the AR filter off that you're not going to be able to get it calibrated or looking right, that's not accurate. Of course, you would need somebody, you know, like Dwayne or Cecil or Vincent or Greg Lowen or somebody like that to do this kind of level of calibration. But it's absolutely possible to get these TVs, you know, to a similar place as one with an AR filter, right? So there's no negative in that part of it. I think the other thing that really fascinated me is like, you know, the pioneers are bonkers. Like the stuff that Dwayne knows to do is way outside of anything in those AVS forums or what Dirty Gary has shared online. I mean, he was doing, you know, making it so the Rec 709 going to the service menu and changing the colors so that TV actually tracks for that for SDR. It doesn't out of the box like that.
It doesn't 100%, but now it does.
But now it does, and it also impacted positively the game mode, because game mode is what's the best way we can say game mode for that TV? It's pretty borked, right, from the factory.
Yeah,
like,
it's not like the game modes of modern TV.
Yeah.
That game mode, you know, 15 plus years ago was an afterthought, man.
Yeah. So he made game mode look phenomenal on that Pioneer now, and when
your sample doesn't have the red tint near black.
I didn't. Yeah, you said no, right? Now I guess apparently mine was reset, right?
It was reset.
I will also confirm I did not reset it. But yeah, no, he did a phenomenal job on that. So anybody out there has got you know, Kuru, or even like the late gen Panasonics too, you know, the VT60s, the
You know,
ZP60s.
any TV, in all honesty.
Yeah,
And
just
do you know
massive
about
difference.
the reset? Because the 60-inch, which is the one I have, was believed to not be safe for the reset. That you messed up the voltages and all of that. But Dirt Gary found a way to do it safely, and he did it in some, and he has a guide to do that. So do you know about that part, or
No,
like?
I don't venture into those forums anymore to look and see what anyone's doing currently. Um, I've been doing this stuff for years, so it's nothing new to me. Um, not to, put down what he's, contributed to, the community. It's just something I don't do resets. I don't recommend anyone do them. They cause more harm than they actually do good, in all honesty.
Yeah, but my Pioneer, it does have the red tint near black, so I would risk it just to see if that
Did you
if
say
it
you could
fixes
calibrate?
that.
Sometimes you can just
Yeah,
calibrate that
you
out.
can have you tried to calibrate the lowering of the grayscale to get that out?
No, I don't even see any calibration controls to do that. Do you have on the service menu calibration controls to do that?
You go into the service menu and you would use the RGB low controls on a lower stimuli pattern and adjust that to D65. See if your blacks are improved.
Okay. Also, one thing is, for some reason, I see something wrong with my Kuro. In outside of PC mode, I know the contrast is better. The blacks are are better, but the you don't get the full pass, 444 chroma, and I can see the difference on the desktop because I have yellow text with a dark background, and I see the saturation difference clearly.
Mhm.
So, but the biggest problem is not that. The biggest problem is that the sharpness is, I think, is perfect on PC mode, but when I use video mode, the sharpness, it has this slider that you have to change, and I don't feel like I can get it right. It looks over sharpened or
Or
blurry.
are you using enhancer mode 1?
I don't remember right now
You
the
gotta use
settings.
enhancer mode 1, and is it negative 13, right, out of 15 for sharpness?
Yep.
So, you know,
And that's only on the monitors. It's not for the 151.
yeah, what do you have? The
I
151?
have the 151 FD.
Okay, so that's a little bit different, right? Well, the enhancer mode is still you'd want on the
It's still the
1080p, right?
enhancer mode, but the sharpness setting, that it might be on, if I recall correctly, it is minus 15.
Okay.
Might.
So you need to check, Ariel, what enhancer mode you're on outside of PC mode, because I know what you're talking about PC mode too, because the 444 on there, yeah, you know, especially on a desktop or something with the text and colors and stuff, you can see a difference there. But
Yeah, but the deal breaker for me was the sharpness. I was not looking
yeah,
right.
I
Let
will
me read
also.
this.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna read the super chat. Thank you very much, buddy. 305 love. He's saying always happy to see and hear D Nice work his magic. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
You're
for
welcome.
that.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So yeah, so go ahead, Luke. So you were reading the comments while we were talking.
Yeah.
I was fully locked in. I'm sorry. I cannot do two things at the same time. I was paying
No, I
attention
get you. I
to what
get
he was
you.
saying.
Wait, I've been picking his brain all day long and learning a lot of stuff. I mean, I think really what it comes down to is, you know, when somebody's wondering what, well, could a calibration make it a big a difference on the picture? When he first walked in, and I calibrated the Pioneer by eye, right? You know, the grayscale and the white as much as I could. And the first thing Dwayne said when he walked in is like, "Oh, it's too red." And sure enough, as soon as he pulled out his stuff and set it all up, which by the way, he has this like crazy like what is it, a leveler thing, electronic leveler thing. So he's leveling all these things that you see, these two tools that he's got connected to the TV, so they're perfectly level, both of them. And when it's like it's a good 20, 30 minutes just for him to set this all up perfectly and get it angled right and everything. So the level of detail that goes into this, and when he goes through and think of it this way, so you got red, green, and blue, right, on these TVs. If one of them is more than the other, not perfectly balanced, they start to actually impact that, what I feel like almost like this neutral 3D depth type look to the image. And so now the Kuru looks, it's got like this three-dimensional neutral type look to it that it didn't have before. And there was no way, no matter what display I would have bought and done, without years and years of experience and knowledge, to get that TV to where he got it to. And quite frankly, the reason why I had him come over is I knew there's pretty much nobody else that could do a Kuru to that kind of level. So anybody that has one like that, I mean, you can, it totally made the TV look like next level, did not look at all like it did before. Incredibly impressed. The ISF day mode, by the way, can get quite a bit brighter than the pure in game modes.
Yep.
Or the PC mode. By the way, I think the PC mode is probably a little bit darker, if I remember right. I just feel it's not as bright as the ISF day. The ISF day is by far and away the brightest.
Your PC/game mode is 110 nits.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas your ISF day is
160, was there?
168.
168. So
Yeah,
so the
my
ISF day
my
can look pretty
my
bright.
Kuro is like 70, 80 nits full screen. Even going to the service menu and
They're all
lowering
gonna
the
do that.
ABL.
How about that? Yeah, that's normal. We're speaking of the 10% window. You know, when you're talking about your 4,000 nits, that's that's the size window we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, but these plasma TVs are fantastic, and that's where you learn that brightness is not everything.
No.
But the thing is, they are very colorful. I mean, the green color that I get on this Pioneer Kuro blows my LG C1 out of the water. It's ferocious. So even when it's not very bright, the saturation is beautiful. And of course, we have all the plasma, qualities. The screen uniformity is not perfect because I have dirt. The screen effect with bright uniformity is not great, but you open
Yeah,
full
those
screen
grays,
colors.
man, those grays, Ariel, they're cleaner than any OLED I've seen.
So yeah, grays are amazing. So
Yeah.
the uniformity stands out. Of course, viewing angles, the motion. Plasma
Yep.
is a special technology.
It sure is.
And the build quality of these Pioneer Kuros put all
Oh,
these
they're
TVs
tanks.
today to shame.
Yeah, they're tanks. Yeah.
It is a tank. You open the back of the TV, which I did, and it looks like something coming out of NASA. With the level of components that you see there, and the build quality is just next level. Actually, I carried my Pioneer Kuro myself on the back.
That's crazy.
To move, it was very heavy, 60-inch.
What?
I have a video showing how I did that by myself.
151. The 151 weighs more than the 141, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I went down four floors with that and walked like 100 meters with that. So it was a lot of a lot of work. So I bent the back of the TV because of the weight, the metal back, which is very strong. I bent that a little bit, but it still works. It didn't. I didn't break it. So someone here is asking, to that point of where you were talking about the 3D depth and all of that. So what does Dwayne think about the sentiment that plasmas and CRTs have more depth compared to LEDs in general? And he says Ariel claims that QD OLEDs are better in that regard compared to WRGB OLEDs.
That's going to be in how the display technology creates the image. Again, QD OLED, WRGB OLED, LCDs, whether or not they're, with regards to their backlight technology, they're all sample and hold technologies. That's totally different than plasma. Plasma just has this look to it that is, as many people have tried to describe it, and I can 100% agree with them with it, it just looks organic. That's the only word, the only adjective that really describes the difference. So you can't really replicate that on modern technology outside of perhaps certain front projectors. But from a flat panel, I haven't seen it yet.
Have you ever seen the 4K plasma or even an 8K? There is an 8K plasma that was created.
Didn't see the 8K. I did see the 4K.
Oh, you saw the 8K?
No, I saw a 4K, not the 8K.
Oh, 4K. And how was that?
I mean, it was plasma technology with smaller pixels.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically what it was. But I'm speaking more so of, you know, the Pioneer FHD1, and what was the other one? The Panasonic one, the gigantic was it 103-inch one? What was that size that it came out with? That was 4K?
I think it was something like that, but wasn't
Yeah,
that
big, yeah, huge.
100 watts or something?
Yeah, you needed a small power plant.
I think that's why the plasmas kind of ended up going away. Is well, one of the reasons was the higher the pixels, the more it's got to push, right? Wattage wise.
Yeah,
And everybody was keep pushing for brighter and brighter TVs.
correct.
And in order for do that, like, did you see? Let me ask you this: did you see that really thin Pioneer crew right before they went out? Do you know what I'm talking about at CES?
Prototype.
Yeah. Did you ever get the chance to see that? It was like, it
In
was.
person, no, I never.
It was, but it was a lot thinner than this guy, right? The 141.
Yeah, no, it was a little thicker than these OLEDs.
Yeah, that's impressive.
It was 9%.
Can you imagine if they had continued on with plasma technology? Where would we be today?
I've always said that.
Yeah.
So you think at this point the plasma TV maybe it wouldn't be as bright, but it could be like a lot better
No,
than what we have.
I mean, if they had money, you know, thrown at them, I'm pretty sure they could have created something that was just as bright as modern displays, but still be plasma based.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. Because the thing is, plasma TVs, the way they are creating the image, they are lowering the persistence. So it is flickering. You have 10 flashes. So in the majority of them, you have 10 flashes per frame. So you have 60 frames. Each frame flashes 10 times. And 2 or 3 out of those 10 flashes are significantly brighter than the rest. So imagine how bright. It's flashing the entire screen. So then it uses dithering to create the final image. So imagine how bright those flashes have to be to do like 200 nits or something like that. Because you are lowering the persistence 4x to it improves the motion 4x. So when you lower the persistence 4x, it means that you're losing minimum 4x brightness. And that is based on the Talbot-Plateau's law. So a plasma TV that's 400 nits, by full screen, a sample and hold would be like 1200 nits plus. It would be insane. So of course the power requirements would be insane, but I think what really killed plasma TVs is the build quality, the quality of the components. To have a TV like that nowadays would be crazy expensive. I mean, they were very expensive back then, like $7,000, $8,000. But imagine today that kind of build quality of a Pioneer Kuro. It would
be much cheaper quality-wise compared to what we were used to, 15, 18 years ago.
Oh,
Very,
really?
very different.
So CRTs were even more expensive than that when it comes to building it.
CRTs are crazy. If you look inside of them, they're just insane.
Yep.
Alien technology.
Any more questions?
Yeah, so let's see what we got here on the chat. So drop your question now. I'm gonna read the comments. So people saying, D-Nice is a legend. He's the reason I bought a Pioneer Kuro back in the days. That was expensive, like $10,000. That was crazy. I was happy to buy mine. I paid like $300 for mine. I was happy with that. But $10,000, that's a lot of money. First time I saw a Pioneer in person, I was so amazed. So yeah, drop your question. I mean, I didn't read the chat. I was speaking with D-Nice, but so someone is asking, does D-Nice prefers S95F or G5. So when we're doing this live streaming on HDR, you cannot rewind back. So we did touch on that. Yeah, no way. I mean, no. QD OLED is superior. That's the superior technology. I mean, I got him thinking. I asked him, what would you get, the G5 or the S90D QD OLED? And he thought about it. So that tells, of course, he goes with the G5 on that one, but he thought about it. So that tells you.
That's simply because of the higher APL capabilities.
Yeah, the G5 is so much brighter. It's not close. So of course, it's gonna be better. I mean, but yeah, QD OLED is the superior technology, and the S95F full screen is not as bright as the G5 with a white, but the thing is the colors, man. The color brightness of the S95F will be superior to the G5, and just the qualities, the inherent qualities of QD OLED. Yeah, man, S95F, it sucks that one connect box and the issues that you might have with that. Drops. By the way, D-Nice, what is your experience like right now? People with the reported issues with the one connect box on the S95F or S95D. Was that situation resolved, or do you still see that popping? What's the state right now when it comes to the one connect box issues and dropouts and
I don't see them anymore, in all honesty. So I don't have enough actual data points to make an opinion on it. I just know I haven't seen it personally in a very long time.
Is that more too? That looks crazy.
Well, that's great to know because that's definitely. I think, in my opinion, that the worst combination of a TV you can get right now would be the 83-inch S95F. It's gonna be great because it has the G5 panel and it's gonna be a great TV. But the thing I don't like is you get matte finish that you cannot remove, one connect box, and then it's Samsung, and then it's WRGB OLED. It's like all the bad stuff, not bad, but the things that are downsides on my book, all together on one TV. So yeah, that's the one I would not
think about with the LGs is that Dwayne or somebody else, somebody does come calibrate your TV, you can do a 3D LUT on those even in game mode, so you can have what did we say other in the Sonys too, right?
Well, the LGs you can have are the only ones that allow you to do the 3D LUT.
Yeah.
Sony and LG, both game mode, I mean, they're perfect.
Yeah, so basically, like, it sounds like if you want the best accuracy and you want somebody to calibrate your TV, it sounds like LG or Sony is the way to go, right?
Yeah.
If you want, like...
Well, now that in that new firmware...
Yeah, that's true.
You can do 20-point grayscale controls in game mode in SDR.
For Samsung.
Is that on Samsung? So is it working now? Because it's not working.
They work today.
Oh wow! So if I update the firmware, you think it might be coming with a firmware update that gets fixed because it's not working right now on my S90D. Well, actually, I didn't check after the last update. I didn't. Let me check now.
What do you have, 1310 or 1350 or whatever?
Let me check. I didn't check actually.
By the way,
so that got fixed with a firmware update?
I don't even want to check 20 point. I don't know if it'll work.
It's not going to work. I already know.
No? Oh, well.
We upgraded the firmware then?
That's on you.
I would say, yeah, because 20 points worth it, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just have to update that.
Okay, I'll check. So, one thing I wanted to ask you, D-Nice, if you have, so imagine you have a software on the PC or a mod in the game, like I'm thinking on this Reno DX creator, he can do a lot of stuff by changing the code of the game and all that stuff. So my question is, if you have a calibration report out of the box, you know exactly, okay, here are the problems with the calibration of the TV. It's crushing blacks, it is oversaturating this color, these are all the issues. So you have all the data basically. And do you think it's possible to have a software where you input the data? Okay, here is what the display is missing. It's tracking wrong here in this way. So then the software, based on that data, corrects the EOTF tracking by changing the game, by changing the source to be perfect based on the defects of the display calibration. What do you think about that? Wouldn't you be able to get it even more perfect than by calibrating it?
If a source can do that on its own, based on measurements that I provide to it.
Yeah. So basically, imagine you have a game.
It's calibrating it out.
Huh?
That's what it's doing. It's calibrating out the defects.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a different way of going about it.
yeah, it's a different way of going about it, but it means it's the same thing. It's unique to that specific source. I don't have a problem with it. Does that exist now? No.
Because I know someone who can do that.
Well, we need to talk seriously, because I am looking for someone who can do that.
Oh, well, let's get in contact, because I'm sure Carlos can do that. The Reno DX creator, I'm sure he can do that, because he can change the source. Like I think he can create the methodology, the algorithm, everything, where you input the information and he's gonna correct the source to make it perfect. You just need to give it the data, like how is the EOTF tracking of the display, and he's gonna change the source to accommodate for that. I think that is possible.
Yeah, I want to speak to him.
Let's do that. I mean, I'll get you in contact with him. Let me try. So what should I try? Right now it's very dark, like a 10% window, and just max out the red and see if that something happens.
What firmware version do you have?
The 1310. The thing is, I cannot open a test pattern or anything, because I'm playing right now the video, and it's everything is dark, so I cannot see to notice a difference. Well, I'll test it later. I'll test
that on that to see. On his 77 right now. See if it's a 1310 or a 1350.
Oh, okay. Because right now this is the. Let me check again. My firmware is 1310 is my firmware.
Okay.
So okay, let me get the read the
10.
comments.
You should be able to change it. So just go to the 20 point. Go to put 100% stimuli pattern on screen. Go to the 100% option, and then reduce red or increase, or actually just reduce red by like 15 clicks and see if you see a change.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now. That'll be great. Not that I can do anything, meaningful with that, but I can play with it at least. I think, by the way, one thing I really like about this S90D is, to my eyes, it looks very correct. Like the white balance, the colors, everything looks good. In comparison with other displays, this is the most correct display, like better looking display that I have ever seen. And I tried S90C, S95C, two of them, and 3 S90Ds, and all the S90Ds were the same, by the way. I mean, the out-of-the-box calibration that I see here, in my eyes, it looks the best, but I'm not sure if it's just my liking, or if it's the display is actually, better calibrated out of the box.
I got to you.
Or you want to use the other one? That's the
Yes.
So I'm doing. Oh, I lost my camera because I forgot to connect my phone to power, so phone turned off. But I'm still here. Everything is black, so let me get this test pattern on screen real quick, so we can try that fix. So I'm gonna have a white full screen, on screen for a moment. This is what we got. So I'm going to see if the 20-point calibration got fixed with a firmware update. So that's what I'm trying right now. Let me read the comments to see if we got some questions. So if Sony wants to sell more TVs, they need to be more competitive with pricing. That Sony tax just isn't worth it anymore. I think
we're
that
talking about Sony tax. It's really not a Sony tax because they're like, it has a lot to do, like, well, Dwayne, I mean, I think you could better explain it, right? But it's basically like, they get it a lot closer
Right.
to reference.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a better quality product out of the box in general, where with a couple of clicks here and there, you're damn near close to where you need to be calibration wise. That's what you're really getting with the Sony tax, but I do agree the current pricing delta between Sony product lineups and their competitors is too wide right now. The delta is too large.
yeah, and I think the problem is if they don't offer the same as the competition, they are behind. Like right now, like we are at 165 hertz and they're still at 120. So how are you gonna charge more money if you are inferior?
They're at 120. So. Well, they did upgrade the SoC recently, right? I think that was.
I could have sworn one of their product lineups was 144 hertz last year.
I think the Bravia 8 Mark II is 120 hertz. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I don't see any changes.
I'll be able to check it on Friday, I think. I have one to calibrate Friday.
What does this say?
It's an update now.
Setup?
Yeah.
Trying to set up.
Yeah, that's the proxy.
Hey, I didn't see any changes. I max out and reduce the red color to a minimum.
Oh, no,
and 10,000 nits HDR. I don't see any changes on the white.
You said okay. No. It's too late now. Just hit okay. Don't click agree and okay. Just hit okay. But it's fine now. It's too late. You already agreed to it.
Hey, we have KG in the chat. Thank you for joining, KG. I showed yesterday one of your videos showing the issue with the color with the BT2020. What Dwayne was explaining, that you have to go, BT2020, then change it to normal and all of that. So that was a good video. Thank you very much for sharing that.
He's saying it's not working.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I did is I was trying the 20 points calibration to see if it works on the S90D after the update. And I don't see any differences. So I use a 100% white 10,000 nits HDR, and I change it, and I don't see any difference. I don't know why. I have to try it later off stream.
That's the S90D?
S90D, yeah.
Yeah, that's strange. As I said, the game mode on the S95D, yeah, the 20 point for SDR definitely works.
Oh no, but I'm on HDR.
Oh yeah, no, not HDR, SDR. HDR is still broken.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But SDR didn't work previously, right?
Yeah, SDR did not work, not for me.
Okay, so what was the comment, Dan? He's so locked on the stream. I missed your comment. Oh, there was a Marcus comment. Gaming Tech here. I didn't see it.
Okay,
let me go back.
At least the highlight makes you feel that way, right?
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I was locked in with a conversation. I didn't see any Gaming Tech comment, by the way. I'm looking back. I don't see any. Oh yeah, here it is. Wow, well, that was a while back. Yeah, we have so many comments. I didn't see Marcus. Let's see what he said. Oh, we have NMD. He took off the anti-glare of his QD OLED monitor, and he made a video about it. Very good video. He was happy with the results. Yeah, Gaming Tech was here. a lot earlier.
I think I went G2.
So let's see what KG says. So are they all in the same room? So no, D-Nice and Luke, they are the same room. I mean, they are calibrating Luke's TVs, the S95Ds and the Pioneer Kuro. But I am not in the same room. I'm at home. So yeah, Sony price is not competitive enough. No, it's bad, bro. It's just too much money. You know, the thing I don't like about Sony D-Nice is they don't let you do, like, you know, get more brightness on the service menu or turn off ASBL. They don't give you the freedom to do that, and that's a deal breaker for me. I don't want to see dimming when I'm playing games with the HUD elements. And I've seen Sony dimming while gaming because of that in videos.
You have to buy a special version of their products to have that ASBL disabled.
Oh, really? And what is that special version?
They do have, it's the professional versions of, like, say, for instance, the A95L. Yes, they have a version that does not have the ASBL enabled at all. That does exist.
And so they want to charge you even more for that?
Yep.
So how much more? What would be it for a 65-inch? How much would that be?
I don't remember. I haven't looked at the prices on it in about 2 years now.
But like double? Double?
It's not. I don't think it's double. It might be double at this point in time. I don't know. I have no idea.
Service menu.
No.
Yeah, man, and that's the problem. They don't care about PC gaming. No, console gamers, I'm not so sure. They should have. I mean, Sony. They have the branding of the PS5 behind. It's such a missed opportunity for Sony. I mean, they should definitely have something like Samsung's Game Motion Plus for gaming on the PS5. That's a no-brainer to fix or improve a little bit 30 FPS gaming and 60 FPS to make it better. They just don't use what they have, in my opinion. They have an easy win. For me, Sony this year with the Bravia 8 Mark II had an easy win. All they had to do was, one, glossy finish, check the box, absolutely amazing. Two, you had to have 165 hertz. You cannot be more expensive and then be less. So 120 hertz, no. 2025 is 165 or more. They had an easy win with the Bravia 8 Mark II. And the other thing is, why would you make the TV dimmer? How is the Bravia 8 Mark II in comparison with the S95F when it comes to the brightness?
I've seen it one time so far. What I saw was that it just depended on the content and the APL of the content. Sometimes it was right there with the S95F. Other times the S95F was a little bit brighter.
But not a significant difference.
No, it wasn't significant. No.
To say that, oh, Sony's holding it back for no reason. We cannot say that.
No.
Okay, at least they got that right. But they definitely have to offer gaming features. They have to understand. Gamers, it's a huge market. What would you say the TV, the AV community when it comes to movie watching? Would you say that's bigger than gaming, or is it's hard to say?
Say that again.
Would you say that the market for in general, for people who are more into just watching movies with high-end TVs and all of that, would that market be bigger than gamers?
Are you saying video files versus gamers?
Yeah. Yes.
Larger?
Yeah.
Gamers is larger than video files, as far as I know.
Wow. So, I mean, Sony having the PS5 branding, even if it's not the same company, I get it, but most people don't know that and they don't care. They should definitely focus on gaming. It's a no-brainer. You get your PS5 best TV is a Sony, Bravia 8 Mark II, easy sell, and I don't know why they don't see that, Bravia 8 Mark II is $4,000. Yeah, it needs to be like $1,000 cheaper to compete. Yeah,
Yeah.
S95. Okay, go ahead.
I would expect them, I mean, they will align their pricing appropriately and accordingly as time progresses. That's just how it is.
Well, but they hold their prices very high for a long time. I mean, I bought two 65-inch QD OLED TVs for less than the Bravia 9 65-inch. That doesn't make any sense.
Remember, how do I turn off the mirror?
So I'm turning back on my phone
Network.
because they have all the screen dark, so I can at least see myself. So we have also Classy on the stream. So let's see what Classy says. So Classy says the 20-point isn't needed in game mode or filmmaker mode if doing the calibration in the service menu. So in the service menu of these Samsung TVs, do you have a 20-point calibration?
I don't go into service menu to do calibration on Samsungs.
But do you have the option that works on the service menu?
There are 20-point controls in there, yes. I just never
Okay.
use. Yeah.
And do they have control for closer to 0 to near black? Do they have more fine control near black? Because the 20-point calibration starts way too late, right?
For what, HDR? Are we speaking of HDR or SDR?
HDR.
The control points don't line up with code values, if that's what you're asking.
No, what I'm asking is if you have more let's say the TV is crushing blacks. My S90C is crushing blacks. A 20-point calibration is not gonna fix that because I cannot get close enough to lift the very beginning of the grayscale. I cannot do that. The service menu does that. There's a setting on the service menu where I can fix that.
There's 20-point controls. I wouldn't see if your 0.5% stimuli is clipping or it's too dark.
No, it's not. It's not. It's okay.
Well,
But below that is.
I'm saying hypothetically, if 0.5% stimuli was too dark, there's nothing in the service menu grayscale control wise that's going to fix it because the control set does not exist.
Okay.
So you can change some values in the service menu, but it's going to impact multiple code values.
Yeah. So for example, the HMPAT Peak W Plus for a static tone mapping, would that fix anything near black?
I don't mess with service menu settings at all for Samsung. So I would have to refer you to Classy on that one. That's not something that I do.
Okay. Yeah, I tried it. It didn't work. It affects everything, but for some reason near black it just doesn't get it. It's not affecting it, and I want that because my S90D is not crushing blacks like that, but the S90C is. So KG say, okay, just letting you stream it. That's really cool. Yeah, we're streaming it in real time. They finished calibrating already the Pioneer Kuro, and they're working right now. Is that they already finished the S95D 77-inch? He shared the calibration results, and now they're working on the S95D 55-inch. So Classy says that the Pro version of the Sony TVs are a lot more money and have no warranty. That's great. And red light failures. Well, there you go. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Regarding Sony TV pricing, is the higher quality control and durability. Well, but how are we talking about durability when the A95L had some issues that they have not fixed yet? And we're talking about a much more expensive TV here with red light failures and all of that.
That's going to be earlier build models with bad T-cons and all of that stuff.
Yeah. And let me ask you one question, and I think is very important, Dwayne.
Yeah.
How is the A95L the king of TVs when it comes to accuracy and how close it gets to the reference monitor when the tone mapping is not HGIG, like it's not doing what the reference monitor does? It's like based on my understanding, the information I've been given, it's like 4,000 nits target. But if you, let's say, if you set the games to 4,000 nits, it looks blown out. You have to set the games to like 1,700 or 1,800 nits, something like that. So how is that the king of TVs? That looks like a very messed up tone mapping, on my view.
First and foremost, tone mapping is an opinion on how to deal with luminance that exceeds the capabilities of your display. Reference monitors do not have tone mapping whatsoever. They hard clip. So in your scenario as to why the Sony is the king of TV has nothing to do with gaming. It has everything to do with the parameters that it was compared against the reference monitor with, which was movie content, not gaming.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, go ahead.
So for gaming itself, there is no such thing as the king of TVs with tone mapping involved compared to a reference monitor, because none of them would ever come close, simply because what people should be actually measuring as peak brightness on the display is what we actually call full field brightness. So any OLED, regardless of the WRGB or QD, can't get as bright full field as they can on smaller window patterns. So in that aspect, none of them would ever match up to 3110. Not even close, because they can't do 1,000 nits full field.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, that the tone mapping is an opinion. It's a matter of, you want to preserve more the highlight details and then lower the brightness to roll off earlier and all of that. I get that idea, and I understand if you're comparing different displays that their capabilities are different, you're gonna compare it with the same content to see which one shows the better or whatever. But for my case, which is gaming, where I can change the brightness of the content to be perfect for the display, I am more interested in how the display just looks if the content is right for it. So for me, if the display doesn't have HGIG, which is closer to what the reference monitor does, but of course we have ABL, that's undefeatable. So you're always gonna have tone mapping because of ABL. There's no way around that. But
No,
at least
it has nothing to do with ABL at all. In your scenario dealing with gaming, you need to start looking at what actual monitors were used in the creation of said games. What were they using, and what were the actual performance parameters of said displays? If it was something that does 500 nits full field, the only thing that you need to do to match that is have a display that does 500 nits full field, which would be an LCD at this point. But again, I get what you're saying with HDIG and all of that, but
oh, I lost you. I think the battery went out again. Maybe Luke has a second phone to continue the stream or connect it. Okay, let me read the comments. We have a lot of comments, man. I'm sorry, I've been focused on the conversation. So Classy says, no HDIG on Sony makes some highlights look really weird. Yeah, I think, why is that difficult to add HDIG? Sony knows how to do that. They have the reference monitor. I don't see why they cannot have just the option of having HDIG. But Take with KG says that the Sony game mode looks really good. Yeah, they do have a smooth gradation for on game mode, which is great. I like that. I would like to have that on all my TVs. But yeah, Sony pay more, get less. I like it a lot, but yeah, it's not as great for hardcore gamers. Yeah, I would like to try one day a Sony TV, but they're a lot of money, man. A lot of money. I like a lot Samsung because you get such a great price, especially on Black Friday. I mean, I bought a 55-inch S95C for $750. No, $670. Brand new, $670 for an S95C. That is absurd. Absolutely incredible. I mean, no monitor comes even close to that. So we have look back. So what happened? You lost the battery?
No, somebody's trying to call me. Apparently,
Oh,
these
the calls.
stopped the stream. Sorry. Can you see now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
I mean, as well as
Sorry,
we can see in
what
the
were
dark
you
room.
saying? Dwayne, what were you explaining? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he was explaining about the HGIG and the tone mapping being an opinion and gaming and all of that.
Yep.
So basically, my point was, I don't think it's acceptable that Sony doesn't have an HGIG option for gaming. And how I was saying, how can Sony be the king of TVs if their tone mapping is something weird like that? A 4,000 nits target, and then you have to set the content to like 16 or 1700. Otherwise, it looks blown out. I don't understand that. The dynamic tone mapping that they have.
All that.
It sounds messed up to me.
Again, from the shootout parameters, the Sony won based on what was being evaluated. We don't do gaming. We didn't do gaming last year. We didn't do gaming the year before that. We haven't done gaming at all. There's other variables in place to properly evaluate gaming across multiple displays. And then on top of it, in all honesty, I'm not even sure how gaming would look on a Sony BVM 3110. It doesn't do things the same way consumer TV do.
How it would look? It should look amazing. If I set the game to 4,000 nits, it's gonna be an explosion of.
You're speaking of it from a luminance perspective. I'm speaking of it from a full performance overall perspective.
Oh, like input lag and all of that?
All of it, yes.
Oh yeah, that might be terrible. I don't know about that part. But the motion clarity, I would really like to try the Sony reference monitor motion clarity, because it is supposed to be very, very good. And I know Sony can do it well, because I tried an old Sony LCD TV and it was great. It was like CRT motion at 60 FPS, and the flickering was almost not visible at all. So I know Sony can do a great job with that. And the thing is that
I think you would be very surprised at the motion on a BVM monitor. It is not something to call home about.
oh, it's not great.
Not from your standards, no.
No,
No.
I mean the flickering technology that they have.
They don't use black frame insertion and all that stuff with the reference monitor. None of that.
There is a feature that they have for black frame insertion.
They have a feature that you can purchase. I'm telling you, they don't use it when they're creating the content.
No. What I mean is, yeah, that feature that you purchased, that's what I'm talking about. FOMO shared with me a graph where you can see the brightness using that feature. The reference monitor can still be 1,000 nits with that feature on, and it is accurate too.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. No studio is using that feature to create content that you consume.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's available for you to purchase. No one is using it.
No, I get it. I just want to get the reference monitor and play a game on it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about that part. I want to see how good
I'm
it
looking
is.
for that too. I would love to see that too, to be honest with you. That'd be pretty bonkers.
I mean, if I was multi-millionaire, I would buy a reference monitor and
Yeah,
give
why
it a
not?
try.
Why not? It's only 32 inches though, right?
Yeah, but I would also hammer Sony for charging extra for that feature. I think that makes no sense. That is some Apple level of BS right there. I think that's wrong. But
At least they're not doing it on the consumer TVs. You got to pay money to change your brightness or something.
yeah. So yeah, we do have more.
They give them any ideas though.
So Dam is asking, what nit target do the Sonys even default to? That's what I'm confused about. The LGs are 4K, so even if you don't go into HDMI override menu, you at least know what to set the nits to. So his question, I understand. So basically LG has, when you use tone mapping off, LG has different tone mapping curves. And so you have 540, 700, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, and 10,000 nits. So when you're using the internal apps, that it automatically detects what the content is, and it changes the tone mapping curve accordingly. If you are using the LG TV as a monitor, then the TV doesn't get that information. It is null, so it defaults to 4000 nits. But you can go to the HDMI signaling override secret menu and change that. Mastering peak max CLL, you change the target accordingly, so you get it right. Sony doesn't have that feature or the ability to do that. I think that is a must, and every company should have that. What do you think about that? Did you hear what I said?
So what you're asking is the different tone mapping option of basically different tone mapping schemes dependent on the metadata that the display is receiving from the source, right?
Yes. Yeah, that the LG has all these tone mapping curves that you can actually calibrate and improve.
You only have
them.
3.
Huh?
1000, 4000, 10,000.
No, the reason why I say we have more is because when you go to this HDMI signaling override menu, I see on my C1, maybe they changed it, but on my LG C1 I see 540, 700, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, and 10,000 nits. And actually, it works. Like it changes the clipping point very clearly. So if I have a 2000 nits content, I change it to 2000. It's gonna clip at 2000. The whites, the colors of it's a mess.
Well, your C1 will never ever get to 2000 nits anyway, so that doesn't matter.
No, of course. It is just so you don't clip the highlight details, so you can see that basically. So
that actual menu is designed for content creators, and yes, I understand what it's used for. What I'm saying is, the average person who purchases an actual LG model, they're not using that. They're using the 3 tone mapping schemes that are available, which are the 1000, the 4000, and the 10,000. You tell it what percentile of lumens of the display do you want this tone mapping to start at.
Yeah, but that was added later. That I know what you're saying. That's great. They basically put that feature that was secret. They put it on the regular menu, and now you have those options like what you're saying. That's great.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is Sony should have that. Samsung should have that. I think that's a must. You don't?
It's great to have options.
But the thing is, look at my perspective. I'm on the PC. I play a Jennifer Gala video on YouTube. The TV doesn't get the metadata. It doesn't change. If I use HGIG, I get clipping on my C1. The only way I don't get clipping and I see the details is tone mapping off. It's the only thing I can do.
Correct. But take yourself out of the actual equation. How many people are going to actually do that you know of?
Well, I try to show people. That's why I have a YouTube channel.
Right, but I'm saying take yourself out of the equation and look at it from outside in. How many people do you really think are going to actually use that actual feature?
Yeah, almost nobody. I get it.
Yeah, so that's why it's kind of like when it comes to the other manufacturers, yes, it would be a cool idea for someone like us to actually have available as additional tool set to use. But from their perspective, it's kind of like the 1% of the 1% of the 1% are the only ones that are going to actually benefit for this. So why should we put resources into making that available?
That's a good point, but I would say put resources into it, because if you do, I have a YouTube channel, I have a platform, and I would actually recommend people to buy your TV because of that. Yeah, I think so.
I get it, but they're gonna say they're gonna get back with you on that.
Yeah, they're gonna tell me you're small, you're too small still. Yeah, we don't care
No.
about you.
They're not gonna say that. They'll say they're gonna take it up to the higher ups and they'll get back to you.
Okay.
That's gonna be their official word on that.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, let me. Also, let me read all the comments from Classy, KG, and then we'll go to. So Classy says everyone will watch content on their TV, and many will also play games. KG says they at least have a smooth gradation in game mode. Sony, that's good. I like that. Something other companies, LG, can say. Yeah, I like that. See, I'm not like a Sony hater or anything. If they have something that's better, I mean, one thing I want to ask Sony, if I go to CES, if I have the chance to speak with any Sony representative, is why they eliminated on their mini LED TVs, why they eliminated the flickering technology. I thought that was amazing. I tried an old Sony TV, it was 1080p. At 60 FPS, that TV looked like a CRT. Amazing. And the flickering was not visible at all. And it was 3D too. That's another thing I want to ask these companies. Why not 3D? So imagine Sony comes out with a Bravia 8 Mark II and they say, you know what? We have 3D for gaming on your PS5. Simulated 3D. Now you can play all your games. It looks like 3D. And that's the only TV in the market that has that feature. That's a no-brainer. I mean, that would sell a lot of TVs, don't you think?
Nope.
That would be great.
Been there, done that. Didn't work. That's why it doesn't exist now.
Oh, you think? Okay. So you think it would not? People wouldn't care about 3D?
Remember, 15 years ago, there were plenty of TVs on the market that had basically the 3D capability of taking 2D and then converting it over to 3D. How many consumers actually purchased those models to the point where the manufacturers found it viable to continue to have that feature?
But if they already developed the feature, does it cost more money to keep it? Because I don't think it will be too expensive.
If the majority's not using it, and because also the majority is trying to make, they want their TVs cheaper and cheaper. From a manufacturing perspective, you're going to have to start taking out stuff to reduce costs.
I get it, but Sony is the most expensive.
That doesn't matter to the grand scheme of the world. People are still buying Sony displays. I know countless people who buy Sony TVs simply because it's a Sony. They don't care about any other brand but Sony.
Yeah, same with Apple.
I could say the same thing about an LG and or a Samsung. It's the same principle. So, but what I'm trying to explain to you is, when it comes to having features and then removing features, if the majority is no longer using it, then why continue it? That's why you're now seeing the demise, finally, of 8K. No one's buying it at the volume level to sustain it in the market. So the industry is moving away from it. They should have moved away from it many years ago, but the trend is 8K is following the same path as 3D. You're going to always have your diehards that are going to continue to use it regardless, because they have TV that can support it. But general mass market, it's a flop.
I get your point, and you're right because that's what's happening. But let me tell you something. To sell, you want to separate yourself from the competition. Most of these TVs are about the same when it comes to brightness and features. These companies should understand that if your TV has 3D, it has the flickering feature, it has more settings, it has all this new extra stuff, you are unique. You see, it's like, why not? If it adds more to,
In the realm of making billions of dollars, what you're talking about does not make sense. In the realm of making billions of dollars, it's to have the maximum profits on said products that I sell. So adding features is not going to sell me more products. What's going to actually sell me more products is creating a more efficient product that I can sell cheaper to mass market so that I can have more quantity being sold, which is going to increase my profit margin.
Yeah, you're probably right because that's what's happening.
That's how the capitalistic world looks at things. So be very mindful, and this is, I'm not speaking directly at you, but I'm just saying, be very mindful of the stuff that you ask for and or the stuff that you pay for, simply because we have all of these cheap ass TVs and everyone complaining about these defects in TVs simply because mass market wants cheaper products. And they're okay with losing quality to get cheaper products because you can't have that balance where you can have excellent quality at a very low cost. Doesn't work like that in the capitalistic world.
I get it. I was gonna say it's like cars.
It's like
cars. You have
shoes, clothes, anything. It's the same principle.
Yeah.
So adding features that you want, yes, that's a wonderful wish list for a few thousand people. So that might be something that if they really wanted to, as a garage product, create a very special limited edition product lineup that had all of those wonderful features, and it was a limited run, and that was it. Great idea, but if you're asking or if you wanting them to introduce it into all of their model lineup or a set model lineup for an entire product lineup year, not going to happen. Simply because mass market is not wanting it at all.
Hey, and I perfectly understand. If I go to CES, I ask LG for this feature and that, or Sony or whatever, and they say, "Hey, it's just not profitable." I'm okay. I have nothing to argue against. I mean, if they tell me it's a money issue or like it doesn't make sense for their business, I get it. I don't have anything to argue against that. I just want to let them know that I would like them to add those features. Yeah, I understand. The example I was gonna put with the cars is like you have reliability, price, and performance. You can have two of them. That's what they say. So you either get it reliable, with a good price, or you get a performance and the reliability goes down the toilet, but the price expensive. You can get only two of those things.
That is absolutely correct. I mean, that's 100% accurate. So that's why for me, it's like when it comes to any and all of this, you're probably better off trying to find a third party that can create a external device that can do everything that you want it to do and be agnostic of display that you attach it to.
Yeah, but I think I have a point. I get you. I understand it, but I think I have a point. If I come to Sony and I ask them a very simple question, hey, you had this amazing feature before, so you know how to do it. Can you bring it back? Is that a problem? Would that cost you a lot more money, or would that maybe be something easy that they can add to the product? I don't think that's a lot to ask, because I'm not asking them to do something they don't know how to do or something new. It's something they already did.
No, you can ask them any and everything you want them, or what you would like to see for them to do. It's what is your expectation of the answer you think you're going to receive from them?
Probably, yeah. We'll bring it to the conversation on the headquarters, I think. something like
Yeah. And I can tell you in their lingo, that means hell no.
that.
That's what that means. I'm serious. That's exactly what that means. But that's
Yeah.
the polite way of them telling you that. They will bring it to their actual management at headquarters and see what they say.
Wow. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to win the battle.
Well, but see, that's why I'm saying, like, you have a lot of great ideas. I think it would be more productive if you were to take said ideas and find someone who can create it in a third party product so that you can attach it to any display that you want to
Yeah, like we're
attach
like
it to.
doing like an FPGA and doing like
Right,
what Mark
exactly.
does with a CRT. I mean, you know, like scan beam and something. Because Mark said that the idea is to have something in between the TV and your said device going to it in order to do that. Because let's face facts, for them to go and create this in live TVs, they may or may not do it. But an FPGA, you know, they could have in between it and it, you know, only maybe create 5 or 6 milliseconds of lag, which isn't much, but you get, you know, much better motion clarity.
Like, you get everything that you want.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the smarter way to get what you want done.
Yeah. Because Mark's gone and, you know, Ariel, Mark has already reached out to many of these different TV developers to get, you know, that CRT beam emulation in there, the scanning, you know,
Hmm.
one scan. And from what I understand, from what he's put in the forums, and it doesn't seem like many of them are really interested in doing,
Correct.
even though it would significantly improve the motion clarity. Well, let's face facts, if somebody saw, you know, two OLEDs next to each other, and one had, let's say, you know, motion persistence resolution of like what, 4 milliseconds or 2 milliseconds versus what we have right now, you'd see a mass. I think most people would see a difference between the two. It's pretty obvious. Yeah.
But look, LG with the G5, if they implement the same feature they had on the C1, just make it a little bit better, we could have right now better motion clarity than CRTs, far better. And it would still be very bright. It would be awesome. They could calibrate that so it looks good. The gamma looks correct. And it would be a no-brainer. For gamers, it would be absolutely insane. The gaming market is huge. If you have the G5 with that level of brightness and HDR impact, and on top of that you have a feature that's absolutely amazing, incredible, it doesn't exist for gaming right now, that's a huge selling point. And I think LG, they don't see that. If they see that, there's money
I
on
agree
it.
with you on that. We were talking about this earlier today, that whichever TV maker comes to the table and significantly improves motion clarity without an input lag, you know, negative to it, you know, they're gonna lock down that gaming market. Like who's playing like Call of Duty and stuff like that, or anything that requires, you know, a lot of, you know, eye tracking, right, with motion,
Yeah.
that somebody isn't going to sit there and say, "Oh yeah, this G6 is coming out and it can do like, you know, 2 milliseconds, you know, a motion persistence like for
Yeah.
60 hertz content." I'm talking Arial 60 hertz content, so you don't even have to feed it 120 or 240 frames per second. You just feed it 60, and it's doing
No,
that.
yeah, but the
Like
thing is, for
they lock
60,
it down right there. They lock it down right there.
yeah, I agree. But I think, 60 may be a flicker for some people and all that stuff. They need to improve the feature. But the thing is, it is definitely possible. It's not even a question. The G5, with the brightness that it has and what LG knows how to do, G5 could be the most clear display ever, and it will still be very bright, and they could calibrate it and it looks correct. So nothing will come even close. So I mean, I think that's an easy win for a huge market. Gaming is a huge market. You saw a GTA 6 trailer coming out yesterday. Look
Yep.
how many millions of views that has.
Well,
So
yeah, no, it's huge. They're, you know, yeah, I think, you know, Dwayne was saying that we're probably not gonna see anything like this until they bring out like 240 hertz TVs before they start messing around doing stuff like that.
yeah, so
Probably isn't gonna be for a couple of years.
Classy says HDIG will closely track PQ up to the TV limit. On the C2 is like 800 ish. then clip above that. The override menu would set it to 2000. So yeah, he was basically explaining the difference between using top mapping off and changing the targets and all of that than using HGIG. I really like the LG features, man. If LG had a QD OLED with all those features, it would be a no-brainer. Would you say in general people definitely prefer LG with the interface and the settings and all of that than Samsung or Sony? I only have experience with LG and Samsung, but I definitely do. I prefer all the LG, tweakings, settings, and all the stuff we have.
I don't care for either manufacturer's user menu right now.
No? Okay.
I think they both need some work. My case this year with the G5, the remote that has zero capability of get to the damn inputs is the worst step back ever.
Oh, you mean that they changed the remote that doesn't have the 1, 2, 3 buttons and all of that?
There's no input button on it. So it's like a Samsung remote. You have to go to the home menu and then.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that at all, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least with Samsung, you can get the old remote. I guess with LG too, right? Or the service remote you can get on the LG.
Yeah, I mean, you can always purchase another remote. What I'm saying is what comes in the box is a step backwards in actual usability. I understand what I guess their focus group showed them. I always want to know where they find these people for their focus groups.
It's not us.
Right.
It ain't us.
Can I be a part of this group? Let me be a part of this group to figure out what these people are, what's really going on.
I think Sony's new remote I like a lot, and it passed the parent test. I gave it to them, and it works for older Sonys, and it's got all the buttons you need on there, so it's nice.
So, someone is saying here, I would rather have a 1080p plasma than a cheap 4K LED. Let me tell you, D-Nice, the reason why I started this YouTube thing and I opened the YouTube channel was because I bought a $25 Panasonic plasma. It was the TCP42S1. It was like $1,000 MSRP. Oh, I think you reset the phone or someone called you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Someone called me.
Oh,
Sorry. I don't know why is it kicking me out of this thing when somebody calls me. I don't get it. I mean, I'm not picking up, obviously.
Yeah, so it seems like your microphone changed or something because you're super loud right now, or maybe you changed the angle. Well, what I was saying is, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, can you see this?
So yeah, basically, yeah, I see it. Basically, the reason why I opened this channel was I was blown away. I was like, man, $25 for this plasma TV. It looks amazing because I was, I bought the plasma to save the money, wait, buy some time to get the OLED. I was blown away. I'm like, $25, you get this quality, people need to know. So I started making videos because of that. So to this comment that a 1080p plasma is better than a 4K, than a cheap 4K LED, absolutely.
I'd say so.
It's not even close.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely hunt for a cheap plasma TV. I mean, even if you have one of these high-end displays, if you are a display enthusiast, just to look at it, see what plasma, the way it looks, is unique. It's very unique. It's not better than a QD OLED and, picture quality. Of course not.
For sure.
But it is special. It is different. And so I really, really like it for what it is. So I'm going to put a question here. Luke, if you can take over, can you read the chat where you are?
Yeah, let me grab.
Yeah, so I would ask you to take my, for a moment, so I can go and take a piss. I need to go and take a piss for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been here for like 3 hours already.
Okay.
If you need to go for a moment too, let me.
How do I clicked on the chat thing here and it doesn't show.
Oh no, don't worry about it. You can. Oh yes, you can, but you are doing it on StreamYard, so it wouldn't work. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be kind of a black screen. Um,
Yeah, I
so
can't
yeah,
see chat. I could pull up YouTube and look at the chat.
we'll see if that works. So we have let's see, we have a question. So Classy says you have to hold the AI button on the LG remote to change input, and have to hold volume to mute. Yeah.
I know how to get to it by alternatives, but
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
there's no instruction set that comes with it to say, hey, if you hold down such and such button, you can actually get to this actual menu instead of just having the button itself there. That's my point.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the old remote. I don't know why they changed it. Are you did you figure that out, Luke?
Can you hear us talk? Can you
Yeah.
tell me, like, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, I can see the chat, but I think when I'm looking at the chat, it doesn't show video. I don't know why.
Oh, that's
Or can you still see video?
no, I cannot see video of you when you are out. But that's okay, man.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a moment. I'll take a piss and be right back.
Okay. Yeah, let me go through and look at the chat here. Let's see here. When do you think a QD OLED 83 inch will come around, Dwayne? Yeah, I think a lot of people thought it was going to be shown this last time, and it didn't. Never. Hey, Cecil, how did you how do you adjust the colors in game mode? The CMS doesn't work, obviously. So it's like, what are you doing to fix the color on that?
You can't really fix the color on a Samsung. You can go into the service menu and you can change settings here and there and this and that, and it'll look great for a certain set of colors that you're aiming for. But then if you measure another set of colors, they're worse. The only genuine way to resolve color issues on these Samsungs is to use an external 3D light box. That is the only way to correct colors.
Okay. Yeah. Classy says the A90J remote's the best. That's the Sony one. That's the one I bought for this.
Yeah, I agree with him on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the backlit one, right? Where, yeah, that's the one I got for this guy here. I bought it. You can use that on all. You know what's so funny, Dwayne? I can use that remote on a 1995 32-inch Sony XBRs that I have, and every single button on it pretty much works. Like the menu, the volume, the power button, and the input button. It's crazy. That's 30-year-old TV, and I can use the same remote now. It's crazy. S95D, the CMS does work in game mode BT 2020, but it's very funky. Yeah, weren't we seeing you had to do crazy changes and it just wasn't doing it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we weren't like, he wasn't able to like get it right with that.
That's what I'm saying. It's too many pros and cons to trying to correct color on a Samsung with the feature set that a Samsung has built. You gotta have it.
I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that ultimately at the end of the day, you can get a Sony or an LG more calibrated more accurately, I would say, in at least game mode. Yeah, by far. Yeah. So I think if one is going to pay the money for a calibrator and have it go to like this very finite, very accurate detail, I think going LG or Sony just makes more sense going down that road, right?
Yeah.
Because I think we're seeing with the Samsungs, like he's not going to be able to get it like he could in LG or Sony. You can't, right?
So Sony has more settings than Samsung to calibrate
Yeah,
better settings.
well, Sony's got 20 point, and then I think didn't you say both Sony and LG have 3D LUTs too, or no, or
No,
just LG?
LG.
That's right, LG only.
Sony has great out of the box color because of their engineering.
That's right, you said that, yeah. So they're just from the factory, Sony's just gonna be closer to accurate.
So how is the process?
Huh?
You see, we cannot see
Sorry, what did you say?
the screen very well. How is the process going with the calibration? Like what is
Yeah,
he
we're
doing
just
right
what
now?
were we saying just now?
Calibration went great except for it calibrated the wrong damn mode.
Oh no.
It switched over from filmmaker to movie. So your movie mode is perfect. Like this is your grayscale. I mean, it's perfectly flat
Yeah,
with 250 nits of light output.
yeah.
So you have an extra calibrated mode.
Oh, okay.
So let me just measure this the way that it is.
Yeah, so basically like
I don't know how this thing switched over.
the L it sounds like the LG by far and away because of the 3D LUT that you can get as close to reference as possible, right? In a consumer TV, I would say, right? Because of the 3D
That one,
LUT?
yes, because of the 3D LUT capability. I'm speaking more so on the SDR side.
Yeah.
On the HDR side, you have to go through some additional hoops to attempt to do any type of LUT outside of a matrix. It can be done. It's just that you can't do it in CalBand. You have to use not light space, color space, and specific patch sets to 3D LUT calibrate HDR on an LG. But beyond that, yes, because of the feature set on the LG, you can get it damn near perfect. It's just going to take you some time.
Yeah.
Whereas with Sony, like I was telling you, Sony, you can get almost as good of a color calibration from a Sony in, let's just say, an hour compared to 9 hours worth of work on an LG.
Yeah.
That's the Sony engineering quality that you get with the Sony tech.
And that's why you're paying more. Yeah, that's why you're paying more is for that. So I think that what it really comes down to is like for movies and TV, if you want super accurate out of the box, going to the store and just buying it, it sounds like Sony's a very safe choice for that. If you want like really good gaming and the capability of 3D LUT and all that, LG's the way to go. I think out of three, so it sounds like Samsung's the worst of the three. Like as far as options and honestly just from like the menu system and
I wouldn't call it worse.
the other two seem better to me in that regard, the menus and stuff.
Hey, D-Nice, people
Mhm.
want to know what is your opinion on RGB mini LED?
I can't hear them.
What's your opinion on
Okay.
RGB mini LEDs?
RGB mini LEDs. We've had this conversation, you and I did.
Yeah, we did.
I am not a fan of any LCD technology outside of what is used in the reference monitors. I am 100% pro reflective display technology and self-emissive display technology. I don't really care for transmissive at all. So for me, I personally would be happy when Sony walks away from transmissive display technology for reference monitors and goes back to self-initiative. The technology exists for them to do it now. They just haven't done it yet.
So I think they might, LCD prevails because it's cheap, right? They just make more money with it, it seems.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's a mature technology that it's all profit at this point. They're not paying any money back into R&D or anything like that. That's long gone. They're not, and at the same time, they're not inputting any additional R&D money into LCD technology whatsoever. Adding more dimming zones is not R&D. That's just adding more dimming zones.
Yeah, and for me, the biggest problem I see is for gaming. Is the TV gonna look the same? Because most likely for gaming, the processing to get the picture quality, it cannot work because of the input lag. So it's a different TV for gaming. So I wouldn't care if that's the case. I would not care about how good it looks without gaming, because that's what I do. I just play games.
I think it's a brighter thing too. When you go in the stores, they're by far and away the brightest TVs there right now. The Bravia 9 is pretty freaking bright.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's nice, shiny, bright.
Yeah.
That's going to attract people.
Yeah.
But again, for me, the G5 and the S95Fs, they can hang right there with the Bravia 9 on the showroom floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's no issue with it.
Yeah, I think the only advantage of those mini LEDs is price and full screen brightness, right? Like, other than that, there's nothing else to.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's basically LCD is trash. That's not trash, right? I mean, you get the idea. It's like, why I keep doing it? We need perfect blacks. After you see perfect blacks, it's hard to go back from that. I mean, mini LED has perfect blacks, but you get the idea. Perfect contrast. So. Okay,
So you were asking how the calibration's going right now. So what are you doing, Filmmaker right now? In movie mode?
By accident.
By accident, I guess we're doing movie mode right now. You already did Filmmaker, right?
No.
And let me ask you, D-Nice, how about the 3000 nits on the S95D? You don't, so you wouldn't consider trying to get it as accurate as possible with the 3000 nits, or would that mess up the EOTF tracking?
I would get it as accurate as possible. If I have to sacrifice some nits to get accuracy, that's fine, because I know content. I know what's there inside the content. The chances of you seeing anything in a piece of movie content that is on the screen greater than 5 to 10 seconds at that nit level is, you can probably count on one hand how many pieces of content that you'll see that on.
Yeah, it would be for gaming only. No, it would be gaming only, where you can set the
yeah, but I don't game, so I can't.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. So, hey, I was gonna ask you about the Kuro calibration. I noticed that with different window sizes on the Kuro, because I see you're calibrating, you change the window size and all of that. The white balance of my Pioneer Kuro changes dramatically. With a smaller window size, it's cooler. With a bigger window size, it's warmer. Was that a problem? Was that normal, expected?
That's normal with plasmas. What you try to do is you have to basically do it in between. So you don't calibrate really for 10% windows, and at the same time, you don't calibrate for full field windows. You calibrate on a specific APL. And if you know the APL, then you know what to calibrate for. Like for me, I don't even have to put up APL patterns, because I already know if I measure full field and I measure a 10% window, I know where to aim for to be in between, that the regular content is going to look most correct.
So
except for the outlines of the full field whites and stuff like that.
So that's in general for plasmas, not only the. The photo.
That's for plasmas. Actually, no, that's actually for LCDs also.
Oh, really?
Because of the local dimming algorithms. They're not linear when that actual system is turned on.
Well, I
Most
kind
people
of.
don't know that.
Do you calibrate with local dimming on or off on the LCDs?
Off.
Off. Okay.
Because the variation in the actual algorithm is so dynamic, you'll be chasing your tail forever
Yeah.
trying to calibrate it with it on.
Okay.
So Classic says that out of the box, Sony is the only company with an accurate game mode out of the box. But beyond that, I would say they are third for gaming in general.
And I would say they are not accurate at all out of the box based on where they should be. Sony has their own color look for their out of the box image. I understand the history behind it. However,
That's
that's
the
from
Judd. That's the Judd stuff.
basically, yes, you can call it the Judd, the Judd target. However, content creators don't use that. They use D65 white point. So I've, given them the feedback that, hey, you need to align with what the content creators are actually doing with your actual products. They're not using what you spend all that money to do a research with Konica Minolta on. They're not using that at all.
So can you explain? So that's like an alternative white point that they think is better or something. Can you explain what that Judd is? Or is it more blue, more green? What's going on with that?
No, it's
Oh, we lost the connection again. Oh, another call. Seems like a lot of people are calling Luke. Every time they call Luke, we lost him. Man, we had so many comments. I'm gonna read all of them.
that did not have wide color gamut.
Sorry. All everything you explained, I didn't see it because the video went out for some reason. Can you start again?
Yeah, I was saying way back in the good old days when dinosaurs walked the earth, Jesus was still alive and all this and that. We had displayed technologies that did not have wide color gamut. And then wide color gamut displays came on to the, playground, and it broke our actual color method in simplest terms, as far as how we perceive color in actual doing calibrations and et cetera, from a I guess from an instrument perspective, and how it correlates to how we see things with our actual eyes. So what has happened now is any wide color gamut display technology, so that's going to be basically at this point everything. If you were to put it side by side, calibrate it perfectly at D65 using the CIE 1931 color format, that basically everything that we consume as consumers video wise, from games to movies to everything, forever, that's what we consume. That's what it was consumed, or basically abide by creation wise. It doesn't look the same between display technologies anymore. So what Sony attempted to do was, when they originally introduced the X300 OLED reference monitor to post production, they got an overwhelming feedback from their clientele that when calibrated to D65, the shade of white that they were looking at on screen compared to their other displays that they had in their suites, which at that point in time were more than likely CRTs and or non-wide gamut LCDs, they looked too green. So what Sony did was, it originally they started creating certain offsets that they would provide, and they, shifted and changed depending on, the time span, or when you asked them for it. Finally, they contracted Konica Minolta to do uh, uh, basically a research um, evaluation on color and metamerism failure, or metamerism is what it's really called, um, to see how can they get their X300 to look over a multitude of colors equal to or as close as possible to the legacy reference monitors at that point in time. So what they finally, based on observations with different people and part of that group, they came up with a specific set of coordinates, which is now known as the Judd offset, which is I think it's X 3067 Y 318 or somewhere around there, somewhere in that coordinate range is what it is. But essentially, what they did was they took out green. That's really all they did. But as time progressed, everything became convoluted in different display technologies and content creation, where everyone decided, they would say, forget it, we're not going to do all of these offsets and stuff. We're just going to use D65 on our reference monitors. So now what they're doing with the current HX 310s and 3110s are the majority of the studios are requesting that their, you know, calibration engineer or, color scientist calibrate those displays to D65 and then match any client monitors, whether they be QD-OLEDs or LCDs or WRGB OLEDs, to match that actual reference monitor that was calibrated to D65. So that's where now Sony consumer displays are out of scope compared to what content creators are actually creating with their reference monitors with. They're not using, again, this Judd offset. They're using D65 now. That's what they have not caught up with. So one day, hopefully, they do another, I guess, research and basically make their product lineup from LCD to QD OLEDs to WRGB OLEDs, whatever display technology that they choose to make. They make whatever offset they want to choose, where it aligns far more closely to a D65 calibrated HX 310 or HX 3110. Hopefully we get that soon, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
I don't th- I don't know why they would do something like that. Like, it makes no sense to have like a different white point, like an alternative white point or something, because that is just like a like a creative freedom or something like.
No, it makes sense. No, it makes a lot of sense because the goal is to ensure that different display technologies looks the same per the eye of, the viewer. That makes absolute sense because as we continue from I guess, a metrology perspective, they're still trying to figure out basically, in simplest term, a new color formula to use to ensure that these newer display technologies all look the same if calibrated to the same exact coordinates.
But that doesn't happen, right? So I think we lost him again. So yeah, I popped the chat on the screen because it's almost everything is black. So at least we have the chat on the screen, and then I will be highlighting. I'm gonna ask this question, so I'll be highlighting the comments one by one, and when I see a question I'm gonna ask D-Nice. So I think he should be back.
Alternative, the white point
Wait,
has
wait.
to
Wait, I
align
lost
to
you.
a
Wait.
hero white point. And
So
right
I'm sorry,
now,
D-Nice. I'm
that
sorry.
hero white point is
Maybe he cannot hear.
D65 for a given reference monitor.
Sorry, D-Nice. Can you hear me? So I think I lost you right at the beginning of that explanation.
Yeah, I lose them.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes. So I think I lost you at the beginning of that.
Yeah, he
Explanation.
let me preface, let me paraphrase. He was just saying that they're calibrating the display so to the eye they all look the same regardless of the technology.
Oh,
He's
technology.
going to actually have to do that with my Z8H. He's going to, what you say, you're going to go and color match it to the OLED.
Match the white point.
What?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Based on what I've seen, if you calibrate to D65, your WRGB and your QD OLED, they still look different, and then you have to use your eyes to fix the WRGB. How does that work?
That's an alternative white point.
So that's what you do. You use your eyes so to get it right with the QD OLED as a reference.
Correct. Well,
But let me ask you, how are you so talented to do that? If you have to use very expensive equipment to get it right, how can you then after that just use your eyes and fix it?
We're gonna
It's not that easy. Wait a minute. See, that's kind of a loaded question. So no, you have to realize that these sensors right here are basically tied to a. Hold on one second here. They're tied to a color matching function. So the color matching function, which what I was saying earlier is just a color formula. It is what we call D65, okay, for the white point. Red, green, blue, and the secondary colors of cyan, magenta, and yellow, they all have their specific coordinates for Rec 709, P3, and BT 2020. But if you use those coordinates, depending on which technology you're trying to calibrate towards those coordinates, you put that technology side by side to another technology that has a completely different, what's called a spectral distribution spectral power distribution signature. Is almost like a fingerprint of how the light comes out of the actual unit itself. You are going to see differences in color because the color matching function was never designed to work with our modern display technologies, which are called narrow bandwidth display types, or they're not wideband, I should say, like, old CRTs and, CCFL LCDs, and more importantly, plasma displays. Those were wide bandwidth display types for SPDs. We don't have those technologies anymore. We have these narrow bandwidth things that look like, let me find something here. Hold on, let me get this right.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures, like the electropower distribution pictures of WRGB versus QD OLED. QD OLED has the narrow red, green, and blue.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up the G5 one real quick because I do have that. Hold on a second.
But I mean, based on what you're telling me, why can't they just create an instrument specifically for WRGB so you get it right? You don't have to, tinker with it. Because what if you have to calibrate and you don't have a QD OLED?
It's the formula that's broken. It's not the actual equipment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the formula itself. So
that should be an even easier fix, like a firmware update or something to just fix the formula.
no.
No.
No. Not that easy.
And let me tell you, I wanted to ask you about that specific thing because I tried to use my eyes to get the white balance of my S90C, which is too warm in comparison with the rest of the QD OLEDs that I've tried. It's too warm, and warm 2 is too warm. And I
Mhm.
tried to get it the same as my S90D, and no way. I thought I was gonna be able to do it by just going up and down for 2 weeks. No, I did not get it even close. So can you use your eyes and get it close?
Can I use my eyes to get what close?
For example, my S90C is super warm out of the box in comparison with my S90D. I tell you, okay, imagine S90D is reference, even when it is not. Can you
Can
just match it?
could I if could I match it to the other display? Sure.
Okay.
Would it be perfect? No.
No, but it will be close to it. That's all I'm asking. Would it be close to
Right.
it if you?
It would be closer. I don't know how close it would be, but
Okay.
that's because I am very familiar with what D65 white should look like.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to match it closer to D65. I'm saying, can you make it the same as the S90D, regardless of how far that is from accurate?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I can only do what's inside of the scope of the display capabilities itself. So I could match up white between the two displays. I could probably match up red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow up to a certain degree. And when I say certain degree, I'm speaking of the luminance saturation level between the two displays because one's brighter than the other, of course. So I can do it up to a certain point, but after that, no.
Because I would like to learn how to do that. Because ultimately, here's what I want to do. I want to have three 65-inch QD OLEDs with NVIDIA surround with my GPU. So it would be a single display. So I would have two vessels in my peripheral view with a center display. And of course, they need to have at least the same white balance. Then the brightness, I can just lower it or something. But I need to be able to match them, at least get them close so it doesn't look so obviously different.
So then why don't you just get it calibrated?
No. But of course that would be better. But the what I would like to know if it is possible for me to learn how to do it, or do you need talent for that, like a
No, you can
painter?
learn how to do it. No. What you would do, so say for instance, you had in your scenario, three QD OLEDs, right?
Uh huh.
Pick one of them to be the hero monitor. Okay. Out of the three, pick one of them to be your main monitor.
The
And then
S95F.
whichever one you want it to be,
Okay, okay.
doesn't matter. With the other two, the only thing you're going to do is you're going to you could put up, I would probably put up 50% stimuli gray and match them between all three. And I say that because if you do full field white, your eyes are your pupils going to start to constrict, and on top of that, it's going to be very very familiar really quick. Whereas with a dimmer pattern of gray, you can fiddle with the shade of gray a lot longer before you become acclimated to said gray luminance value. You're still going to have to take breaks from looking at it because you're going to become acclimated to it. But it's just faster and easier to do it at 50% gray than 100% white. But yeah, you can do that
But what is
by
the
eye.
strategy? Do you have a strategy like you first, for example, my strategy,
Yes.
what I tried to do
Number
was
one,
okay. Go ahead.
right. Number one, pick which display is going to be your hero display. That's number one. Number two, match all three displays' brightness to be equal. Okay. Number three, put up a 50% stimuli full field gray on all three screens. And then number 4, adjust the either the red and green or red and blue, whichever combination of your grayscale gain controls to match the other 2 displays to whatever you decided to be your hero display.
So what I tried to do, it didn't work, but let me tell you, see where I made a mistake to see. So I tried to get the warmness first, right? But I noticed that you can get the same warmness with different combinations. That's why D65 is a coordinate, right? So if you're talking about like color temperature, you can get 6500K with different combinations of red, green, and blue. Is that correct?
You can get to 6500 Kelvin, yes, through multiple combinations of red, green, and blue. You're correct on that.
So the thing is, how can I match the warmness if I don't know the combination? So what I tried to do was to play with the blue. So I didn't touch anything. First, play with the blue and try to get it equally as warm first, and then go from there. But
It'll be different on each display, wouldn't
See,
it?
that's the thing. You're losing me with your choice of adjectives. D65 white to me is not warm. I can understand it may be warm to someone else if they're used to looking at it overly blue white.
No. I'm saying the warmness. It's not making
what
it
is the
warm.
warmness though? What does that mean?
So making it look white, like what looks white to me. Like it doesn't look. So I am focusing 2 things. One, I don't want it to look yellow, like warm, and I don't want it to look magenta or red, and I don't want it to look green. So it's like it's perfect. Yeah, perfect.
So it's the perfect shade of white to your eyes. In other words,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay, so in your scenario, whatever you choose to be your hero display, you set that display to have the perfect shade of 50% gray. Okay? And then you match the other 2 displays to match it. If you want to do it with full screen white, that's your choice. That's fine. But you have to start with one display to get it to where you want it to be, and then you match the other 2 to match that display.
That's what I did, but what I did was try near black first with a low point, and then white with a high point.
You're right, and you're going. I understand where you're going, but see, you're trying to circumvent having tools to do this in a more efficient and faster manner. That's why I said just get it calibrated. Just get you a in this case, probably you'll just be okay with getting a I1 Display 3 and finding an EDR that matches your OLED display, using that to calibrate your hero monitor to D65 or whatever white point you want it to be. And if you want it to, you can calibrate the entire grayscale to that white point. Then you adjust the other 2 displays to match that.
Okay, I'll try it. I like my S90D, the white. I think is perfect. I don't have no complaints with the white on my S90D. I do have with the S95Cs that I tried. I think it was too blue, and with the S90C, I think it's too warm.
Okay, so then if you want to do this without equipment, you're going to have to get 20 slides of gray from 5% stimuli up to 100% stimuli. Display them on all 3 displays, right? So on your S90D, which is the one that you love the most, that's your hero display. For your other 2, you're going to have to go point by point and adjust it where it matches what your S90D is showing on the same point.
Yeah, that's a beautiful idea. What I don't know is where to start. Do I lower the blue, or do I lower the red, or do I lower the green? So I don't know.
You won't know that until you actually put the pattern up on all 3 displays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, So it is possible. So it's just a
Yeah,
matter
I
of.
mean, yes, it's possible.
Yeah, or Dwayne could come and just do all three and they'll look perfect.
Yeah, I'm saying it's possible. It's definitely possible for you
Yeah.
to eyeball it. Yes, which is what you're trying to do, but it's not efficient to do it in that manner.
Sounds good. Well, Classy says that next time I'm near you, I can at least do your service menu D65, and you can play from there. Let's do it, and that would be great content too.
There you go. Yeah.
Let's do it. So yeah, thank you very much for your time, D Nice. I think we've learned a lot,
No
from
problem.
just hearing you. Um, how is that? How is that calibration going?
Oh, it's going. It's just taking a little longer than expected, but it's going.
Usually, how long it takes you to calibrate a mode, like let's say game mode? How long will you take to?
On a Samsung,
Uh huh.
in general, uh, 30 to 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. And is there place for endless pursuit of perfection? Like let's say you have it at home and you're like every day trying to know. I think I can get it like 0.00 better or something like that. Or once you set it, it's like, oh yeah, this cannot be better.
There is a OCD if you're asking about getting to be as accurate as possible. Yes, that does exist. Um, I literally spent 4 days calibrating the G5 that I have. 4 days. But I was trying a whole host of things at the same time to create a workflow where instead of it taking me 4 days to do it, I can do it in 2.5 hours without sacrificing accuracy.
But that's because you're getting familiar with the new display, exploring things and all of that.
Well, yes, but at the same time, if I don't like something, I'm going to figure out how to fix it. And then there were times during this evaluation where I spent way too much time trying to fix something to come to the conclusion that it was a defect that could not be corrected by myself.
Yeah, I think that has to be the biggest frustration when you know what to do, but you don't have the settings, the calibration controls to fix it, right?
Yeah. So, but yes, you can if you really wanted to be forever in calibration mode, trying to get the umpteenth precision on a color or a shade of gray or a luminance value. You know, there are things with the G5 you simply cannot transfer over methodology wise from any of its predecessors. It just doesn't work anymore. Because if you did, you would be sitting there forever trying to correct it.
And let me ask you, the reason why this calibration equipment you have is so expensive is because of the low volume. This is just for a very small niche, or is it because the quality of the material? There's some components there that's super expensive. I don't know. You have diamond on it or something like gold.
Quality and accuracy. It's solid steel casing. All of the insides are sealed, so and they're basically solid state, meaning that there are no moving parts in it. So they're highly robust as far as you know taking it out in the field and moving it around here and there. No, of course they can't really be dropped constantly on the floor, but you know they're built tough. But I mean, compared to what else exists out there, that has similar accuracy, this is a steal. Like it's a third of the price.
Oh, really?
At
So,
minimum. Yeah.
so, but how much are we talking about? How much is that equipment?
This color meter with the scope that it has on, which is this optical part right here, came to when I purchased it, it's like $19,000, almost $20,000. The color meter is $7,000. So that's what I'm saying. It's over 25K in money just with these two pieces of equipment right here.
And the reason why I asked that is because I was wondering if there's so much money behind this level of equipment, why they don't try to figure out a way to gain full control of the calibration of these panels for each brand. You know, Samsung QD OLEDs, there's like a machine who can just go in and override everything and do the calibration to fix the screen uniformity, to gain control, to calibrate each sections of the panels, stuff like that. I think it will make a bigger difference than a more precise instrument. Like, I would ask you, would you rather have that and the equipment you currently have, or have the absolute most expensive, the best equipment in the world? What do you think you will get better results with? If you have a combination of what you already have plus something that gives you more control over the calibration of the display. Either that or having the most expensive equipment without that control.
This is just a measurement device. It's not going to adjust anything. It's going to tell.
I know. What I'm
Right, but
saying is,
it can tell software what to adjust, which already exists. And that exists in everything that you just said. It may not exist, as I said, with Sony, Samsung, and LG, but there are other display manufacturers out there that it absolutely exists and it absolutely works that way. Fully automated.
no, what I'm saying is, for example, you don't have control to fix the black crushing if it is like the very beginning of the stimulus or the beginning of the grayscale, because the TV doesn't have a setting to fix that, for example. I'm just having this as an example. But imagine you have a combination of hardware and software who can just go in, take control over the panel, and do that change for you. Basically, settings that you don't have to change the display.
That's what I just said already exists.
Oh, it already exists.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist for that Samsung QD OLED.
It doesn't exist for LG, Samsung, or Sony on the consumer side at all.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if there's so much money on this field to create these super expensive machines, they should try to figure that out and sell it.
Who are they? If I'm telling you that other display manufacturers already have that actually in place, who are the they that you're referencing?
Like a third company, like a third party who can figure that out, basically.
It already exists.
Oh, it already exists, but not for your Samsung consumer display.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a company who can figure it out to do that for the Samsung consumer display.
Well, it's not about someone figuring out. It's about Samsung Electronics opening up their product lineup so that said functionality can be enabled.
I see.
So
Okay,
it's not about someone. It's not it's never someone. It's never an issue of someone not being able to create something to do that. It's about having the access to do it.
I see it. I just love the idea to take control and not have to rely on these companies to get the job done, because sometimes they don't do it.
You're always going to have to partner with the company to get the job done. You're not going to be able to hack into their system and do it for them.
That's what I mean. No.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
If you want to go that route, you're probably going to get some knocks on the door coming for some people coming for you. I can guarantee you that's going to happen.
Yeah, I was worried about that with removing the anti-glare. I'm like, oh, am I getting an email from Samsung saying cut it out, you know? Well,
don't
see, I
think
think
they're.
Ariel's used to like on the PC gaming, world. You can go in and a lot of games, there's stuff that needs to be fixed, and like normal people, will fix games. They will go in and change INI files and do things to make games run better. And I think
Well,
Unreal Engine 5 has got problems with stutter and stuff, and people are fixing that on the fly. It's
well,
crazy.
let me tell you, I am learning how to change the code of the game to fix HDR.
Yeah.
Like change it from the ground up, not like a reshape preset or something like that. We're trying to do that with Reno DX HDR, which is the result. It's a program that was a result of someone buying an LG OLED, realizing that the games look terrible on HDR, most of them, and he's a programmer, and he's like, okay, let's figure this out. And he learned everything he needed to learn, and he figured it out, and he's fixing a lot of games. He showed people how to do it, and now he has a community of people who do that, and I'm trying to become one of them. And it takes a lot of learning. You have to learn how to program and how to do a lot of things, but
Yeah.
it's very, very exciting because you can fix a lot of things, a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, and not only HDR, you can do things like remove chromatic aberration, lens distortion, and all that post-processing garbage that I hate so much.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we're doing. Ariel, let them know for game user menu. I would just suggest using custom BT2020 normal gamut. Reduce color to 20 while in game basic HDR, if not using CMS or service menu to fix BT2020 color. Absolutely, I'm gonna share that when I get the TV, or maybe even after the update, the next
You hear what
firmware
Classy
update. I'm
said?
gonna
He
have to
said
do that.
use custom BT 2020.
I've already done that. Remember, I showed you.
Yeah, and 20. That's what you came up
that.
with, right?
That
Yeah,
doesn't work very. That doesn't work very well on the S95D. It's actually
for
go
the
to
S95F.
custom. Well, yeah, the F I already know about the F. This is the F95Ds with
Yeah.
this new firmware on it. It's different. It's not like the Fs.
And it's not like the D's beforehand.
No. It's weird.
Okay, I'll give it a try too on my S90D to see if it makes any difference, just in case.
Well, the good news is it looks like the 20 point does work now in game mode SDR, which is nice.
So somebody's saying here that Dwayne would have a heart attack if he sees you disabling all these gorgeous post-processing effects that games come with nowadays. Yeah, I don't respect. I respect people who respect the creator's intent. But the thing is, with gaming, we have so many games that look so bad. The HDR looks bad, and at that point, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna change everything. I don't care what you did there. It looks washed out.
Just be mindful. What is your reference point? You say that something looks terrible, but what is your reference point?
Well, for example, Cyberpunk. For example, near black, the game looks green, looks super bright. You don't have perfect black, so blacks is 0.5 nits, and it looks wrong. And then you go
But
to
what if that's what
daytime.
they intended, though?
They
What
graded
if
it on.
what if CG Project Red? That's what they wanted it to look like, though.
Well, try the fix, and then you tell me.
No, I know. I'm
guarantee you.
not. But what we're saying is like what you're saying is that visually to you it looks better the way
No,
you've
no, no,
got
no,
it
no.
now,
No, you
right?
don't understand. It's not my opinion. I guarantee you, Dwayne tries the mod before and after. He's gonna say, "Yeah, the game is broken." Guarantee.
Have you done a video of this?
No, I need you to understand when it comes to HDR stuff, there are literally 3 different black levels for monitors, for reference monitors, or whatever the master monitors is what I call them, that they use for the creation of the product. There's 0.0005, 0.005, and 0.05. There's also the 0.0001 black level. It just depends. So
Oh, really?
if the black level is 0.05, then that means that they use an LCD as their reference monitor to create that content, and that's normal. That's nothing. There's nothing
Wow.
wrong with that.
That's
Don't-
interesting.
So you think there's nothing wrong with that?
If that's what they use to create the content, how can I say that that's wrong?
I would say it's wrong because it's like you're creating a content with the limitations of the display that you have, but you know that there's OLED displays. Why would you not have perfect blacks?
I get where you're coming from. on
Right,
that,
but how
but
how do
that's-
you generate that on something that's incapable of doing that?
It doesn't matter because digitally.
It does matter. How do you create something from nothing?
He's,
Well,
well, I
well,
think his
let me tell
angle
you my
is that they're
points.
creating it on an inferior display, and they're
No,
giving
but
everybody else that has a better display.
Well,
yeah,
I
but
mean,
here's the thing. Look, what I'm saying is when you program the game, you
Yeah.
don't need to have the reference monitor. You can do that in a crappy LCD. You just type in 0.
Sure.
And you have perfect blacks.
Right.
See what I'm saying? It's not that simple, but that's the
no, it
idea.
doesn't work like that. Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. No.
I am blown away by that by that take, really. I thought I thought that's like a 97-3 argument.
No,
I
no, no,
thought
no,
that
no.
was like
So
no discussion about that.
you can't. I understand what you're looking at it in the literal sense of saying, okay, if black is digital 16 and I want black to be black, I'm going to map it to digital 16. It doesn't scale the same way in that manner when you're speaking of displays with different brightness levels. It doesn't work like that. That's what I'm explaining to you. So what they're going to do is they're going to make the black floor of said content the black floor of the display technology that they're using.
But here's
That's
the problem.
why with actual HDR content or any content for that matter, there actually isn't any content out there that actually has 0 black level. Nothing has that in real content. Nothing. You can make your display show 0 black level, but that's not what's actually in the actual content itself. There's always going to be that glow because the display that they used for the creation of it did not hit 0 black level. And they want to make sure they have a little headroom to deal with misappropriation of bit depth, as I call it, or if something's supposed to be mapped to digital 16, but actually the display or whatever maps it to digital 17 or 18. That's why they give themselves that actual headroom there.
Well, let me have this point. If you don't have perfect blacks on an OLED, you're downgrading the contrast. And contrast is the most important attribute of picture quality. So I don't care they didn't have an OLED to make the content.
So
It's gonna look worse.
okay, so I'm gonna actually ask you on this. So I recently worked on a Christie Eclipse projector. You know what that is?
No.
The Christie Eclipse projector is the only projector in the world that can do 0 black level natively.
Interesting.
So it has a rating depending on which lens that you use of either 25 million to 1 or 5 million to 1. Do you think that you can see the difference between 5 million to 1 and 25 million to 1? Black level wise.
No, I don't know. I would need to see it side by side. I don't know.
I would
You
say
can't.
probably not.
I cannot imagine what that is because I don't have a frame of reference for
Your frame of reference is your OLED.
on my OLED.
Mm-hmm.
So, but here's the thing. I have tested this on
You
my
have tested
OLED.
this? So
No,
can
no,
so
thi-
can
no. I'm gonna
No,
tell
no,
you
hold
what
up,
I
hold
have
up.
tested.
now let me speak on the contrast ratio. So you're telling me you can see a difference in black level between when your actual OLED has a peak light output set to 100 nits versus to when it has a peak light output set to 400 nits. You can tell a difference in black level.
Sorry, Bob. I don't understand the example. What are
Contrast ratio. On-off contrast ratio is simply the difference between full field white and full field black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or peak
Uh-huh.
white and zero black, or whatever the black floor is.
Mm-hmm.
So if your OLED can do zero black, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can modulate the peak light output of white of your display.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell the difference? Because you know when you modulate the peak white output, you're going to increase the contrast ratio.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you increase the light output, which is going to increase your contrast ratio, can you tell the difference in black level?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, you're telling me 0 blacks and 100 nits, or no perfect blacks, but like 400 nits. Is that what you're
No.
saying?
Zero black and 100 nits, or zero blacks and 1,000 nits. Can you tell the difference in black level?
Why would I be able to tell the difference? Because it has
That's
more
my
contrast.
point. That's my point. That's what I'm speaking to you on contrast ratio. You have to understand what makes up contrast ratio. So if your black level is 0 and that does not change, meaning that it's static, regardless of how bright you make the actual image, can you tell the difference between 5 million to 1 contrast ratio and 25 million to 1 contrast ratio?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I get your point. So let's say we have a daytime scene and I have see both side by side. Yeah, that might be difficult to tell. But let me tell you, the problem with games is that we have full control of the camera. So I go to the darkness, to the shadows, and if I don't have perfect blacks, I can tell the difference from a mile away. I don't even need the HDR analysis tool to tell me I don't have perfect blacks.
Yes, that's anyone can tell the difference between 0 blacks and an elevated black. That's not what I'm speaking of, though. You're speaking of shadow detail, which is a gray level. I'm speaking of black level, which is the absence of light or luminance. There's no luminance in black level. Black floor can have a luminance value to it, but if the black is black, meaning there's 0 luminance, so there's the black level is 0.
So, but what I'm saying is that there's no 0 blacks anywhere. Is what I'm saying on the
Yeah,
game.
there's no 0. Correct. There's no 0 blacks in real content. Nowhere. None. Doesn't exist. Nada. Games, movies, doesn't exist.
Wait. With games, we do have perfect blacks, like 0 blacks.
Okay.
I see it, and it's not my eyes. We have an HDR analysis tool.
That's an HDR. Yes, you're speaking of the game optimizer, whatever you're speaking of.
No,
I understand what you're talking about.
The Lilium's HDR analysis tool, which is like a brightness histogram. We see when it goes down to 0, perfect. If we have a black screen, it's 0. Like nothing will pop.
But
so what I'm saying,
content itself, meaning I'm not speaking of a full field black. I'm speaking of if there is a black element in the content, and then there's a purple flower on the same frame. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's 0 black in games.
Yeah, everywhere.
Okay, perfect. Well,
I mean, I can open a game right now.
That doesn't exist in video world.
Oh no, it might not exist with videos. I'm not sure about that. But with games, it does exist because it's a digital, it's like a real-time rendering. See, like the GPU can do whatever.
I know what you're speaking of now.
So the problem with this, and I'm telling you, D-Nice, it would be a no contest. I mean, I bet everything I have that there's no way you see it before and after, and you tell me you agree with whatever they did there. No way, because it's broken. It's clipping the whites, shadows are raised. The color grading is very ugly, but that's okay. I can accept if they like a green filter or something. That's okay. That's the creator's decision. I don't like it, but I accept that. But I'm telling you, there's no way you tell me the fix is not better. No way. Guarantee you.
What I'm explaining to you is I'm not arguing whether or not it looks better. I'm arguing, was that the intent of said creators? Because they had to have seen it to sign off on it.
I think they will agree with me too.
You're missing my point. What I'm saying is did they see it before they released it into the world? If they
Yes,
saw it before they released it into
Yeah.
the world, they clearly saw that their blacks were elevated per what you're saying, right?
uh-huh.
They were okay with that.
They had
They
to have
didn't
been.
know how to fix it. That was what happened.
I
And
don't believe that part now.
well,
I don't believe that part.
here's why I say that. We had a live stream with a Reno DX creator, and he goes to the code, he shows you the code. He's like, okay, here was a problem. This function doesn't work for this reason, for this reason. This is wrong. This is how we fix it. This is the right way. So he is able to identify what the problem is and explain why that is a problem and fix it with a different code. So they didn't know how to do it, and that's why it looks wrong. It's not like they saw it and they're like, oh yeah, this is great. They agree. I bet if they see it, they will agree. Maybe they would say, hey, no, we did like the green color filter, but some of the issues that it has, I bet they are like, I bet they would actually be okay updating the game to fix it with a fix. They don't do it for, I don't know for what reason they don't do it.
You could do it to like,
Let's do this.
you want to
if
do
ever,
it to like 40
Hey.
brightness on this guy? Yeah.
Hey, if you have the chance one day, D-Nice, it doesn't have to be a 5-hour long stream, but if you have a chance one day, I can do a live stream with it's called Short Fuse, Reno DX creator, and I think it would be interesting because what I told you, that if you have a calibration report, we can enter the
Actually, let's do
data,
it for 50. We'll
and
just do the
then
same as the other guy, brightness
and then
wise.
he
Just
could-
like the same.
and then he could fix the content to adjust for the display inaccuracy so it is accurate. I think he could do that. I think that would be a very interesting conversation. That would be great if we can do this with him and you. I think that would be a great conversation. I'm sure he has a lot, some questions to ask you, and the other way too. So let me know if you ever have a chance to do that.
I'm open to it.
Okay, well, let's do it. I'll reach out and see. Do you have an active YouTube channel or
No.
no? Well, that's fine too. We can just do it with StreamYard like we're doing it now, or that would be great because I think that collaboration, it would be amazing. Something great will come out of that. I'm sure. Something great will come out of that. It would benefit a lot of gamers. Okay, let me read the chat. Ariel, you need to explain how games are mastered in SDR, not HDR. So the SDR to HDR conversion causes issues with gamma and colors. So for example, D-Nice, one of the issues that happen with some games, for example, you say you don't play any games, you don't have a console or PC or anything?
No, his daughter, though, apparently very good at games. So.
Okay. Well, for example, did you play the Dragon Ball Sparking Zero?
No, I played Fighter Z. I have that game,
Well-
but no,
Well, here's the perfect example. This game has native HDR, right?
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah.
you turn it on, blue looks purple, and the colors look completely wrong.
I saw photos of somebody talking about this on
And
the
here-
ABS forum.
Yes, and the reason why is because the HDR implementation is wrong. It's doing like a linear conversion, and it's not considering the hue shift that is necessary to keep the creator's intent. So actually on SDR, it looks correct. When you turn on HDR, it destroys the creator's intent. So with Reno DX mod, they fixed that so the conversion is right. And what is supposed to be blue, looks like blue on HDR, and like every single color.
Are they going in and changing the coding?
Yes, they changed the code of the game. Yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
right.
So
They
that's
fixed the
interesting.
formulas and they fixed everything, so it looked correct. So in
Wow.
that case, the mod is actually preserving the creator's intent better than the creators themselves.
Wow.
They didn't know how to do it.
That's fascinating.
So,
That is amazing. That's
so what you're really saying is content creators on the gamer side suck, and they actually need to have engineers come in to assist them in their content creation. That's what you're
ex-
really saying, right?
exactly.
Sounds
That's
like
exactly
it.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Well,
obvious.
it's a
If the
billion-dollar
HDR,
industry. I'm sure that they can hire some people to come in and do that.
I thought that that's what they were doing now, based on these standards that they were starting to adhere to.
I mean, it sounds like SDR, yes, to some extent, but HDR is how long has games been having HDR? What has it been, like 6 years, 7 years now? Like it had.
uh,
I know that Windows wasn't Windows like kind of broken with HDR for a while.
well, let me tell you this. One of the games that we fixed was God of War, which was one of the very first games that I think implemented HDR on the PS4.
Uh huh.
That game on the PC is so messed up. Actually, I almost returned my LG C1 because that was one of the first games that I tried on HDR. I was like,
Hmm.
HDR is like a scam or something. This looks terrible.
Yeah.
Everything was clipping. The fire was disgusting. Like the color
Hmm.
of the fire was so wrong. Like you know how fire looks like. You know there's something wrong with that game. So actually we fixed live in real time. We changed the code of the game with Reno DX, and we fixed the HDR. And it's so awesome. Um, so yeah, that's an example. A God of War. I mean, that's a major game. That's Sony
Yeah.
money.
Of course.
Amazing game. Otherwise, HDR is 10,000 nits. Everything is clipping. It looks the contrast looks completely wrong. So yeah, they didn't know how to implement HDR there at all, and it was
But is it
Sony.
broken just on the PC version and it's okay on the PS4 or PS5?
No, it's broken everywhere. I'm not.
Really?
I've never seen it on the PS5, but it's just the code is broken.
Yeah. Because I know usually, generally speaking, that those PC conversions are done by different people. Like I don't think Santa Monica, who made that game, uh did the PC version of it. They probably had another company do the PC version. Usually what happens is the PC conversions, because they don't have the original developer making them, there's usually weird issues with them. Have you seen a lot of traversal stuttering games in PC? Because I've been hearing that that's quite common.
Oh yeah, I mean it's rare if it doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
Classy is saying with gaming studios, many don't do the matrix conversion correctly, and that's what causes issues like race blacks. And there are studios working with film that also do not do their matrix conversions correctly either. If
Mm.
SDR and HDR grades do not match perfectly, aside from highlights and outliers for white color gamut, it is wrong. Um, so yeah,
Well, they've got standards, so if they're not following the standards, I mean, that's shame on them, right? I mean, that's basically what it comes
That's why I
down
say
to.
that's
Whether it be film or game, I mean, there's standards there, and if they're not adhering to it, what sucks is that the consumer, has to go in and fix it. And that's one of the problems I always had with PC gaming. I love it in the fact that you can make it look so much better than a console.
so it's dark now.
Huh?
Wait,
It's dark? What?
you see all the reflections in your screen?
I mean, I see a little bit in my window, if that's what you're referring to.
That's what I'm saying. There's no AR coding on this.
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah.
so can you see yourself on the screen now?
No, I can't.
I can't see myself, but at the same time, I can see the lights coming through his window. I can actually see myself now, right here. Yeah,
Yeah, if you're close to it. I mean, he's also, I mean,
but see, that's what I'm saying. There,
yeah,
it's the light coming from the
sure,
pattern,
yeah, yeah.
up being bouncing back.
Right, right. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that happens.
yeah.
But that's a test pattern. That's like a square white illuminating you. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
get the.
it's it's pretty dumb bright. But yeah.
So, but do you think
Um
it's a problem now that you look at it, D nice? Do you think that that's a problem for real for the
No,
content?
it's no, it's not. It's not a problem for me. But again, I can see them clearly, like each individual reflection from outside. I can clearly see them. All of the lights from outside, I can see them in the actual screen because there's no AR filter on it anymore.
Oh yeah, but if you had blinds, would you see yourself on the screen?
I mean, he has blinds.
No, but if you but you're saying there's a reflection on the screen. That's not a cave there.
No, I wouldn't necessarily consider. This is pretty rough in the daytime for sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
But again, at night, if there's something on the screen, like wait until a pattern comes back up. I can still make out my glasses right here on the screen. I can make out my hands.
Yeah, I see you on the recording. Yeah, I see you. Like I'm looking at you right now.
Yeah. So that's the reflection.
Okay. I see. So do you think with a glossy finish you would not see yourself on the screen? With the S90D, for example, glossy, that wouldn't happen?
It would still happen to a lesser extent.
Okay. I see.
That's just the
And the S90 is a different glossy than your C1. Your C1's pretty glossy.
Yeah, the S90D has some.
That's with any glossy screen. You're gonna see something. Yeah. How much of it that you see is the question.
Right.
Now,
well, I mean,
am what I've seen on the screen unknowing to me at this point? No, but I mean they're there. It's visible.
They would never sell a TV like this. Simple as that.
So let me ask you, D-Nice, this vendetta that I have against the matte finish, you don't agree with that? I think that's wrong. That's not necessary. That's overkill. Like, there's no reason to be so upset about the matte finish situation.
No, I don't understand why people are in the uproar when it comes to the matte finish. Again, for me, both finish types have specific uses. It's not a one size fit all. Mm-hmm. Yes, a glossy screen will have a better perceived contrast to an image. That's been known forever. However, a matte screen handles reflections far better, depending on what angle and what direction the light is coming from to the screen compared to a glossy screen. That's fact. That's factual. That's scientific evidence there.
So this opinion I had that the matte finish has no place on a premium display, you disagree with that? You think there is a place for
I disagree with that. I would say the option for it to have a matte screen, it should be there. I don't see why they can't coexist on the same premium product.
Yes, you think there should be a choice possibly, right? And right now, I think for some people, there wasn't a choice on Samsung's highest end panel.
Yeah. But again, for me, what are you going to do when these micro LED walls become more affordable? The majority of them use...
Complain about the seams that I can see.
Right.
Because I'll see them.
Well, yeah, you will see them to a certain extent. It just depends on the manufacturer.
Yeah.
You can definitely see them when the screen is off, but when content is playing,
not really.
It's on the manufacturer.
Yeah.
I went to the UFC like 2 weeks ago, and the LCD screen that they had at the T-Mobile Arena, they had 4 LCD screens in the center. It was crazy bright. I mean, that has to be like 5,000 nits full screen or something like that. Contrast was not great though. It had a matte finish that was very, very aggressive, and I don't think it had local dimmings or anything. I'm not sure if that was.
I wonder if that is the Samsung stuff that or whatever the wall stuff in those.
Maybe, but I doubt it was. So I had doubts it was micro LED because the contrast was terrible. Like, I didn't see perfect blacks at all. It was all gray, but maybe it was because of the matte finish. But the brightness was amazing. I loved how bright it was. But by the way, one thing I didn't like about it, it was not true to life. The displays were juiced up. The colors were looking wrong. In comparison with the Ring, I think they should calibrate those displays and lower the color saturation, because I think it's distracting. You're watching the event with the real colors, and then you look at the display and it's just up and it looks weird.
Yeah, well, you just get Dwayne out there with a bungee cord and his tools and just be hanging upside down doing that. That's great.
I think you should offer the
Bring it
services to the
Bring
T-Mobile
it
Arena.
down.
Bring it
Yeah.
down. Right.
Bring them down. Yeah.
Yeah, brightness was awesome. The colors were so juiced up. That was very awesome for people, but I didn't like that difference.
So how's the game mode turn out on this one? Is it better than the 77 or same?
77.
So so even these panels, they're not all created equal. Do you find the smaller ones not doing as well as the larger ones?
It just depends, in all honesty. It's not that bad. It's just.
KG, I want to try this game Expedition 33 because it has a lot of good reviews, but
Yeah, I've been hearing that too.
I haven't, because that turn-based combat is not my thing. But I know you like Sekiro and you know, Wulong and all of that, and you beat all those games. So if you like it, maybe I'm gonna like it too. So I'll give
What
it a
is the
try.
combat like Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, it looks spectacular, but it's like turn-based. Like it's
Okay.
like press a button and a lot of things happen, but you're not like engaged on it.
Okay.
I'll
So it's
give it
not
a
like
try.
Devil May Cry where you're controlling it. Yeah.
But I think that's on Unreal Engine. So if you try that on the PC, try the Reno DX fix. If there's not like a dedicated mod for it.
Yeah, they got to fix the traversal stutter on Unreal Engine 5 though. So I guess it looks like the 77 is gonna turn out a little bit better than the 55 in game mode.
So KG doesn't like the mirror, the idea of peeling off the matte finish. KG doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even look. This is why I almost debated not saying anything to anybody. I mean, it's I enjoy it, it's fine for me, but I get where people are not feeling it, and I've gotten a lot of messages. They're very triggered about it, not in a positive way. So, yeah, I get it. But I think at the end of the day, the one thing that is for certain that Dwayne's showing is that yeah, you can calibrate it. It can get accurate ish with a Samsung. So
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
show you
not
how many.
it's not destroyed in that regard.
I'll show you how many people I have sending me with pictures. Let me get this smaller on the screen. So I'll show you more pictures of this. I have so many emails with pictures, and people are blown away. Like, I don't have a single person who has done this and didn't like it. Not a single person has said, "Oh man, I ruined the monitor."
I get like one positive comment to every about 30 negative right now. I've had quite a few aggressive DMs and stuff about this already.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah, just basically saying I'm encouraging people to destroy and ruin their displays, and basically their displays' blood is on my hands and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, but like, if I get a single complaint, I would tell you. Nobody has told me any. I'm gonna show you all the people who have done this. This was an S95F, I think. One of these. This was an S95D, I think.
I had somebody tell me they took off the AR
95D.
filter on a S90D.
Yes, I have
Glossy.
a picture here too.
Yeah. So you can do it off a glossy too.
Yeah.
They didn't like the magenta tint, and I guess one person sent a message that they destroyed their anti-glare because I guess they put some fluid or whatever on it, and
Oh,
By
wow.
removing it, it saved the display and made it so they could use it again. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I just when I see this mat here with lights, I'm allergic to it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy we can do this,
A
man.
piece of you dies, right?
Yeah, I am so happy. Like I was so when I saw the Brian's video with you peeling off the mat, I knew I was gonna have to do that. I'm like, yes, this is
Honestly,
definitely
if
have to
this
do
wasn't
that.
even a thing, I'd already be rolling with a G5 right now. So that's just, you
Yeah, look
know.
at that before and after. This is I think this is not even the same person. So let me tell you, I have more monitors. People sending me pictures with monitors than TVs. Probably because they are cheaper. It's
Mhm.
not everyone who spends $3,000 on a TV and does this, right? But a lot of pictures, as you can see here.
I think also like with monitors, we've had matte monitors for so long, right? For the most part. And then we started getting QD OLEDs, and a lot of them were matte or semi gloss. And I think that, there's a desire in that market. Back in the day, people probably remember this back in 2007, 2008, people were taking Dell monitors and removing the matte glare on it.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it was a thing.
this was the S90D picture.
Yeah.
He did it on the S90D. Look at that film.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Did
was
you get
you.
off in one piece?
Um, no, I don't know. Yeah, this one seems like no. This is you. This was you. This is you. These are your pictures from LCD and CRT. You did it on your
Oh,
car, man.
yeah. I
You
did it
are.
on the car too. Yeah.
That is. I mean, that's next level.
It looked better.
That is next level.
Yeah.
These are your pictures. I think I have more. Let me see where. I think these are. Oh, this looks kind of messed up here. Maybe with a paper towel start to peel off from the inside or something.
Hmm.
Look at this. Yeah, I have a lot of these pictures. A
I think I saw a
lot.
picture of somebody doing a curved screen
Yeah,
and removing it, and
yeah.
like, I was surprised that like I would have thought that the reflections would be really bad on a curved screen.
Look, this is
Oh,
a. I'll show you that. No, it's actually better. He commented he believes that the curve is protecting it from some of the light to go into the screen. This is a glossy MSI QD OLED like the one I have. He removed it too. He removed the glossy, so you can see here the difference.
yeah.
It's a big difference, but I would not do it to the glossy because for me it would be like if I messed up the coating cleaning it, I would do it, but I would have it as a like an insurance, right? Like a protection film.
Well, I
My
think on the
monitor is
70s,
glossy enough.
yeah, the 77 I got had a huge Dwayne. It had like about a 3-inch long scratch across the whole thing, and so you could see it. So, removing the glare, the anti-glare, now it doesn't have the scratch there.
Right.
So I didn't have anything to lose in that regard. I only paid $1,600 for 77-inch open box. So I mean that wasn't too bad. 1650.
I'm not.
So this is the curve. This is the curve monitor. I'm not sure if you can see it there. This is the
Yeah.
curve monitor.
For me, I've seen even more unusual. Like back in the Plaza days. Do you remember the guy who would wax
Yes.
his
He had a
Panasonic?
Panasonic, right?
Wax.
Yeah. But he kept posting every single time. Then he post,
Waxed it. It was like.
but he would show images of the screen after he waxed it, but it was
like super shiny.
but it did, I think, ultimately make a difference. You know what I mean? Like visually, like it looked like he was basically wet sanding his
It did
with buffing it.
correct. It didn't improve the image. It just made the screen itself more shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Look, God, his 77-inch S95D for $1,650. Okay, $1,700 because it was open box and the screen had a small scratch. So when he peeled it off, it's perfect. So he got a steal of a deal for that TV.
Yeah.
I mean, with what you save on that TV, you got it calibrated easy, right?
Yeah, I mean that TV right now is $3,000 new.
Yeah. I
So,
mean,
and then I think if you're paying $3,000 new for an S95D 77, I say save the money, wait a little bit, and get the 95F version because it sounds like that one is. You would say it's quite a big step up brightness wise, right? So yeah. Although I will
well,
say that I'm not complaining about the brightness with these guys. I mean, granted, I'm rolling around with a plasma and I don't have any issues with brightness with that. So I guess I may not be the best person to speak to that. But the Z8H here has got, it's a light cannon compared to these other guys. And I don't have an issue with that either.
what is the full screen brightness of that S90D, S95D D-Nice?
Didn't measure it yet.
What did
300 or 310?
I think in game one? I think you got 265 on the 77 or something like that.
That's without ABL.
Oh, that's right. Without peak brightness. Yeah, we didn't try to max brightness this thing.
No, on HDR, I mean.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I haven't done that just yet. I'm doing that right now.
It's functioning.
By the way, D-Nice, would you be able to, I guess so, but would you be able to calibrate a display that has the BFI to make it look like non-BFI? Of course, the brightness is gonna go down, but at least the gamma to look correct. Like you see the shadow detail, you see everything normal.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
That's not a problem. Okay. I always wondered that if that was gonna be a problem to do that. So Classy says,
I think BFI does mess up the gamma, doesn't it? Right?
yeah, it mess up everything.
Your calibration.
Yeah, but that is
Yeah.
part of calibration.
Yeah, I think that they should definitely change the calibration. These companies, when you turn on that, they should have a different calibration for that, so it looks right, so people like it, because flickering and dark, and nobody's gonna like that. So yeah, KG, Luke. So I put him. I recommended him. Hey, you should be called the AG Slayer, because he has been doing this for a long time. He has removed the matte finish on his car, LCD monitors, CRT, QD OLED. Like
I think the only thing I haven't taken it off is plasma, and I gotta tell you, after watching some other people do that, I think I'm good. I'll pass on it.
You will break it, right?
Well, first of all, taking it off, it's more gray than a CRT without an anti-glare on there. Like it
Hit the game optimized.
it wouldn't look black
Make sure it's not it.
at all, no matter, even in the dark. It's just like crazy gray. What
I
do
am
we
okay. I am okay with the way this Pioneer Kuro looks. I love the screen. It doesn't look
it
black,
looks like
but I
it's
love
got
it.
see, that's the thing. Like when you go into HDR, it just looks so intense in HDR. I maybe I just like SDR better. I don't know what to say. Although I do like the HDR on the Sony because there's just like the full screen on that. It just doesn't seem to fluctuate brightness wise as much as these guys. Like the ABL is like not as intense.
And I want to show. I know D-Nice is busy, but I want to show him just 10 seconds of a before and after comparison with the mod. And this stream is on HDR, so I can show that with all the quality. Let me do that for a second. I'm gonna search my own video. Let me do that real quick.
Oh, it's got the same problem as 77, right? It lifts at the end.
Sorry, that's
No, the that middle bar thing there. I think those 3 or 4 bars are up. I think the says, yeah, that's just normal with these, right?
that's simple highlight stuff.
Yeah.
I can make it perfect, but what you see in the content, that's the spectral highlights. This is way up.
Yeah.
So I'm opening this comparison video here. It's just gonna take 10 seconds for D-Nice to see if he has a chance. Let me
Yeah, let me
wait,
yeah.
let me move it first. Okay, here it is. Here it is. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
um
okay. So let me show this on screen. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so check out this before and after D-Nice if you can. Let me. Okay, it's ready when you are. So let me know when you see the screen.
yeah, I'm trying to hit live on your
It's an HDR. So I'm sharing it on the video on the live
yeah,
stream.
it's every time I hit play on it, it stops. Yeah, it's not working. Every
So
time I hit
what?
play on it, Ariel, it just stops
No, I mean it's okay
when I
if
go
you
to
stop
YouTube.
the. It's okay if you stop your StreamYard for a moment. It's just gonna. Then you can go back in.
Okay.
Yeah, just a moment to see this.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
I
show
gotta
this.
leave for a second. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, look at this. So what I'm showing here, this is the Reno DX HDR mod for Unreal Engine. So this is universal for Unreal Engine. It should work for most Unreal Engine games. So this is the details that you get on SDR. Okay, so SDR, this is all you get. So it doesn't matter if you use Windows 11 Auto HDR, NVIDIA, RTX HDR, Major Paint the Cactus add-on to reshade, use top SDR settings, it doesn't matter. That information, you will not see it no matter what. Now, with the mod, here's what happens. This difference that you see is everywhere. It's not like I have to cherry pick this example here. No. On the game, you can look at the sky, the clouds, wherever you look at. It's everywhere. You see a huge difference on the highlight details because this mod changes the code of the game to reveal all the information that is there at the engine level. You don't have these details by default on SDR. This game doesn't support HDR either. So this Reno DX HDR mod is revealing so much more to see. That is just absurd. How much is lost without it? It's amazing. And again, everywhere. I promise you, you try this mod on any game, you're gonna be blown away. I guarantee you. You've never seen anything like it. I promise you. It's absolutely incredible. So this mod also gets it's a per game thing. So some native HDR games get updated, so they get fixed. Race blacks they get fixed. This ugly color tints. Sometimes you have a slider if you want to keep it or remove it and all of that. But yeah, the difference is absolutely huge. And I show many examples on this live stream. You can go and check it out. It was an HDR live stream. But again, before, after. Before, after. So yeah, give it a try. This was Kena Bridge of Spirits. That was the game that I was trying there. So let's go back to Luke. Let me bring Luke back to the stream. So yeah, definitely check it out. I promise you gotta be blown away with it. Let me get Luke back on stream. Okay, here it is. Let me pop the chat. There we go. And the chat is back. So let me know, Luke, when you are back, and I'll pop you in the screen. Here's Luke. Okay, so let me read the comments. I see a lot of man. There's so much. I've missed a lot. Okay. So we have KG in the chat still. Thank you very much, KG, for stopping by. Let's do a live stream one of these days with Max, KG, Max, TKK started also with the videos again. He has been out for a while. Ariel, I'll put you. Okay, let me add. Okay, Luke is back.
Gint it.
Okay, I have you back.
We probably could have done that, right? But
It's too late now.
yeah, it's too late now. I mean, so that's the ultimate like worry I've always had with the Samsungs is
Hey,
like
did you
we saw it.
saw it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks better for sure. What you're
No, it's not a matter of looking better or worse. Like the details that they are not there on the game. Like there's a SDR game. It doesn't have HDR. Those details are revealed because they are revealing it at the engine level. That was clipped. A lot of details on that game, on many games, are just clipped on SDR. So what they do with this mod is they go to where the information is and they just show that. Boom. You want to see that. HDR. Boom. So you get more details than what you can see there on SDR. It's amazing. So what do you think about it? Tell me.
Again, for me, it's the same thing with movies and stuff. There's details in the data that's there, but if your display is set up properly, it's not going to be visible. That is normal.
No, I get it's normal, but it will be normal for SDR, right? HDR can show you more.
HDR also.
Huh?
HDR also.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, they can decide sometimes to crush something on the darkness, and you don't want to.
Right, and then you go in and then you increase the luminance value as you're correcting your grayscale to make it brighter than what it should be. It's still the same principle. The detail's there, but it was not meant to be seen.
So you would prefer to not see the details on that example I show you. You much rather have it SDR clipping.
Without speaking to the content creators, I don't have an opinion.
I get your point.
Right. It's not about what I prefer, what I like. I like to see how those who create the content wanted me to see it.
Well, I guarantee you, there is no way the
I don't want
creators.
any guarantees outside of what they tell me. That's
I am 100% sure the creators will be like, "Wow, that looks amazing. Yeah, let's do it." There's no way they look at that and they're gonna be like, "No, we don't want you to see that detail." Just clip it.
well, on a different note, 'cause you may find this interesting, is that we're doing the 55 right now, and what'd you say, it was 1400?
Yeah.
So this actually doesn't even get as bright as the 77
with the same firmware.
with the same firmware. Now, probably would have behooved us to have checked it before, just to put that one to bed, because I mean, I've heard people say that, they're putting out firmware that's, lowering the brightness. Obviously, I know you've tested it, Ariel, and stuff, but it's quite a bit lower than I think what Well, how many have you done any 55s of these?
Yeah.
And they get in 1700?
They are. Some of them are.
Interesting. Wow.
Most
Were those new like
some
first run?
like the 16s.
Okay. Were those
15, 16.
were they when they first started coming out, you think, or are they just
Yeah, it was more.
because this is I just got this new like a couple of weeks ago, so
I mean, like I said, it's possible, but
yeah.
I haven't measured it yet.
Yeah.
So Classy says that there should be no difference between SDR and HDR aside from peak highlights, brightness, and edge cases of color that are wide color gamut. Uh, but the thing is, yeah,
It depends.
yeah, that makes sense. But the thing is, I'm gonna do a dedicated stream with
Good.
short fuse,
Yeah.
or I'm gonna gather some examples, and I will do a dedicated stream showing that. The same thing I did with that game. I thought I'm gonna show this, and it's gonna be conclusive. Like after I show this, just one example, it's gonna be like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. Just try it. I encourage everyone to try Reno DX and go before and after. Do that. Guarantee you're gonna see details that they were not there before in the best way. It's not like you're gonna see more details in the shadows and then it's gonna look washed out because of that. No, you're going to see
Do we need this guy?
information that was clipped. That's good. That looks good. That's like I get where D-Nice is coming from. It's creators' intent. If I would ask the creators if they agree with that, then it's okay. I get that and I respect that. But there's I bet anything. There is no way the creators of this game, Kina, would look at this mod and be like, oh, we don't like that. We actually intentionally clipped the detail so you were not able to see it. No way. Because it was code. The code of the game originally has that information. It's just not showing it because SDR is clipping that detail. Now, was there a way to show that information without clipping it? Maybe, yeah, most likely. Why is it clipping? I don't know. But the thing is, I guarantee, like, there's no way anyone tries that, even the creators, and they're gonna be like, oh, we don't like that. It's not right. No way. So let me get these. Yeah, Reno DX is the best thing ever. Hey, look, I hear you, but I don't see anything. What's going on?
Yeah, we're just setting up the Sony right now. Be right back.
Okay. 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 Okay, so let me. Yeah, we're still live. It's still 10:37 here, so I'm still okay for like 1 hour more. I mean, the stream is doing great. Thank you very much for joining. We have a lot. We still have 73 in the chat. We had over 100 at some point for a long time. So thank you very much for stopping by.
In the Sony menu again, was it display 5 plus power? What does anybody know?
The Sony TV service menu?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I never had Sony. How do you get on the Sony TV service
I think
menu?
it's display 5 plus power. I'm going by memory here. I don't remember. That is not it. What was it? Display. I gotta Google that. Sony service menu.
So yeah, the thing is that, Classy, you're saying, is there's a difference in detail between SDR and HDR? It was done incorrectly. That's the thing. It was done incorrectly. When you go, see, let me tell you how this works. This Reno DX HDR mod, By the way, like someone is saying, look, is display 5 volume up power? Display 5 volume up power. So the thing is, the way this works, this Reno DX works is you are able to capture the shaders that are working on the scene in real time, and then you can decompile the shaders, read the code, change the code, and then inject that back into the game. That's how it works. So in that way, you see everything that's going on with the, the SDR, HDR, anything really that is the rendering of the game, basically. So when you look at the code, you can see the problems and you can see where the issues are and fix it. So then you just show all the detail. Why not? And I don't know yet. I'm still learning about this, and I'm looking forward to be able to make mods and all that. But the creator of this mod, he knows and he learned. So he understands exactly what's going on. So he can identify the issue, so he can fix it. That's why we see more details with HDR than what was there on SDR. So that's the thing. So actually, one of the reasons why he created this was because he realized how much detail was clipped, how much detail was being lost with that game specifically, Kina Bridge of Spirits. So we're getting, yeah, it's a better shot now. You turn on the lights. It looks better on the stream.
Hey, can you see it okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. So Classy was saying that I think this is S95D, 1400 nits in game mode, HGIG, that's fine. It is lower in game mode than filmmaker mode and movie.
Okay, I don't know what we got.
So the 1700 nits, that I think that was
it's
movie
1400 in both. Classy.
Also, so Luke is saying it's 1400 nits in both now.
The filmmaker and game mode, yeah. But that was after we did the update to 1310, I think is what it was.
So then Samsung nerfed the brightness?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know yet. Oh, wow. Maybe Samsung nerfed the brightness.
But like, would I really see a difference between 1400 and 1500 in content?
But let me ask you, D-Nice, why would they do that? Like, if it actually happened, what would be the reason? What would be the benefit for Samsung to intentionally reduce the brightness?
Mark DK.
I understand if
What
it's
would be the
for,
reason?
yeah, to intentionally, you have 1400 nits, they update the firmware, and now you have 1000 nits. They intentionally restricted the brightness of your TV.
So
Why
that
would
I
they
go
do
buy
that?
an SS95F instead?
But
Let's piss him off, yeah.
but I don't think so, because the S95F is brighter regardless. They don't have to nerf it more.
Well, now it's even brighter.
I don't think that makes any sense. Maybe to fix, EOTF tracking or something. Yeah, maybe. To improve, I understand. But why would intentionally the company just make it worse? I don't think that makes any sense.
I mean, I think he's got it right there just to piss us off. I don't know. I think there's what Quantum keeps saying that it got lowered, right? And
yeah, let's not get there. Let's not get there.
Okay.
So George says HDR is simply not implemented correctly in 99% of games. Reno DX corrects the developer's errors. It is not the creator's intent. Of their intent was never realized properly due to botch HDR implement. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, after I had this conversation with Carlos and Musa, and they showed me the code of the game, they showed me the mistake and why it's wrong, and then they fix it. by changing the code, and it works, and you can see it working, there's no discussion. They got it wrong, and that's why it was looking wrong. It was incompetence rather than their intent. There's no way that God of War intent was to look messed up. that's not what they were trying to do. They just didn't know better back then. It's that simple. And it's hard to believe that Sony doesn't have money to get it right, but it's just what happened.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on such. I would just simply say, hey, let me ask the person who signed off on this project, is this what you wanted it to look like?
No, but it looks wrong, D-Nice.
Yes.
I'm sure you will agree. I show you God of War on the PC, and you're gonna be like, yeah, that's not working right. I mean, I was like, I didn't know anything about HDR at all. I've never seen HDR ever. Bring the LG C1 home, open this game, and I was gonna return the TV. Okay, that's how bad it is. So, yeah, I mean, you don't need to be an expert to see that there's something wrong with it.
This TV, it's not what it is.
So yeah, it's what it is.
Our screen on there forever, and not have to worry about it.
KG saying the S95F is selling me each day, man. It's screaming, keep me long term. I still need to see the G5, but man, I am impressed with it. Oh man, let me tell you, I was blown away with the S95F. I go to a store, and initially, I was not impressed at all because they had the brightness at 30 on the S95F. And I was like, man, yeah, it's brighter than the S90D, but I would be disappointed if this is actually the difference. I don't believe so. There has to be something wrong here. And then speaking with a representative, he tells me, oh, no, actually the manager said to lower the brightness because it was making all the TVs look bad in comparison. And I'm like, no way. So he gets the remote and he gives it to me. And I go to settings and I see brightness 30. And when I max that out, I'm like, holy crap, man. The power. I was blown away. The S90D was looking like there was something wrong with it. It was looking so dim in comparison. I was blown away with the S95F. I cannot wait to get it. I'll definitely get it and peel it off too.
As I was telling Luke earlier, when it comes to the G5, I know online they're saying there's a whole bunch of posterization issues and this and that. Yeah, there's posterization, but in all honesty, the majority of it has been in existence in HDR10 on the LGs for years now. I haven't really seen anything that's like this shockingly degradation in the picture quality with HDR10. But again, for me, I'm looking at stuff after calibration. I don't care about stuff before calibration. I get it why people care about it. If you can't afford to have it calibrated for whatever reason, that's fine. But after calibration, it lines up with my G4. They both have posterization to a certain extent with HDR10. That's nothing new.
But the colors are not better than the G4.
The colors are more saturated. I don't know if I would call them better. They have more saturation and they have more luminance capability. But is it better? Better subjective depending on what you're referencing it to. Are you asking me in reference to a G4 or a C1 or a C3 or what are you referring to?
I mean, better that if you have the G4 and you get the G5, you're gonna be like, wow, the colors are so much better. See?
I need you to turn that on. Colors, I mean, colors are improved. How about that?
The television?
Okay.
Remember,
But is it wow? Would people get wow with the colors? coming from a G4, would people be wowed with a G5?
Let's see.
Move it over.
Just move it over. Will they be wowed by the colors on the G5? Sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Depending on what you're watching, yes. But with other content, it can be the same thing as a G4. It just depends on what you're looking at. I can produce content, or put in content, I should say, that will say, yeah, it is better than a G4 or any predecessor that came before it.
So let me ask
That
you,
depends.
if you had the power right now, what would be your perfect display? Like, what would be your requirements? Like, I'm saying something that it is possible right now and that they are not doing because, I mean, business reasons or whatever. What would be your, let's say I am Samsung, a boss. Hey, D-Nice, tell me, what do you want? Tell me exactly the display you want.
Do I have a choice of brand?
Oh yeah, any brand you want, like whatever you want. Which brand?
Crispy Digital.
Crispy Digital, what is that?
That's a company that produces projectors and micro-LED walls.
Oh,
Both of their technologies are better than anything from Samsung, Sony, or LG.
oh really? And so, what technology would it be?
Micro-LED and projector.
So two different displays. You would like a micro LED and also a projector.
Yeah. Micro LED
Okay.
will be self-emissive. The projector will be reflective.
Okay, well, let's go first to the micro LED. What would be the specs? So give me the specs of that micro LED.
2000 nits full field, 0 black level, no ABL,
No idea.
4K resolution.
4K
I can
resolution.
scale it anywhere from probably a 55-inch up to a 300 or 400-inch diagonal if I wanted to.
Uh-huh. This is display a la carte. Uh-huh. What else, sir?
Yeah, it's a la carte.
Okay.
You can a la carte it to whatever size you want it to be.
But how about the refresh rate? What would you ask? I mean, you're not into gaming, but what is the refresh rate you can get with those micro LEDs?
I think it's 120 hertz right now. They might actually, I don't know. It might do 240 at 1080p.
Okay. And how about the issues with micro LED? Because I saw a Digital Foundry coverage of, they usually don't cover the displays, but they went to CES and they recorded the micro LEDs there. It was a mess. The misalignment of the panels, it was terrible. What they saw there, it was awful.
It depends on the manufacturer.
Oh, okay.
That's,
so they can get it right, basically.
They can get it right if they want to, absolutely.
Okay, so how much would that display be?
Oh, you can buy a house with the cost of that display.
Plugged into it or no?
$100,000 for that display?
No, you're talking
No?
about $1 million.
$1 million? So, do you think someone has a display like that at home?
Yep, I know plenty of people that have displays like that.
And they call you for calibration?
They do.
Oh, I see.
So I'm not speaking of hypothetical. I'm speaking of yeah.
Oh, so
what
you've
actually
seen it.
exists.
So it exists, basically. It's not something that doesn't exist.
Are you plugged in?
I'm plugged in.
Wow.
I have a signal to it.
2000 nits full screen, man. I would like to see that.
It's detecting that.
Micro LED.
No.
Yeah, so the cheap micro LEDs will have the
The
alignment
cheap
issues.
micro LED walls have significant problems in lower luminance levels, so you will have all types of artifacts and shadow details and stuff like that.
But the ones you're talking about, there's no near black
They don't
issues.
have those issues. No. There we go.
And how about the color gamut? Is it over 90% too, or better?
93%
I mean,
BT 2020.
whew, 2000 nits. So what you're saying that if you go yellow, for example, full screen yellow, you get like there's no peak brightness. It's just 2000 nits, no ABL.
No ABL.
My God.
You need it in game mode or just whatever mode it's in now? Is this filmmaker?
Filmmaker mode.
It's what it's in right now, I think.
Man,
Turn my way so I can
that's Jensen's display. I bet Jensen has one of those at home.
Who?
Bro, Jensen Huang, the
I
NVIDIA
thought you
CEO.
said Jensen's, so I'm like, maybe give me them all off. Let me turn them all on.
I don't know who that is, but
He's the
Jensen, oh, he's the NVIDIA CEO.
oh,
He's
I don't know what he has.
talking about.
he's the boss. He's the boss.
Yeah,
Whatever he says goes down.
president.
So then, and why? So why would you want the projector after having that display? What's the bigger size, or what would be the advantage of the projector?
Same thing, infinite size.
Yeah,
No
no ABL.
clarity is bar none. Like it's an extremely clean image. There's no artifacts anywhere from top to bottom in the luminance range.
That looks crazy, incredibly
So
bright.
what do you mean by no artifacts? No uniformity issues?
No,
or-
no uniformity issues, no dither noise, no macro blocking, no quantization errors. None of that exists.
Wow. And so, but what's the brightness numbers and all of that? What would that? You measure that in lumens, no? Like not on nits, like
That projector can do 700 nits.
full screen.
Field.
And no peak. Or is it 7 no?
That's on a screen that's 16 feet wide.
Oh wow.
That's,
That
With
is
zero
nuts.
black level.
Oh, zero blacks on a projector?
With zero blacks, and when I'm speaking of zero blacks native, meaning that if you put 1 pixel of white on there, the rest of the screen will still be zero black. There is no other projector in the world that can do that.
wow.
Wow. And how about the surface to actually use that projector? It has to be next level too, right?
Yeah.
The surface, what do you mean?
Yeah, where are you projecting that
Yeah.
to?
Oh, you can put it on any screen. It doesn't matter. It can be a white wall if you want it to be.
Yeah.
No, but it's not gonna look great. Right?
Right. I mean, the projector itself causes other issues that you don't have to deal with other projectors simply because it doesn't have black levels that low.
Mm.
So like the reflections off the screen itself, bouncing off things in the room, bouncing back to the screen will cause a perceived elevation in black level, but it's not coming from the projector. It's the light in the room reflecting back onto the screen.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So then the screen would need to be great to
Right.
mitigate that, right? To make
Well, the room itself has to be designed in a manner where you minimize reflections.
yeah. So black walls that are matte and all that kind of stuff.
Not really matte, they need to be light absorbing.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you need something like, the Banta black type
Yeah.
fabrics and things like that.
Do we have
Okay,
to
so
present
let me
that way?
okay,
Like,
so let me think about my
do we
next
have to, like
my
could
next
we just
display.
Only calibrate the best you can as is and leave it at that. Does that make sense?
It's up on you. I'm gonna do it however you want me to.
I think I would like to Sony just calibrate the best you can and just not.
You don't want it to be perceptually matte.
I don't think I need it to. I'm just like thinking to myself. I kind of appreciate each display for what they are, color wise. It's okay.
Let me see how this looks first, being that I'm already started.
That's fine. This is what it looks like.
Looks like.
What do you do? Custom first and then game mode?
No, I'm just doing full field and just.
What is full field on?
So let me ask you, Dina, it's just to put the math together. So we're talking about the projector itself. How much is that?
About 350.
Oh, $350. No problem. So then,
No, yeah.
It's fun.
so it's only expensive because you have to paint the room and change the basically create a
You
theater
gotta
at
do-
home, right?
You gotta do some extra stuff with that projector. Like it's
some light control going.
yeah.
So let me see if I understand right. So it's
Still better get
300.
I like it though, like that. If that's calibrated like that,
That's the 65 watt.
I'm pleased with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say no more.
So we're talking about $350,000.
$350,000.
Okay, Lamborghini out the window. So we'll get the projector instead. So and then the room. I don't know, $100,000 for the theater. And then the audio.
It's whatever you want to pay.
So I'm just trying to put the math to save for it. And then the
Yeah.
audio, you're not gonna use like a sound bar on that one, right?
Yeah, do you have a remote by chance or not?
No.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
usually, if you go to calibrate one of those, how much in sound would you put on that projector?
How much sound?
Yeah, the sound quality for that projector, the system sound setup of that room.
Oh, that's going to be dependent on what you want to buy. I've been in home cinemas that are valued at $1 million, $2 million. I've also been in home cinemas that are valued at $20,000. It's all dependent on what that actual owner wants to put in there. I personally would design something to have both a sonic and visual experience that completely puts me into the actual movie, I guess you can say. So in that sense, I simply would put the best of the best in said room.
Yeah, makes sense. So if audio and video are equally important, we get $350 for the projector and $350 for the audio, and that would be $700 for 700 nits full screen. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
You're probably going to spend more on the audio side, but go ahead. I understand what you're saying.
So it will be more than that. Okay.
You
So
probably would spend more on the audio side.
Oh, more than 350. That is insane.
I've seen speakers. I've seen 2-channel speakers that just 2 speakers can cost $1 million. Like that stuff exists. I wouldn't purchase it myself, but it does exist.
But let me tell you something. If I spent $1 million and I open the movie or the game and it doesn't look great, you know, because of the movie or the game, that's not gonna be fun.
Well, one thing I will say is there won't be a movie or game on something like that you're gonna be pissed at. This is not your average consumer TV. They don't have the issues that these displays that we've been talking about for the last few hours have. They don't have those same issues at all.
Wow, that's amazing. $350,000 for a projector.
Yep, and that $350,000 can do 100% BT 2020.
Oh, so 700 nits full screen, 100% BT 2020, no uniformity issues, perfect blacks, per pixel control. I mean, what else can you ask? I mean, if you don't have enough money, let me give you advice. If you save $350,000, you buy the projector. Maybe you don't have enough for the audio. You can use some headphones in the meantime, and then you save again until you get your $350 for the audio.
Yeah.
And yeah, you paint the walls. You start with cheap paint, and then you upgrade that after a year. You know, slowly.
If you go to I need it for the games. I'll need it for the bottom one there.
I know, but for the calibration, I need to have it on the Dolby Vision so I can activate the Dolby on it and calibrate it. Unless you're not going to use Dolby at all.
I need it for HDR, but not for Dolby. So like the bottom one, the 4K.
No, I know that. I'm saying for the calibration, do you want me to calibrate Dolby Vision? Because if you want me to calibrate Dolby Vision, I need to set it for this right now. When I'm finished the calibration, I can come back in here and turn it to the 120.
Still vision. What is that used for?
So, Classy is saying, if you don't have the Ferrari to sell to get that $350,000 projector, you can instead sell your Honda Civic, your used Honda Civic, for $20,000, and then buy this projector that's the Epson QL3000. That's a 165-inch screen. So it's not gonna be the same, but it's a very better value. See, so you don't need a Ferrari. You can just sell your Honda Civic. That makes perfect sense.
Hold on one
The
second.
TV's connected, yeah.
I need to connect to the Wi-Fi. I forgot.
Let's go. So you build the room first, and then you upgrade the gear. Man,
Custom for Chrome modes.
Okay.
So, what is your Wi-Fi
Password?
exactly. So after you spend $1 million on your command center, you still have to download Reno DX with reshade to get the games looking good. That's right. $1,000 is not enough. You still need some mods to play HDR gaming. That's how it works. Hey, let me ask you, that Sony TV, is that an old TV, a very old TV you have?
I think I got this. What is this? 2020. This is like just after COVID. Like it's the 8K Z8H.
Oh, this is
I had a
8K.
Z9 I had a Z9D, and I got this because it could do 4K 120 or 8K 60.
Oh, wow,
And
that's great.
I used a 4090 on here. I gotta tell you, people told me that 4090s could play 8K games, and I think that's a stretch with modern games for sure.
Oh, well, you can use DLSS. It's gonna
Yeah,
work.
at the time I wasn't using that. So, and this can do full legit, like it can display the 8K pixels on here, which is nice if you send it.
That's
No
awesome.
VRR though, so you gotta have a steady frame rate on here.
I wonder if the Samsung 8K TV has Game Motion Plus at 60. So if you can get 120 FPS.
Yeah, that thing's kind of crazy because it's got it's it's got a different one connect box that can send the signal wirelessly, but if you want to have it with no input lag, you got to connect up to like a mini HDMI in the back of the TV. But that TV can do 8K 120 or 4K 240, which is pretty crazy. Like what I guess with DLSS
Oh,
and
wait.
frame rate, you
I'm
could
sorry.
probably
I
get it
was sorry. Look, I was reading the chat. So did you say the QN 900F?
Yeah.
So I think it has an issue based on the reviews. The 8K 120 doesn't work. It's
Oh,
8K 60. It should be working, but for some reason it's not working.
okay.
Do you know about that, D-Nice? What's going on with that TV?
Hear about that.
No.
TV's too new though.
I'm doing something else. I didn't hear what you guys were talking about.
This
Yeah,
is new
the
ATV.
8K, the QN 900F, that 8K doesn't work at 120 like
I
it
don't know
should.
anything about that.
But how you get an 8K 120? You got a 5090. You'd have to do DLSS and probably frame gen for modern games in order to pull that off.
No, I mean I can get 8K 120 on every single game. Just use DLSS performance. That's like upscaling from 4K to 8K. I do it now with instead of course I don't see the 8K like it should because I don't have an 8K screen, but I created a custom 8K resolution, and
So
I
like
do
super
that, and the
sampling?
games look better.
So it's like super sampling.
No, an 8K custom resolution, and then
Yeah.
I do DLSS performance, and it works very well without frame generation. It's not necessary. Of course, some games are more demanding. but you can do DLDSR and get it better. On a 4K screen, DLDSR makes more sense. But I would love to try 8K with a 5090. 5090 can
Yeah,
actually do 8K. The
I
memory, we have
played
the memory and the bandwidth.
I played Tekken 7 on 8K on here, and I was pretty amazed that if you sit like 3 feet away from it, you can definitely see that there's a clarity difference between that and 4K on here.
Yeah, that.
But it's
I'm
already
not sure.
that technology. 8K's already gone. Sony's already said they're not doing it
No,
anymore.
I
And
don't. No, I don't
then
think it can be gone. That's impossible. We need 8K. We need 16K. I
Sony's
think evolution is inevitable for gaming. We need it. We need 8K, 1,000 hertz if we can. So
I
it's
think
gonna happen
I
at
think
some
it's
point.
gone. I think it's done.
So, what are we using this TV for? Is it just going to be game mode or?
Well, I mean, I do use it for television SDR,
Okay.
and
So
then
how bright do you want the actual image to be?
for SDR, the 35 right there, that
So
normal
you wanted it standard
35 is fine for
So that-
for SDR.
basically 412 bits or so. So it's going to be super bright.
So
Well, just because of the way you said that made me like think for a second.
So Glassy was saying that when I do the triple QD OLED setup, it would be better to have them in portrait. Like instead of horizontally, it would be better to have them vertically. But the thing is, I agree that that's gonna be, oh man, that's gonna be wild. Because the screen would be so much more taller. And I would not get the fish eye, the distortion of the super ultra wide. But the problem is, for that, I need to have arms to wall mount. I need I don't know how to do that. Like I cannot use the stand, of course, because the TVs flip vertically. So I would need to invest to get the arms for each of the 3 TVs. And the problem with doing that is that I might do the investment, and then the vessels are a deal breaker and it doesn't work well. No, I was just commenting on the Classy was telling me when I get the third 65-inch QD OLED, I should try the super ultra wide setup with 3 of them, but in portrait. So I don't get like a too ultra wide and then the games look like they have a fish eye, like a stretch, so I don't get stretching. Have the displays in portrait, like vertically, the triple 65-inch TV vertically. But the problem is, to do that, I need an arm. I need like a wall mount arm for that. 3 of them, and I need to. I mean, that's a lot of weight. I don't think the walls that I have can handle that weight. These walls are crap. These walls are like wood. I cannot.
Yeah, but 65-inch ones, they probably only weigh what, like 40 pounds each?
Yeah, but
Putting one Kuru on the wall weighs more than
No.
3 barrels.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right. You're making a good point. If a Kuro can do it, probably 3 of these.
Although I did hang a 50-inch, the one that I sold to you. I had it hanging on the wall, and I'll never forget the night that I hung it on the wall. I went to bed, and every time I heard something in the house, I thought it was going to fall. Because it was so freaking heavy, and I'm like, how is this thing going to stay on this wall?
Well, it is super heavy. But also, if I go that length, I would try to find, there's like a strip, like an LCD strip, to fill the gaps on the vessels, so you don't see the vessel. Even when it doesn't look great, it's better than not having anything. So I would need to go all in with that setup. But it would be amazing, and you know why? Because with the Samsung Game Motion Plus, to get all those frames for 3 TVs, that's a lot of pixels. But with Game Motion Plus, I just need 60 FPS, and then I triple Game Motion Plus. So each TV is using Game Motion Plus to double the FPS. That's that's compelling. It's gonna happen. I don't know if I can do it vertically, but for sure I'm gonna try for sure. That's
Good
very
luck with
exciting.
that one.
Sounds like that'd be great for fighting games or not fighting games, racing games and first-person shooters, right? I don't
I
know,
think
probably
so.
like Witcher and stuff like that would look really good in that triple display.
That's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I already tried 265-inch, and it was the entire room almost like what I have here.
Yeah.
The
That's
space, so I
intense.
would need to go to the living room to do that. It was amazing. So the thing is, that vessel in the center of the screen was a deal breaker. Otherwise, I mean, that's a dream setup. 32 by 9, super ultra wide QD OLED. It was amazing. But the good thing about 3 is that you have 2 vessels now instead of 1, but they would be on your peripheral view. So that's more tolerable. But I'm not so sure if I have them vertically, the vessels are actually not gonna be that much on the peripheral view. They're gonna be more centered. It might be more bothersome that way. But let's see. I mean, that's exciting stuff. And that would not cost $350,000. So Class is saying that he used to have
So
3.
this on level 8 of the brightness is like 165. This thing is stupid bright.
So how bright is that full screen?
We don't know, but we put it like just to give you an idea, 8 out of 50. Is it out of 50? Right? Yeah. It's on 9 out of 50, and it's 165 nits full screen.
9 out of 50.
Meaning like we could go 41 clicks higher, but at what is that right now at 9? It's 165 nits full screen. And to give you an idea, the 77-inch and the 55-inch S95D and SDR, no peak brightness on, maxed out brightness is, what did we say it was? 165 maxed out, I think? Or no, 265. It was 265. This thing go way brighter. I assume full screen max brightness, peak brightness.
265 with the peak brightness off.
Yeah.
Right.
So this guy, aerial full screen with a peak brightness on high, local dimming on high. I mean, we could check it, but my guess is probably gonna be hitting 600 or 700 full screen. My guess.
Somewhere like that. Somewhere there.
And then the peak brightness on this, I heard it was over 2,000, but I don't know.
And is this like a VA panel? How is the contrast?
Yeah, it's VA.
Is it mini LED, or do it have dimming zones, or?
This is right before they did mini LED, so this actually doesn't have mini LED. And I gotta tell you right now, having seen the mini LED ones, and I'm sensitive to seeing, uniformity issues. I think the mini LEDs appear to my eyes to have more uniformity issues than this guy here. It doesn't have near as many local dimming zones, this one, than the mini LED version.
So Classy says that he used to have 327-inch 1440p monitors in portrait, and it was nice. Just overlap the vessels. Yeah, that's what I did. I have one TV behind the other, and because the vessel of this QD OLED is so small, it was very, very small. But right at the center of the screen is a problem because you have a character, it's. But with NVIDIA Surround, you can adjust it so it looks.
Just for the calibration.
It looks aligned. You can align them, so it works. Don't be doubling Game Motion Plus. I already tried that. So when I tried both 2 TVs side by, with the NVIDIA Surround, I got 60 FPS, and that was with my 3080 before I got the 5090. I got 60 FPS. It's not two TVs really, because the NVIDIA surround treats them as a single display. So I was locked, 60 FPS locked, Game Motion Plus on each TV, and it worked. It was fantastic. It was flawless. No synchronization issues, nothing. It was great. It was very, very good. Zach AG likes it. I think everyone's gonna like it over just 60 or 30, of course. So Glass is saying, 8K LCDs cannot resolve the full 8K resolution. Yeah, contrast matters a lot. The higher contrast gives you a higher perceived resolution by itself.
Like a 4K.
So of course, if it was OLED self-emissive, it would be better. But the 8K OLED from LG is not great. How about the 8K OLED from LG, D-Nice? How is the numbers? How is that display? Is it very dim? How good is it?
What's
The
he
LG Z something, I forgot.
He's talking about the 8K 8K OLED, I think, right? You talking about
From
the
LG, yeah, from the WRGB 8K OLED.
same thing?
Same size.
Yeah. The 88, it comes in the 88 and the 98?
It comes in, I don't know about 98.
I know it comes in an 88, right?
88, 77.
The 88's gotta look good. Does it still have vertical banding then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you be kind of bummed paying that kind of money and still have vertical banding then? They could have, spent a lot extra time. That's gotta be a very niche TV, right? They're not like making crazy amounts of those.
Mhm.
You would think that they would spend a little more time tuning that.
Yeah, knowing that can be fixed, they better do, because that's a
But they
lot
don't.
of money.
They don't.
They
It's
don't.
probably. It sounds like it's no better than a G series, right?
It isn't.
It's not. Wow, that's
So it's
crazy.
like a G2, basically.
Well, G2 I think is actually pretty good, is what you were saying, right?
A G2. Damn.
I'm actually kicking myself. I got rid of my 77 G2 because I guess that really was supposed to be pretty decent. It's obviously not as bright as these newer guys. Didn't have the MLA or anything.
What's the full screen of the G2? 200 nits?
When I used the iDisplay, I think I got like 190.
180 something, 187, 193, something like that.
Okay.
You can kind of do something interesting on those where you can. That's the contrast at like 90, right?
For this?
No, on the LG G2. Like I felt like if I raised it a little bit, I could squeak out a little bit more in full screen, but it was it clips over 90, I think, right?
Also, for the people, some people think, well, why do we need 8K on a monitor, for example? Very, very small screen size.
Probably not.
Well, because the idea is that you cannot see, like it's like a retina level resolution. It's so much pixels that you cannot even see even if you get close to it. So Samsung actually is focused on that. They're trying to do a 6K or 5K QD OLED. That's 27-inch. The display guy at CES, he saw that display, and actually, this is a speculation, but maybe Samsung, because they are focused on increasing the resolution of the monitors, they don't want to let them be as bright as they can be, because when you get more pixels, it's harder to get them brighter. So they don't want to have the best, 5K monitor to be dimmer than the 4K. So it seems like they're gonna focus first on getting the highest resolution possible on the smallest screen possible, and then after that they will make some brightness improvements to not, basically to not make the lower resolution 1440p a lot brighter than the 5K. QD OLED monitors are pathetic when it comes to the HDR brightness. We have 4 generations already of QD OLED monitors, and they all measure about the same brightness. That doesn't make any sense. Have you ever calibrated monitors like this QD OLED monitors? Oh, D-Nice?
Which one? Or which
Any
one?
of them, any of them.
Yeah.
What do you think about? We have 4 generations already of QD OLED monitors, and it's about the same brightness for all of them, or is that not the case?
That's intentional.
That's intentional, and why do you think they're doing that?
So they're doing that to minimize burn-in.
To offer more warranty?
Burn-in.
Burning. That
Minimum
sucks.
burn-in.
That really sucks because the difference is so big in comparison with the TVs that these monitors look like they don't even belong in comparison. So,
I could believe
yeah.
that.
Huh?
So I could believe that.
Yeah. So I think they're doing way too much. I don't need 3 years of warranty. I do not need burning warranty. Thank you very much. Make it brighter and let it burn.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it certainly will eventually.
That's what I told MSI. They sent me this monitor, and I'm like, "Can I give you feedback?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Can you please let it burn? I don't need 3 years of warranty. Make it brighter. People don't care." So
MSI was like, yeah,
Or
we'll let you know when we send you another monitor review.
yeah, they said they were gonna bring that to the HQ.
they'll bring it to the HQ and get back to you.
We got back.
Well, they didn't say they were gonna get back to me. That was an extra.
I want no ADL. I want full screen.
Yeah, but at least a little bit more, man. Like 10% window, 400 nits. That doesn't make any sense. 400 nits. The latest generation QD OLED panel. 400 nits and a 10% window.
It's so weird. It gets a rise at the end.
Or 450, something like that. Very close to that.
It's a complete fucking joke. Like,
So
What's
now
the
you got-
bandwidth
go back and
of
fix
the
it. This is
HDMI
Yeah,
and the S95F?
this is the Joe the AutoCAD.
yeah.
I might return my
It's not gonna be
S90F.
something, it's gonna do it all for you. It basically what it does is it starts it for
So-
you, and you gotta still go back in.
It's 48 for the non-One Connect box TVs, the 40. That's not a problem because for
Try to sell this to us.
165
you-
hertz, the
you,
S95F is using
Consumers don't know how
DSC
to do
anyway.
anything. This will do it all for you.
So
Yep.
Like, no.
it doesn't really matter. At 165 hertz, it's probably using less than 30 gigabits per second because it's using DSC. So that's not a problem at all. The One Connect box might be a problem, but not the bandwidth. So yeah, you can get 4K, 144 hertz with 12 bits if you have the 48, but that doesn't make any difference. I don't see any difference at all. So if you're gonna return the S90F for the S95F, it's for brightness, or maybe you got bad screen uniformity or any issues, but not because of the bandwidth. That's not gonna make any difference. But good luck with that, man. Ben sent me the 5090. Thank you very much, Ben. I'm enjoying it. It's amazing. Thank you very much. So yeah, man, good luck with that. So Class is saying some dropouts. I got the MSI Gaming Trio OC. Yeah, I mean, all the 5090s are great. Yeah, so Class is saying some dropouts when going through receiver. If I have dropouts direct from Xbox or PC with fiber optic cable, it's going back. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Well, let me know. So he's using a fiber optic cable for the PC. I'm using it too. I got the fiber optic cable when I got the S95C, and I didn't get any drops. Actually, I am still selling the One Connect box from the S95C. By the way, D-Nice, I have 2 One Connect boxes, brand new from S95Cs. One is not brand new because one I used it for like 2 or 3 weeks, but it never gave me a single issue. And the second one is sealed in its package, brand new, with all the cables, everything brand new. Where can I sell that? Because I put it on my local Facebook marketplace, and of course that's a very niche thing. Is it the forums a good place? Like, do you think that has demand? Maybe some people had issues with their 55-inch S95C.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I'm turning
I have two One Connect boxes for the S95C 55-inch. Two of them. One is brand new, sealed. It has never been opened, and the other one is I use it for like 2 or 3 weeks, not a single issue, no dropouts, nothing.
Could we do this at a higher brightness when we game mode?
So I'm selling them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, every game mode I do.
For SDR?
Because
this is what I'm doing right now. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. No problem.
I think so. Yeah, because if I'm using this, it's going to be in the daytime for games.
So how bright do you want it to be?
So KG doesn't have drops either.
I think, what do you know?
I don't do gaming, so
Yeah.
Hold on to your C1, KG. That's gonna get expensive, let me tell you. That's a legendary TV. I've been hyping up the C1 for 3 years because of that feature. It's amazing. It's next level. OLED Motion Pro, the C1 G1, absolutely amazing. It's a different experience.
And you're only going to use input 8 on this, right?
LCDs have it,
Or
but it's not.
Right, that's.
but we have.
LCDs don't have great contrast. You don't have perfect blacks. So the A80J also has it. Yeah, it's from 2021. The WRGB OLEDs from 2021 have the feature. Yeah, it's been 4 years already, man. 4 years of blur. 4 years of motion blur. Okay, so if I had to pick more frames or more resolution, which would you pick? More frames all day long. Well, it depends on the resolution. But if you ask me 8K 60 FPS or 4K 240, 4K to 40 all day long. 4K to 40 all day long. And that's the difference on the power you need. Wait.
And sell it.
No, I'm trying to sell it. I'm saying like I cannot find anyone who needs it because locally it's like a niche product, right?
It is. So good luck with selling it, because that's going to be a hard sell.
Yeah, I need to try eBay. I've never sold anything on eBay.
Have a box for 77, try to throw it on 55, it won't work.
I don't think that's the case.
No? Okay.
No, I'm just saying if you ever calibrate, if someone needs it, just hit me up and
I'll let you know.
I'll send it. So. Magenta tints. So D-Nice, you don't mind the magenta tint of QD OLEDs? It's not a big issue for you?
Say that again?
The magenta tint of QD OLED, that's not a big issue?
It's not a problem for me.
No? Okay, I'm gonna read the last questions. We're gonna leave the stream in 15 minutes to go. I have to go to sleep. Do you want to say any final words? Words. I know you're busy there, so I really appreciate you D-Nice, for sharing everything with the community. I enjoy a lot this. Hopefully we can do another one
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much, man. So if you have any final words, let me know. I'll read the comments and we'll do 15 minutes more.
Yeah, I don't currently have any comments.
Okay. Well, let me read the final comments and then we'll leave it there. Yeah, G1. Yeah, I've been hunting. I was hunting at some point for like a 77, like a cheap 77-inch G1, but I couldn't find it.
So just do it a little
Yeah,
bit
that TV is gonna get more expensive over time, like the last 3D TV.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you here. What were you saying?
No, I'm just reading the comments from the
Okay.
from the community. So Tech with KG saying thank you, Luke and D Nice for letting us pick in. Thanks Eric for the stream. Yeah, I really enjoyed this, man. It's just a lot of fun for me. I mean, we've been doing this for like 5 hours at this point. We started at 5:30, and it's 11:30. So
Yeah, it's 11:30 your time. It's
of my time.
12:30 a.m. this time.
Wow.
And you got an hour and a half drive.
Oh, you have to drive an hour and a half. Wow, it's
to my hotel.
Wow.
Yeah, so I won't actually get to the hotel probably until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
And then I gotta get up 8:30.
Are you going to Valley Electronics or someone else?
I have other jobs to go to in New Jersey.
No,
So class is going out. Thank you very much, everyone. So let's leave it there, man. I think we've been long enough. I mean, this is almost record. I've done very long live streams, but I think this is almost a record.
So did I answer all everyone's questions? I guess because I mean I couldn't shoot the stream or anything. So
yeah. I mean, we try our best here because at the beginning I was locked in. You know, speaking with you, we missed a lot. Of course, I mean, you can we missed a lot. But people were having a conversation, so it's hard sometimes to find if there's any last questions before we finish the stream. So someone is asking a question for Luke regarding your 8K TV. Does the higher PPI increase sharpness of even 1080p Blu-rays, or is the PPI increase not large enough to have an effect? So maybe the 8K has like a processing to upscale from 4K or 1080p.
Well, the native panel resolution is higher than 4K on it, so it has to scale to whatever the native pixels is on there. I mean, it's kind of like back in the day when we first got a lot of 4K TVs, but a lot of the content was still 1080p. And, you know, yeah, the 1080p was being upscaled to 4K, but you could tell that the panel's pixels were more. Do you know what I mean? So, like, going from like a 768p plasma to a 1080p plasma, same size, you could see that there was a pixel difference there.
Yeah, but I get his question is 1080p content in that 8K TV you have, if that looks any better than on a 1080p screen, considering everything else equal, of course.
I mean, I can, you can tell it's for this size screen that it's not 4K pixels on it, but you know, it's even upscale. It doesn't look infinitely better than, you know, a native panel for whatever resolution you're sending it to. It looks good. It's the problem is that every other display I have in this house, the CRTs, the plasmas, the OLED, they're emissive. This is not emissive, so you don't have per pixel light control on it. And so per pixel light control makes the image look sharper and more three-dimensional than this TV can do. This TV is really just a light cannon. You know, it's just super bright.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it can fight the light coming in the daytime, which is kind of crazy.
Well, let's leave it there. Luke, thank you very much for
Yeah.
sharing. Thank you very much to D Nice for all the time, all his knowledge. I learned a lot on this stream. This was awesome. I still have, of course, many questions. I'm sure a lot of people have questions. I think D Nice, it will be great. You know, maybe a month from now, next week, 2 weeks from now, whenever you have a chance, try to coordinate a live stream with this creator, this programmer that created this Reno DX mods and stuff, because I think we could potentially create a program, a mod or something, where you input your out of the box, you know, calibration report or something like that, and then this program would just correct. So then then it would change the content, it would change the games. So this will be something for gaming. It might not be your target or what you are more interested in or something, but it would make a big difference for many people, because if we have that, I don't know, people could, for example, watch a review from Artings or something and say, hey, you know, this TV is crushing blacks, it's something that is happening, there's an issue with the firmware or whatever, and then you can get that information and fix the source for it. I don't know, something could come out of it. If nothing, we can have a conversation. Carlos is very knowledgeable, but I'm sure he would have a lot of questions for you. I think it would be a great stream.
That's perfectly fine.
That would be awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining the stream. This was awesome. Thank you, Luke. I'll get back to you one of these days again. You share your experience after calibrating all your TVs. I mean, I wish I could have the luxury of doing that. That would be awesome. So thank you very much, everyone. See you guys next time. Take care.